lover may hang together, but rabid dogs tend to stray. I empathize with your crossed wires. I may even share your twisted desires, but never go out of my way to see you fall. Oh, do you remember when you came to me on the outside looking in? You pitched your tent, stole my shit, and it hit the road again. You never did nothing without an angle down below, like everyone else, only so much more so. Never go out of my way to see you fall. You can trash my songs, forget my lines, drink of my women, steal my wine. You can claw your way to the bloody top, but never go out of my way. I'd never go out of my way to see you. I'd never go out of my way to see you fall. I guess it's just a matter of a couple of degrees between standing on your belly and crawling on your knees. Remember you and your demons showing up at the door, a bottle of Herradura at 3:45. I cared for you when you didn't even know yourself. Man, I helped you become somebody else. Still, I'd never go out of my way to see you fall. You can trash my songs, forget my lines, drink of my women or steal my wine. You can claw your way to the bloody top, but I'd never go out of my way. I never go out of my way. I never go out of my way to see you fall. Songs, forget my lines, drink of my women, steal my wine. You can claw your way to the bloody top. The only one there is going to be you, and for a while you may even be happy too. But it's true, we always get what we deserve. Got you. Trash my songs, forget my lines. You can drink of my women, steal my wine, claw your way to the bloody top, but I'd never go out of my way. I'd never go out of my way. I'd never go out of my way.
Well, I live in the swamplands on the southern side of town, and I swear as I stand here that it's slowly bringing me down. 'Cause I work real hard, work 2 jobs, try to pay my bills, Lord, cut my yard, but that don't seem to get it. No, there's no hope in sight. So I'm making a request, Lord, if you think you might get me out of Gomerville, 'cause I can't take another day. Yeah, if it takes a pound of flesh or a pound of blood, that's the price I'll have to pay. Well, there's this fella that lives behind me. Looks like one of the members of 38 Special. And they say there's bullet holes in the master bedroom. And frankly, this guy scares me quite a bit. Well, I love my kids and I like my wife. I hate my job and right now I hate my life. So I'll send up a flare up into the night. And you do what's fair, Lord, you do what's right. Get me out of Gomerville, 'cause I can't take another day. Yeah, if it takes a pound of flesh or a pound of blood or family jewel, that's a price I'll have to pay. Yeah, go on, get me out of Gomerville.
Hey man, what's going on? Hey cats and kittens, what's hot, what's hip, what's happening? Just thought I'd come out for a second, see what's up. However, you know the real reason I decided to do a show today? Huh? Come on, use your imagination. If you're new here, you don't know. Why shouldn't you be new here? I haven't done a show in a million years. Might be doing them every day again soon. Might not. However, if you were here before, then you know how much I enjoy when people fall off mountains or get attacked by a wild animal or basically do something really stupid out in nature. You know, climbing a mountain, whatever. Hold on a second here. Sorry, I'm sharing this thing because, you know what happens. So, yeah, that's what's going on. I'm sharing it. Okay, so there's a news story that was going on about the last, I don't know, maybe 10 days, a week, that I didn't get on and talk about, that I'm dying to talk about. Because this may be the best example of idiots climbing mountains and stuff that I've ever seen. James Huff Massia says, welcome back, Tom. Thank you, James. Tyler Schollenberger, who I believe is from the Quad Cities, and I always thought I'd see more wheelchairs in the Quad Cities. Anyway, I think he works at Amazon. I just got some stuff from Amazon, and frankly, Tyler, I hope you appreciate this. Every time I get something from Amazon, I imagine that, hey man, maybe this exact package passed through the hands of Tyler Schollenberger. Now, I don't always do that, because sometimes I can follow the tracking and see that, well, no, indeed it has not come from the Davenport, Iowa. What are the other ones? Rockford, Des Moines. I don't know what they are, but there's 4 of them. And I always thought I'd see more. Whatever. So, of course, you know what happened. Let's kick this off the right way and give credit where credit's due. I'd like to say congratulations. Congratulations to the Titanic. Still finding ways to kill rich people for the last 111 years. That's a good record. But let's look for a second at this minivan they went down in. There's a whole bunch of stuff that a fool would have been made aware of and said, I'm not getting in that and going down there. The second I heard about this news story, and some of you may be aware of the fact that I used to be a news anchor. I love the news. And I heard about this, can't find them. And one of the things in the article said that they lost contact about an hour and 45 minutes into their however many hour descent. 2-hour descent. So they're almost down there. They're 7/8 of the way down there. And they said they lost contact there. And I immediately turned to the person next to me and said, they're all dead. And that's when people started, and people don't have the acres of free time that I have to understand things like this. They said, well, maybe it's just dented or damaged a little bit. And my response to that was, that's so funny. Because that's the way I am. Oh, man. There we go. You have to understand the pressure. When you're in a submersible vehicle, first of all, it's got to be airtight, watertight. But second of all, at sea level, on the surface of the water, that's called an atmosphere. It's one atmosphere, and it's a pressure upon you. It's on you right now, depending on where you live, above or below sea level. But it's 14.7 pounds per square inch. That's what we all put up with every day. The water pressure at the depth of where the Titanic was, which is like 400 atmospheres, is 6,000 pounds per square inch. That means that if you know anything at all about engineering, that vehicle, that craft, cannot, almost by definition, experience a minor change in shape or dent or crimp, because once a minor one happens, that pressure is so great that everything catastrophically fails around it. And that's why I said, before I knew from the news, they're all dead. But don't worry, they died instantly. Like, that amount of pressure just, boom, done. Those guys were turned into tomato bisque instantaneously. Why would you do that? Why would you go down there? What are you going to say when you get back? Hey, I went down and saw Titanic. So did I. It was on a camera, robotic. Lee Law is listening tonight from County Galway in Ireland. Hey, Lee Law. Loves me some Ireland. But does anything beat the Wrexham story? It's so beautiful. Anyway, Dark Templar's here. Nah, Dark Templar. Tyler Schollenberger says, I will forever refer to the Titan I'll say submersible as the SS Pringles can. That thing's only 22 feet long. My car is 17 feet long. Okay, let's get to the next thing. And this is great. Those guys were sealed in... Oh, by the way, there will be no video of me today. I don't even have the camera hooked up. But personally, I don't know why people need to see my face on camera anyway. I prefer not to have it. Here, I'll do this just to make it a little more official. Okay, so imagine this. You show up and you get into something that's about the size of a minivan. And there's seats in it. Incidentally, the seats have no belts or restraints in them, which will become important later. There's a little private chemical toilet. You got 96 hours of air, and you got some sandwiches for the 10-hour trip, or however long it's going to last. You get into this thing. Just getting in it, the opening isn't very big. But you clamber in. The walls are, bereft of anything except some electronics. But inside, it's been reported to be somewhat experimental in terms of the fact that everything looks kind of MacGyvered. Experimental's one thing. MacGyvered, that's a whole nother thing. So you have to crawl in through this tiny opening. You're in there with 4 other people. And you know how they shut the opening? The opening, by the way, is the window in front. You know how they shut that baby up? There's 17 bolts that they bolted in from the outside. And now you can't get out. Someone has to physically let you out. So let's just say this submersible, which doesn't have any GPS, only communication it has is text messages to the ship that took them out there. Even, like say they go to the bottom and they have this problem, and now they can't communicate for some reason. But they do manage to come to the top. By the way, this particular craft had a feature built into it that would cause it to surface after 24 hours if certain conditions weren't met. So that means after 24 hours, and they, didn't hear them, didn't see them, didn't anything else, they could have still been somewhere, but they probably would have come to the top of the ocean. By the way, painting that thing white, or however they did the outside of it, really bad idea. Both at the bottom of the sea, if they're looking for you, because they're just showing lights down there. It's super dark, so they have small areas they can look at. And you've seen this footage before. When they're close up on something, it's all white. And then if you're on the top of the ocean and something that's white, please. So even if they've gotten to the top and they ran out of their 96 hours, they're going to die in there because nobody can open it. Almost all similar vessels have and incidentally, this goes back to like Gus Grissom, Gemini, Apollo days. When those capsules came down, those doors were sealed, bolted, but they had a thing that would explode it out. Well, they didn't have that. So even if they managed to somehow get to the surface, they're dead anyway. the outside of it, now if you just see like the normal shots of it, it looks okay. But if you see it on the platform with all the ballast and everything else, man, there are wires and cables on the outside of that thing, and they're zip tied onto the side of it. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know how many zip ties can withstand the strain of 6,000 pounds per square inch. Just saying. Just saying. And entanglement. If they're going through rocks and other things, you could easily get hung up on some. So I don't know what makes people pay $250,000 to get into that death trap. Truth of the matter is that this Stockton Rush, the CEO of OceanGate, the company that owned the Titan, he was trying so hard to make this like SpaceX that he lowered the price, because the price of traveling is, first and foremost, to refund the company. Everything that's created from an engineering standpoint has what they call an operational lifespan. Your car has one. Your refrigerator has one. Well, guess what? Deep sea submersible vessels also have one. And man, you can't take those down more than a couple of times. Lloyd Mongol quite rightfully says, why would anyone assume this thing was safe in the first place? You got that right, especially when the CEO of OceanGate is saying things like, this safety crap is really slowing us down. Oh, by the way, he also fired all the 50-year-old guys that were super smart at this, because they're expensive, and hired a bunch of really young, out-of-school people. I mean, we all have heard, well, maybe you haven't. They steered this thing with an Xbox controller or a Nintendo Game Boy controller on Bluetooth. They didn't even bother to hardwire it on Bluetooth. So, most of these vessels that are created, I think all of them except this one, use, high-grade tungsten and various other metal alloys. They're extremely strong. And those types of metal also have when pressure is exerted on them, they distribute that pressure equally and evenly across a certain area. And that's okay, because that kind of metal is the same strength everywhere. Because if you have something that is not the same strength in a place, that's the first place it's going to fail. It's weaker. There's also hundreds of years of engineering information and data about how metals react and best way to construct things that are going to be experiencing this much pressure. This one was made with carbon fiber, and there's really not that much data or experience with that. So the main section of the tube, just the tube part, was made of that, and then the ends were made of metal alloy. Oh, incidentally, the ends were epoxied onto the tube. Now, look, I laugh, but the truth is that they send things into space that are epoxied. I mean, epoxy resin is amazingly strong and stuff, but space and the bottom of the ocean may be the most formidable environment for humans to conquer, because of the fact when you're in the air, the pressure is, that pressure, that just crushing pressure, is extremely unforgiving. So, Metal Maiden Vicky's here. Hey, Metal Maiden Vicky, how you doing, girl? Tyler Schollenberger says, the 19-year-old kid didn't want to go and was terrified of doing it, but was pressured into going by his dad for a Father's Day 2 quote-unquote bond, according to reports. Dude. You spent $250,000 to take your kid down in a death trap. I'm thinking Vegas. You know what you and the kid could have done in Vegas with a quarter? Come on. Dark Templar says you'd think they could afford something better than a Nintendo Game Boy controller with the billionaires on board. I know. Hey, that's not... There was like 3 billionaires on board. You couldn't swing a dead cat without hitting a billionaire. The bottom of that thing. None is asking, is this live? Ask your mother. Dark Temple says some people may get pleasure from being instantaneously crushed at the bottom of the ocean. It was instantaneous too. Well, I mean, that's the... We all have hobbies. None of my hobbies will result in me being crushed into a paste. Just saying. Metal Maiden Vicky says, holy crap, Tom Gulley has returned. Very cool and welcome back. Well, I don't know if I returned. I'm just goofing around right now. But I think I should maybe return. I don't know. There hasn't been an outcry, has there? Lloyd Mongo says, good time to buy Logitech stock after this debacle. Yeah. That says, I don't think this is live. I saw this last week. Yeah, good for you. Good for you. Good for you, Nun. Ass wipe. So yeah, the carbon fiber. And it hold up too good. Okay, now. This was that vessel's 3rd or 4th trip. And because he was only charging $250,000, couldn't replace his ship as fast as he wanted to, which is weird because they were capitalized to like $37 million. But who knows where they were spending their money. They said they had deals with NASA and Boeing and everybody else. UCLA, all those places said, they didn't do anything with us. He was probably going to have to charge like $1.5 million in order to rebuild that ship at the rate that was necessary to not crush. But he didn't want to do that. So, a benefit of the doubt, I need to talk to you in person. Well, not in person, but on the phone. I've been thinking about what's going on with you so much, and it's got me so worried. And let's talk. I'll call you, or you can call me tonight or tomorrow or sometime soon. I will help you if I can. Nun says, yes, please return. Why do you want me to return? You're trolling me. Laura Craft Bay Onita says, hey, Tom. Do I know you, Laura? The Laura could know you, but the Craft Bay Onita, that ain't ringing any bells, toots. I just don't know what makes people want to do that. I mean, if you want to do it and you can do it, it's your life. But the climbing of the mountains and the other base jumping and let me go pet this bear, all that, I don't get it. Somebody was telling me, they're like, well, some people just need to live on the edge, live life a little fuller, a little freer than the rest of us. Like, I'm living a pretty full and enjoyable life here without dangling my yam bags over a 10,000 foot cliff or something. Dark Templar says, I could crush a submarine sandwich faster than the deep could. Well, depends on who makes the sub, I guess. Conservative Camel says, we missed you, Tom. I don't know if I know who you are. I don't think I've seen you in here before. But So I don't know how you could miss me, but if you did, I'm sorry. Laura Craft Bayonita says, I sound sloshed. Well, I don't drink, so sorry. Oh, look. Will you ever fix the white artifacting in the title card of your show? I would do it free for you, Tom. No, I put it there on purpose. You talking about this title card here? Hold on. Are you talking about the white parts inside the various individual fonts? Hey, it's Bucky Leonard. He says, good to hear you again, Tom. Well, thank you. Thank you. Muted growl. Hey, Tom, Red Bar is watching. I like that guy. But I don't know why he would watch this shit. Anyway, so they seal your ass up. You get to hear 17 times. 17 times. You get to hear individually get your ass sealed up in this death trap. Then you go down there. Oh, by the way, had they survived, which of course they didn't, it just collapsed. Let's say they were down there on the bottom of the seafloor, powerless, unable to navigate. There ain't no heat in that thing. They'd be down there freezing and shivering. Probably a couple of inches of ice will have formed on the inside of the thing. Tyler Schulmer says, did you hear about the Davenport apartment building here in Iowa that collapsed recently? That was all over the news. Yes, I did. That was 15 minutes away from the house. What happens if somebody's Davenport is crushed in the Never mind. There wasn't much on the bone there to begin with. Sorry. But this Stockton Rush, first of all, the name itself just sounds like hoity-toity. I'm Stockton Rush. And he just keeps saying the safety is slowing us down. The safety stuff. How many zip ties did they use on that apartment building? Well, they put hurricane straps on homes in Florida. I always thought that was funny. Because by state law, all these homes have to have hurricane straps. You mean that piece of metal that you put on the corners of the joists of the roof? That oil tanker over there on the shore leads me to believe those hurricane straps are a waste of time. No, we got our hurricane strapped. We'll be fine. Ah, dear. And all these people, just tragic. It's just, when you start thinking about if something goes wrong, what happens? Okay, you got 96 hours. The U.S. Navy does not have vessels that can get down to this thing. I think there's some form or fashion of it where they have an unmanned that can get down there pretty close. And there was some other stuff, but man, you gotta get it there. And this stuff's huge. It ain't like you can FedEx it. You gotta get it somewhere to either a port, and if you get it to a port, a ship has to take it out there. And that's if you transport it on a plane to a port or somewhere nearby. Or you have to get, I guess maybe a UH-30 could do it, but you've got to get a plane to take it out there from somewhere. And you can't, just fly over. You got to fly it to an airport, put in a helicopter, and then fly it over. And the helicopter's got to be able to withstand the weight of one of these things that it's towing. So come on, man. Those guys, even if they were down there and had no navigation, no propulsion, they're dead. They're dead. Unless they got those things waiting right there. They're dead. DEAD dead. Todd Schellenberg says, I went downtown and saw it in person after it happened. It was pretty bad. Yeah, man. He says, no idea. Tons of lawsuits filed against the city because of it, though, because they knew the structure was compromised and they got to fix its problems as the building was bulged for months. Man, that did look like a catastrophic failure. It reminded me of the front of the Murrow building in Oklahoma City. It's just like completely torn off. But these aren't dumb people. They're all very accomplished. There was like a 70-some-year-old guy down in there that was one of the, he'd been down to the wreck site like 30 times, and one of the leading experts in deep sea, exploration in the whole world. And I wouldn't get in that thing. But every day, man, people going at work, just, oh gosh, I hope they're okay. I was dead. Yeah, they're dead. Oh, don't say that. I bet that was it. Well, okay. Pretend I didn't say it, but they're still dead. Sorry. It's just too deep. It took him 74 years just to find the thing. So, anyways, that's why I got on. Just had to talk about it. Conservative Camel, the tensile strength of nylon zip ties is 1.15 1,000 pounds per square inch, and the compressive strength is 12.5. Well, I guess they would be okay down there then. It's only 6,000 psi. Ms. Maine Weed Queen says, hi, Tom. Hope all is well. Well, hello. Unless you had a different screen name the last time you came here, I don't know who you are, but hi. Porcelain says, hi, Tom. Glad to see you're back. I don't know why, but I'm glad you're glad. I certainly don't want to step on anybody else's gladness. Well, I got the opening title again. I'll put the news time back up. That guy didn't respond to me. Didn't tell me what he was going to fix. Not that I want it fixed, but what are you going to do? The kid ain't got no mother. You know what I'm saying? The kid ain't got no mother. So that's all I got, unless you guys got something. Let's see here. Lloyd Mongol says, what is your take on the conspiracy that J.P. Morgan sunk the Titanic as an insurance scam while also getting rid of all his competitors that were on board? I don't think that's what happened. There's a really good YouTube channel. It's called... Oh, crap. I should probably just find it for you. Let me find this YouTube channel. It's a guy that is dedicated himself to examining every single facet of the Titanic disaster. Let's see if I can find this guy real quick. It's called Historic Travels. Okay? And he's got a bunch of stuff on the sub, but his stuff really... He's got one here. It's a short. It's called Why Titanic Didn't Have Enough Lifeboats. The Problem with Titanic's Life Jackets. An unknown story about Titanic's designer. And so this dude has really gotten into the Titanic. And if you really get into the Titanic, they really know what happened, man. They've got it down to the minute. There's computer reenactments of exactly what happened when and all sorts of stuff, man. So I don't think that happened, Lloyd, although I think that is a fun idea to think about. Conservative Camel says Porcelain, the famous documentarian. By the way, I know who some of you guys are. I know who you run with. So, just saying. How are my neck bolts today? How are my neck bolts today? Well, I think you know I don't have neck bolts. However, if I did have them, they'd be fine. A.W. Imperative says, hi, Tom. Also glad to see you back. I know you guys need something to do with your waste of a life. Are you still the only certified green host by those one guys? You damn right I am. Elaine Zilli says, oh my God, Tom Gulley is back, baby. Justin Weiss says, is this live? No, it's not live. Branya Benowin says, hey. Two Ultra Rude Dude says, show us that Frankenstein face of yours, Tom. I don't have the lighting on or the camera. I haven't gotten the lighting worked out here yet. I haven't really set the studio up that much, to be honest with you. We love you either way, Tom. Okay. Lloyd Mongo says they probably have more data about the Titanic than they do about most dinosaurs. I don't know that that's true per se, but I know they have a lot about the Titanic. Laura Craftspace says I run with the bulls. Is that a Frankenstein joke? Well, it's a Frankenstein reference. Joke is a far-off star for that particular remark. Now see, BPP is fire bad. Yes, fire bad. Branya Brenowitz says, you were very wrong about the zip ties. Well, you're right about that. If you go back and listen, though, you'll hear where it says, I don't know. I didn't say definitively. I was speculating. But I'll say I'm wrong. Whatever. Internet bar. I will say I'm right about this. If you twist tie your crap on the side of your deep sea submersible, well, odds are you're going to implode. I'm 1 for 1 on that. He's not done with those streams yet. I don't know what that means. You're talking about historic travels? Happy to be here. Is this live? No, it is not live. Tom Gulley's back, baby, and the earth is flat, not round. Really? You don't really believe that. Not by a long shot. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Happy to be here. Why would they say you have neck bolts? It's a long story. Why do you think you'll ever react to Mersha's accusations about you? I didn't know that he'd made any, and no, I don't have any problem with that guy, and I've never had an interaction with him. But I don't have any problems with him. Seems like an okay guy to me. AW Imperative says, hey, Tom, I think my internet connection is lagging. Can you tell me if this is live? It's refreshing to hear someone admit they are wrong. Stella says, happy to be here. Here's a Frankenstein joke. Dr. Frankenstein just placed an order on Amazon. It wasn't expensive, but I imagine the shipping cost him an arm and a leg. Also, Tom looks like the monster. Some people do say that. I look like the Frankenstein monster. Let's see here. It's Memorex. Metal Maiden Vicky with the callback. I'm imagining Metal Maiden Vicky singing like Ella Fitzgerald right now, and only she and I know what I'm talking about. Just a little touch-up, Lloyd Mongol says.
I'm going to give you a little touch-up. Little touch-up. Just a little touch-up for you.
Let's see here. I like you, Tom. You seem entertaining. Since people are saying you're back, what are you back from, if you don't mind me asking? From not being here. I'm not done with these kids by a long shot. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Well, what'd that other thing say? Not really. He's not done with those streams yet. Let's see if you just said I'm not done with those kids yet by a long shot. I'd know what you're talking about. Is this like a celebratory return stream or something? No, it is not. No, I don't think. There could be a return stream, but I don't think celebratory would be part of it. And also, I haven't set up the studio. Okay, let me just say something. I hate being on camera. I just don't like it. It's unnecessary. I've been on radio for, a long time. And I don't like having to show my face. I think enough people have mentioned that it's not exactly Brad Pitt. So why would I put it on the thing here? I don't know, man. Andy Rooney was on TV, and he wasn't exactly, Okay. I'm going to go ahead and say this name because I think scrote is one of the best insults ever. Like, especially when you're in like junior high or high school and your parents are around and you can't get away with a real profanity, but you can sure let loose with a "shut up, you scrote." Oh man, that's so awesome. Goat Scrote says, has Tom triangulated the sublocation? No, they know where it's at. They've seen it. What's your opinion about Ryan Mallett dying? Well, I'm not that upset about it because, hold on a second here. I got a friend of the show is calling me. Hey man, I'm doing a show right now, but I can call you back. All right, bye-bye. So, it's 28 minutes ago. Sorry, looking at my phone now. I forgot where I was. Let me go back to the thing. Oh, Ryan Mallett. Okay, so Ryan Mallett, it's kind of an interesting story because he was a backup for a lot of people. I mean, he was a backup in New England. And then they sent him down to Houston. And I think Brian Hoyer and him battled it out. And they named Hoyer the starter. And then Mallett got to start 4 games. And then they yanked him and they so he was a starting NFL quarterback for a little while. I think his last NFL contract was in 2018. He drowned, if anyone's wondering how Ryan Mallett passed away. And so he was coaching at a high school somewhere. And, I read a story like that. I'm like, that's such a shame because the guy, was he a superstar? No. But he had a good, solid NFL career, and he probably made damn good. Even a crappy NFL backup makes $1 million or $2 million. And a year. So I was sad to see that. I think Ryan Mallett's story is probably the usual story for an NFL quarterback. So not many of them get remembered 20 years later. I think the camera's frozen. I can't see you. Well, poke your eyes out. Maybe then you'll see me. Fatenzo-based Catholic show. The earth may or may not be flat, but the moon landings were most certainly faked. Oh, God. I wish I had the concession that sells you guys the tinfoil for your hats. Gom Tully says, "Hey, Tom, you're my favorite." Well, thank you. Thank you also for putting that British "you" in favorite. Is that a Siggy? I don't know what a Siggy is. Tom, what radio station can we hear you on now? Same one you could have heard me on for like 10 years. That it's actually funny to me that you guys haven't figured out that yet. Almost every day I go, how do they not figure that out? Tom, you strike me as more the Dracula type. It's the voice Bela Lugosi has. The children of the night. They make such beautiful music. I have autism and I can't help it. Well, kind of, yeah, it's obviously. My mom always said I had a face for radio. Well, a lot of people get that. Let's not jump the tooth here, guys. The tooth stuff. Says, Tom, you know who this really is. I want to bury the hatchet and no longer be at odds. Let's be friends. Patch all this up. I don't know who you are. Sorry. You could be a number of people. I'm old. Be a potato on screen like Cardiff Electric. I saw him the first time just last night on the Uncle Rico. Well, it was the screen snipe that they did. And the potato came on at some point. Was that last night or was it a different I think it might have been, maybe it was the show where they were discussing the screen snipe, but I saw the potato. It weirded me out, man. It's just like, plus the guy wasn't that interesting. It'd really help if you went on cam. I'm hard of hearing and no subtitles. Oh, you can subtitle this. 2017, Growl says. Branya Benoit says she saw God once. I think your deaf, hard of hearing viewers would help if you did. Yeah, well, I'm not doing that. So the tin foil on my hat is thicker than the walls of the Moonlander. It's me, your friend Jesse. Jesse Puente? The Lonesome Gulley. Tom's the #1 paranormal streamer. I don't stream any paranormal. Although a lot of people that follow this show are paranormal streamers. AW Imperative says, my friend is in the chat. They're deaf but good at lip reading. Can you please get on cam? I'm not getting on cam. Tom, Julie Newmar is the best Catwoman, right? You bet your ass. He's a huge fan of yours. Well, then he just needs to hit the closed caption. Or she. No, you said he's, so he. Jesse. Yeah, I don't know who that is. I need a first and a last name. And by the way, even if you give me one, I'm not going to know that you're that exact person. But the way the names go on around here. I'm surprised nobody's asked me what Dr. Pepper, strawberries and cream, 0. They got a lot of zeros out now. They got the Mountain Dew 0. They got the Dr. Pepper 0. They've got the Cherry Coke 0. They got Cherry Vanilla Coke 0. Are you on the radio for real too, Tom? Yeah, I am. I am that exact person. I can tweet it out to prove it. Oh, man, that's your business. That's your business. When is the call-in portion of the show? You know, I didn't turn my... I don't even have my Skype on right now. Gosh darn it. I just don't. I'm trying to think of something here. I am Jesse P.S. Let's bury the hatchet. I don't mess with zero sugar. Sucralose has been recently discovered to damage DNA. Lloyd, I ain't going to be using this DNA that much longer, so... Is it true you wear adult diapers? No, that's not true. I actually like you, other than getting my channel falsely banned thing. I didn't do that. Jesus. And if I did that, I'd be so gangsta about that. I'd be like, yeah, and I took your channel down too. But I didn't. Justin Y, the greatest guy, says. I'm trying to think of how I can, because we're on YouTube, but I could, if I was so predisposed. Let me see something here. I'm feeling adventurous today. I don't know how I can access this stupid thing I want to access. And then, here we go. Let's see if I can find this piece of crap thing. I'm having problems remembering where it's at. Let me think here. I'm trying to make somebody's wish come true. Let's see here. You did, but I have forgiven you. Well, see, now I was going to put you on via Facebook, but now I'm not going to, because you keep saying I took your channel down, and I didn't. So there. Tom, you should take a few calls. Gangster Gulley. Oh, this Jesse guy seems really cool, too. Yeah, right. Call-ins. Then again, I'm a sap. I'm turning over a new leaf to try to pack things up with the goons. Oh, why would that involve me? Who's this Jess guy? Friend of yours? Would you ever think about putting a Joker makeup for a show one day? Could be funny, like a silly makeup. I think someone else has already done that. Somebody else has already done that. I'm banned on Facebook. Really? Let me see here. I don't know about that. There's a group here called TOMAWFUL is Your God. Maybe it's not yours. Oh, 10 posts a year. No, that's not yours. That's not yours. Nope. That's not yours. 10 posts a year? Nope. Nope. By the way, I don't buy that you don't have a number of shadow Facebook names, please. So it doesn't matter. You are a top goon. People love you and miss you online. Right. Can someone please explain what's going on with the history? The Earth's jokers are numerous. I can't log into Facebook at the very least. We haven't used that group in years. Can I call in? We haven't used Facebook since before I knew you. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. Because there was a quote by me about Mark Zuckerberg on your Facebook page. You're not good with the truth. You're just not great with the truth. To do a show in blackface? No. And other than the really just disgusting racist point of it, there's no reason. There's not a viable reason. It's old stuff. Tom, please patch things up. Oh, for the love of... Well, I don't have my phone number set up on Skype. Tom only wore blueface. Could you rank Jesse's goons for it? I don't know Jesse's goons. Speaking of Zuckerberg, who you got between him and Musk if their fight happens? They're both little spoiled rich boys. That slap fight, I think they both slap each other at the same time and run away, patch things up. I'd happily call in and keep the language PG. I'm not on any networks right now or any stations, so I don't care what you say. Would you do a collab stream with me for Pride Month? Depends on what it's about. Well, it's about the WNBA. I don't know anything about it, so it just depends on what it's about. Let me see if my Skype's opened up. I could perhaps... redo all my crap and get a call in here on Skype, I suppose. Are you too rich to punch or are you too poor? I don't even know. I don't even know, man. Let's see. Yeah, I'll give you a, let's see what we can do here. Settings. If I can make this happen. I don't know why I'm doing this. It's just stupid. Yeah, it's asking me to verify things and stuff, so I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I tweeted to Atomic Polluta to prove my identity. Look, I don't know if you know how identity proving works, but say you're a person who's not the person you claim to be, and then you go and you have a Twitter account about that person and you tweet from it. Phone call proves who you are. Just a quick question. Would you maybe think about kidnapping alley cats and streaming them 24/6 for cash? Could be a good revenue stream. I don't live near an alley, so I can't. This is Tom, please. How are you supposed to get a hold of me? I made an offer. I can hook up with you through Facebook. And then I don't give away any of my stuff. I'm fairly sure I'm the only at the N word. I don't know your bullshit. Okay? I don't pay attention to any of it. This is live. Get a friend to let you bother their Facebook login. Jesus Christ. One of your minions has to be able to do that for you. For the love of Mike. Use your wife's. Phone a friend. Did Stuttering John inspire this comeback? No, it was really that's some vacation time, and that thing happened. That submersible, the Titan. I'm thinking about. Well, yeah, but I can unblock you. I'm thinking about doing shows again. And if I do, then I'll set up another phone number. Let's see here. Can't believe the actual Tom Gulley is back. Useless guy up. It's a snap voice. You ever see things? I think I could do it through my phone. Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, you are a colossal pain in the ass. Let's see if I can find it. Christ. Gotta go back and find crap. Jesus H. Christ. Privacy. Let's see here. Accounts for password security. Okay. Privacy. Blocking. Now I got to go back through all of, not just you, but all of your turds. Oh God. Ugh. All right. Are you Jesse P.S. under the stupid? Man, like 3 people so far on my block list I happen to know are dead. Oh God, there's too many of them. Is there a search function? Okay, here we go. Dude, what's your stupid name? Hold on, let me get back to my chat. Use my wife's. Tom has a point. Send her a message. I don't know her name. By the way, she can send me a message. For Christ's sakes. I don't have anybody named Jesse blocked personally on my personal page. But I probably wouldn't block you on that page because it's only my friends can see it. If you're talking about my show page, say so. This is already such a giant pain in the ass. I don't even want to do. Oh, Jesse P.S. sent me a friend request. Dude, I can't make you a friend. I can't do that. Let me see if I can find you here. Whoops. I cannot let you have access to all of my, friends and family and stuff, dude. You just haven't earned the, you know what I mean? I just can't do it, dude. Okay, I'm calling you right now.
Hello?
This is me calling you.
This is Jesse. Remember me?
I can tell, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember me?
Come on, man.
Some people call me the greatest guy. Come on.
I remember you.
And because I'm the greatest guy.
Did you think that I would not remember you?
No, I know you.
Yeah.
You watched the show. Come on, you gotta admit that.
I really don't watch the show.
You know who Mersh is?
I do know Mersh is, but you are the one that told me about Mersh.
Exactly. There you go.
I didn't watch your show to see Mersh.
You know who the Santa Cruz Joker is?
I do know who the Santa Cruz Joker is. That's just because he contacted me.
He contacted you?
Or maybe somebody contacted me about him. I can't remember.
Did Katie Donahue contact you?
No.
Okay. I think she did.
I don't know. No, she didn't. I was just say so if she did.
Do you know who Mr. Burgers is? Mr. Spurgers? I think he's listening right now.
No.
Oh, okay. Do you know who Minnie Manson is?
I would remember that because I used to go on a Manson family show all the time. So I probably would remember Manson.
You used to go on a show with the Manson family? How long ago are we talking?
It wasn't the Manson family. It's a show about the Tate LaBianca crap.
Right, well, listen. Tom, I forgive you.
For what?
And I think that's pretty big of me. Don't you agree?
For what? If you're gonna do the thing again, it's like,
what am I doing? I'm not doing anything. I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah. No, you're not.
I really am.
No, you're not.
Lying. I wasn't lying before about the Facebook thing. I really don't use Facebook.
I don't know if you do or not. We're connected. That's all I was concerned with. But when you say you forgive me, you're being a troll.
I'm not. I promise.
Yes, you are. What did I do that you would have to forgive me?
Well, I have reason to believe you did report my channel, and that's why I lost my channel.
No, I didn't do that.
Okay. Well,
if I did, I would.
Can I tell you why I think that?
I would be screaming it from the mountaintops.
You kind of were back then. I mean, let's be honest. You were.
No. I was talking about the fact that you got banned.
Okay, well, you were the only one doing that, so that made me.
Think baloney! I can't be the only person that was. There was somebody posting stuff. That was clips from your show talking about that you thought I did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you were talking about other people that were crowing about the fact that you'd lost your
No, it was the only other person briefly was Mersh.
But that's not what you just said.
You were the only one.
You said you were the only one.
Sorry, you were the only one. Listen, sometimes I speak, in feeling more than
reality.
Okay. Look, I'm not trying to lie when I say that. What I mean is, because I know you hate thinking I'm lying, so I'll try to be as clear.
Hate
as
thinking
possible.
that. I just recognize it and move on.
Well, I don't want you.
Pathological.
Okay. Well, what you do sometimes though is you'll take what you perceive to be a lie, and maybe it is a lie by omission, but it's not purposeful omission. But you'll take that and then you'll use that as an excuse to be like, okay, I'm done. I don't want you to do that because I want to talk to you for a second here. But so I'm trying to be as clear as possible.
There's so many lies that you've propagated.
I haven't told any lies.
That are lies.
say, like, all right, for other than what I just said, which again I disagree, it was just an omission. But other than that, what's a lie?
I'm not getting into it because it reflects poorly upon me.
Well, then we don't know for sure it was a lie.
I do. I do. But
like what? Okay, there's got to be something else.
If you believe that I did that to your channel,
yes,
that's obviously you're right. I'm telling you, I didn't.
You're saying I'm right?
No, I said obviously that's your right.
Oh,
but I didn't do it. I'm telling you that I didn't do it, and therefore I'm not going to require any forgiveness.
You swear under penalty of perjury you didn't do it?
No, because there's no penalty of perjury here.
Okay. Do you swear? Do you believe in God? You do, right?
I sure do.
You swear on a Bible that you didn't do it?
I will swear on a holy Bible that I didn't do it.
All right. Well, I guess I
happen to have one here. But
all right. Okay. So you swear in front of God and Jesus and baby Jesus and Moses,
especially the baby Jesus.
Okay. All right.
Because I like my.
Can I tell you why?
I personally like my Jesus in a tuxedo T-shirt.
Oh, I thought you were saying baby Jesus.
I like my Jesus in a tuxedo T-shirt because it says I'm formal, but I'm here to party.
Can I tell you why?
What movie?
I continue thinking
what movie?
You are the one.
What movie?
I don't know.
It's Ricky Bobby.
The
Ballad of Ricky Bobby, Talladega Nights, when he's talking about, I like my baby Jesus to be the baby Jesus, and you can pray to grown-up Jesus if you want to. All right.
Yeah. I'm not too big on that movie. I'm more of an Anchorman guy.
I like them both. So you're going to tell me why you think
Well, all right, now listen. If put yourself in my big clown shoes for a second, okay? Let's say
I'm not going to do that.
Let's say you or me, and you really, truly, in your heart, as I do, believe that you, Tom Gulley, the Earth's Thomas Anthony Gulley, that you, is that right? Did I get your middle name right?
I can't tell you that because there's like seriously, there's like 3 Tom Gulleys in Dallas. In Dallas.
Whoa! Too late.
I just blew it.
Too late.
I just blew it in Dallas, Fort Worth, where I live, and I happen to have become friends with both of them because
you've all got the same middle name.
No, we don't have the same middle names.
Okay, well I do. So, I know your middle name is Anthony. I didn't just pull that out of nowhere. I remember
not really
something. You're an A. Yeah, you're a Tony. Hey,
I don't know
it's
about
me,
that.
Tommy Tony.
I think one of the things you said might be true, but not that.
Okay.
So anyway, go ahead. You think I did it because
if you were to put yourself even just for the infinitesimally, like briefly, like just the tiniest second in my shoes, and you truly, in your heart of hearts, believe that Tom Gulley from Dallas Fort Worth, the one I'm speaking to, not the other two. If you really believe that guy took down your YouTube channel you had for 12 years or whatever it was, and briefly interrupted your ability to make money and things like that, if you really thought that, and then you were like, you know what, all is forgiven, that would be pretty big of you, wouldn't it? I mean, that kind of make you the greatest guy.
What would I have to forgive?
As if you were me?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
In your own mind, yeah, I guess. I mean, I could walk up to random people on the street and say you're forgiven, and walk, down the street going, man, I am so awesome. I'm forgiving people all over the place.
As a man of God, you should be with
I'm
that.
not a man of God.
That's what Jesus did. He forgave us for some shit he made up about us in his head. So
now you're Jesus? Is that it?
I'm saying I have some Jesus-like qualities.
Yeah.
I've got.
Are you the baby Jesus, or are you the Jesus with the tuxedo T-shirt?
I think we all know I'm the tuxedo T-shirt Jesus. But listen, the thing is, I'm trying to be kind to the goons, and
see, I don't like being called a goon.
I know you don't.
When I played professional soccer, I'd love to be called a goon, and it's even worse because
you can call me a hooligan. If you want.
What is if you know all so much about me, what's my favorite sports team?
Manchester.
God, you
FC.
suck. You so suck.
I don't fucking know anything about you. I don't know.
I talk about it all
sorry,
the
I said I would
time.
keep it PG.
I
Do you
wear
care if I curse?
shirts. No, I don't care if you curse.
Okay.
So it's Arsenal.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you the first
Arsenal's-
thing about footy.
That's okay. I'm going to explain to you. Take 10 seconds. Arsenal are known as the Gunners because the first team was formed by the guards at the Arsenal of London. Their fans are called Gooners.
That's funny. Like guys who jack off a lot.
So, no. No, that's gooning.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, gooning. No. It's because the people in the Midlands of England couldn't pronounce Gunners. No, they're Gooners.
Oh, I see.
Fuck Gooners. And so they just start calling them.
Yeah, British people are dumb.
I think they're just like us, aren't they? Some are
No,
dumb,
I'm married to one. They are not like us at all.
Some are
Jeez.
dumb, some are smart.
No, they all run the same. And it's fascinating, actually. That's actually the beauty of America, is that we truly have, a melting pot of people of all different, everywhere on the bell curve. Over there, it's a flat line, man.
I did a study on this once. By the way, the British guys are the ones that cracked the Enigma code during World War II. Okay, so let's not.
Yeah, well, they tell us they did, but how can we believe them for sure?
Because we've got the original German. We've got all the crackings, and I guess those couple of divisions of
they made the machine that did it.
A couple of divisions of armor waiting for the Germans might also.
Listen, we could have given that to a Navajo. He would have had it done in a minute.
The code talkers. I feel like that, and I did a study on this one time. The reason we're so awesome, it doesn't have to do, because there's countries with more people than us, and there's countries with richer per capita than us. It's because Americans are industrious. We bust our ass. We work and work and work. And other countries, England perhaps was one of them, they take 8 weeks off in the summer.
That's true.
The whole place just says, forget it. And so that's why we're just geared to kick ass.
I think what we can agree on for sure is the wrong side won World War II.
I don't think that's correct.
Right? Well, the British should not have. Oh, wait. No, I see what I'm saying there. That didn't sound good. Hang on, I take that back.
It really doesn't.
Wait, hang on a second.
It really doesn't.
Well, listen. It seems like, though, it seems a little strange to call it a world war, though, don't you think? Like, maybe if we were fighting Venus.
Wouldn't that be an intergalactic war? No, it wouldn't. It would be an interplanetary, yeah. Or an intragalactic.
This is getting Beastie Boys in here. The point is, I continue to believe that you had something to do with my channel. One, because of your nonstop gloating. Two, because of your odd disappearance afterward. Three, but this is the main reason, okay? And I don't know if you know this or not, but
odd disappearance.
Yeah,
I moved back to Dallas and took a job that doesn't really allow me to do a stream.
Well, you're on right now. You're streaming right now. Did you get fired?
No, I got permission. Also,
sometimes, but sometimes it's better ask for forgiveness than permission.
Not when you have the contract like I have.
Why can't you just tell us where we can listen to you on the
Pretty
radio?
well spelled out. 2 reasons. I don't need the shit. And second, you wouldn't enjoy listening to it anyway.
I would.
Nope.
I love you.
Nope, you would not.
Tom, do you have any idea? The reason I'm willing to bury the hatchet, even though there's a part of me that, even though you just swore in front of baby Jesus you had nothing to do with it, I still kind of think you did. But despite that, I'm willing to forgive everything and patch everything up, and no more touch-ups, just patch-ups. And the reason I'm willing to do that is because I don't think you realize how much my audience loves you. They miss you. We want you back on the YouTube airwaves. Real bad.
I'm not a fan of Stuttering John.
I don't know who that is.
But funny. But I feel like Stuttering John because he's got some people that want him back. And they don't want him back because they like him.
Is this
They
a
like
character you made
goofing.
up? I don't know who this is. Who are you talking?
They like goofing on him, man. See, now you're trying to be all patch it up, and now you're playing stupid.
I'm not playing. Who is that?
You know who Stuttering John Melendez?
Oh, that's like me going, you know who Minnie Manson is. That's your world, man. I don't.
You don't know who Stuttering John Melendez is. You don't know about
Is that the guy that killed those people?
the Misery Loves Company podcasts, or the Uncle Rico Shuley podcasts, or the giant screen sniping and stuff.
Shuley,
There are people in the room here.
is Shuley that thing that was trending on Twitter yesterday?
Just now, people in the room were asking me about it and stuff. I can't think
People are
that
not
you.
me. I'm only one account in there. I'm not all of them.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying, you could have seen it in there. But as much as you're in on the whole, ONA and
Is he an
Bob
O&A
Levy.
guy?
These guys are all networked in with ONA and Compound Media.
I'm very much. Not only am I not an O&A guy, I'm like vehemently against the people who enjoy that stuff. I don't know anything about it. I only heard O&A for the first time within the past year and a half. Really listened to it.
Don't you know people that are Compound now?
Like Anthony Cumia?
Yeah. Isn't Chrissy Marr on his and some other people? That you may or may not know.
I don't know. Yeah, she's on there. I only know Cumia. Like my introduction to Cumia was Compound.
Well, and then there's Gavin.
Yeah,
you know who he is.
Gavin. I watched because I know Gavin.
Stuttering John has been with Gavin and Cumia. He's a laughing stock. If you don't know who he is, fine. I apologize, but you probably should.
Is he like a lol cow?
He was. You never heard the interviews he would do with celebrities? He would go. He would on Stern. He would go on the red carpet and ask the biggest celebrities in Hollywood.
Oh, that guy.
Do you smell your finger after you push it in your ass and shit like that?
Did he have like long curly hair?
He has long hair. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's kind of
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
He was doing his own podcast for a long time, and people were there's a whole industry sprang up around making fun of him. And so he got off for about a year, and somebody had him on a show just last night, and one of the guys with the biggest podcast making fun of him came on the show and said, "Please come back! Oh dear God, please come back! I need you back!
Who's
can't
the
make
guy
any
who
money."
makes fun of him?
His name's Carl.
It's not the who are these podcast guys?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I know who that is.
Well, so Stuttering John was their main target for 2 years.
I've only heard one episode of that podcast, and it was because one of my goons was on it, and I played it the other day on my show.
Gotcha.
So
anyway, that's why people want me to come back.
People think I know stuff, and I don't know. I'm retarded. I don't know anything.
You guys want me to come back just so you can hassle me.
I mean, listen.
I'm old.
Half of the people who are saying that right now, is that true of them? Probably. But there is, listen, when we first found you, go on. But that's fun too. And then when we first
it's
found
a blast.
you, we didn't think we were going to be horrific enemies, or we thought you were just this goofy radio guy, and we just thought you were funny.
I just thought of a really good lie.
What?
I just thought of a really good lie that you've told about me.
What?
I've never been on the radio.
Oh, well, I have no proof that you've been on the radio.
I've played proof over the air a million times.
Me saying that's another one of those feeling things, not people are, when I say it, I think I've even specifically said this, that when I say you've never been on the radio, what I mean is the only show I know of for a fact that you were on the radio, because I found those articles about it, was one of those pay for play. What do they call it? One of those you pay for the airtime things. So
KFCD was not pay for airtime.
Whatever that sports one was.
Yeah, there's no pay for airtime there
or whatever.
That's why the station went out of business. They had no sales staff.
I was paying for the time on air. I can't remember what that phrase was called now, but
there's sometimes they call it barter media. There's a bunch of names for it, but KFCD was not a station like that.
All right, well, that's what I'm going off of the news, Tom. That's what the news.
No, that doesn't. I didn't say that in there.
What am I supposed to go off of?
It doesn't say that in there.
Fake news? Are you telling me fake news?
No, it's not that. I'm saying what you're saying is in the article isn't in the article.
It is in the article I read. I read it on the show. I showed the article. I can't remember which article. Like, I'm not sitting.
There's only one article. That station was the worst station in the history of.
Whichever one. It was like a really long article. It was about you.
My picture's in it.
I don't remember there being a picture of you in it, but maybe. But I swear, I'm not just making this up.
Either way, it wasn't that kind of station. It's
okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they were saying, and whatever it was I read, maybe they were wrong. But that's not me lying, me being incorrect.
I've got the article up in front of me right here. I'm going to read it later.
What's the name of the thing that's running the article?
What's the name of the what?
What is the website? What is the paper?
It's the Dallas Observer.
Yeah, I think that's probably it.
There's nothing in here about. I looked into it. There's nothing in here about.
It's not about. All right, fine. I was wrong. How about that? See, that's how. That's the level of contrition I'm willing to,
But I've been on all sorts of radio stations.
Deign to. Well, I don't know that. You won't even tell us the one you're on now. I mean, I just don't believe it.
Why would I do that?
Well, okay. So
why would I do that when every bit of information you and your minions have ever gotten, you've used to harass me?
Well, I'm not harassed. Come on.
Oh yeah, harass.
You think this is harassment?
I think it's a pain in my ass. I don't think it's burning a cross in my front yard, but it's a pain in my ass.
It's funny. Though.
I mean, Jesus, they say the point guard harassed the other player on the court.
Listen, if you let's say, like, all right, you didn't like me at the time, right? So let's say you found an article about me, or let's say someone called you up from my hometown and told you, people in town think he's the mummy. They call him the mummy. Like, you wouldn't do a show about that? Come on, it's fun.
Hold on a second, I wasn't listening.
And even the renewal of cartilage from your hands and knees to your hips.
What is that?
Hold on.
I'm holding.
Didn't have time to cue this up.
Coming to you from a radio station near where you live or the computer right in front of you, you're listening to America Tonight with Kate Delaney. And I'm not Kate Delaney. A woman of unnaturally good taste. Thank you.
Are you?
That's a nationally syndicated talk show.
You play a lady on
80 various states. No, I fill in for the host of the 80 Market talk show.
Fill in's a different thing.
But I've been on the radio, dummy. Jesus.
I guess there was that time where you were Dr. Tom Gulley, too.
How did you find out about that?
See, I know a lot of stuff, man.
That was a long time ago, man.
You used to say you were a doctor on the radio. So you lie, I lie, whatever. Who cares? You used to lie and say you were a doctor. Come on. That's a crime.
For CBS News, I'm Peter King. The White House says it will appeal a Seattle judge's ruling that blocks a Trump administration.
You're Peter King?
No, I'm not Peter King.
Oh.
Hold on.
Well, you're not stuttering.
Here we go. I got one right here. Hold on.
9 people are hurt in a Grand Prairie car accident last night. Good morning. It's 9:05, 64 degrees. I'm Tom Gulley, and this is the KRL.
All right, Grand Prairie. He cut it off before we got the station identification, but it was Grand Prairie.
I'm not on this station anymore. I'll give you the station ID. I'll give you the station ID. I'm not on this one anymore.
I'm Tom Gulley, and this is the KRLD Sunday Morning News. 9 people, including 7 children, were hurt in a car crash about 7:30 last night in Grand Prairie. Police spokesman Lyle Gensler says a Honda Pilot headed south on 360 was rear-ended by another vehicle, then struck a sedan and wound up in a ditch.
Stop that for a second. Yeah, I think it's a little highfalutin to call a guy driving a Honda a pilot.
Jesus Christ, man!
Come on,
Have you got a
That's
kid?
Right up your alley.
Have you got a kid yet?
Here's another reason I want to be.
You got a kid yet?
Yeah, I do.
Good, because you've already started the dad jokes.
Here's another reason we should be friends is our mutual, extreme, passionate love for David Letterman. I'm a huge David Letterman guy. I've always been since I was a little kid. That's my number one inspiration. First, the reason I would want to be any form of broadcaster is Letterman. So
many comments to read when we're done here.
How do I know though that what you just played, those two things you just played, weren't you cutting?
That was like just me making my home demo. Yeah. I don't know, man.
That's what they sound.
So what I did was I broke into the station late at night and I got their news sounder with no voices over the top of it. I
could cut one of those right now just on my computer.
Oh, really? Well, if you can find a way to get the KRLD news sounder with no voices on it, good luck to you.
Okay. I bet you I could. I bet you on those old radio forums.
I bet you could too, man. That'd be a great use of your time. And listening to how you did it, man, would be a great use of mine.
I bet you go on those old radio guy forums.
I bet you I get
somebody.
I bet you I got. You definitely can get. You definitely can get the old ones.
Stop being mad at me. I'm the only one here who should be mad.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm excited.
I still haven't told you why I think that.
I'm not mad. I was just saying, because I'm excited about it, you definitely can get the old ones. Like you go on YouTube, you can get like 1934 top of the hour signal from, WBZ in Boston or whatever. They got it all. I
think I can get the up-to-date ones from the guys who know that you used to be called Dr. Tom Gulley.
I don't think so, man.
I think I'll register an account.
The Dr. Tom Gulley thing... No, that's not true. I was going to say anybody that would know about that would be somebody I worked with at that station, but I probably have talked about it enough that it could be just about anybody. So,
I love you.
So, yeah, well, get in line.
Can I tell you now why I think that you did it?
Sure, tell me. You could have told me. I
keep trying, and then you keep making it about a million other things.
Well, it is my show.
So
and
after
I haven't done one in a long time.
I got to be honest. I completely forgot this was a show. I thought it was just me and you. Wow, you're a true interviewer, Tom. You made the audience melt away.
Oh, shut up!
Come on. All right. So
just tell me. I'm drinking
when you hightailed it, when you booked it out of Utah or wherever you were before.
When I stopped working for the school district and took a job in Dallas, Fort Worth?
When the townspeople came with their torches and pitchforks. All right, let's keep the lore the same.
Depends on which movie you're talking about.
When they ran you out of town up to the castle, burned
they didn't do that in the book, by the way. You know that, right?
Well, but who's reading the book over the Universal picture?
Well, they made a TV movie, but then they followed the plot of the book. He actually gets ripped apart, but whatever. Out on an iceberg.
Right.
Out on an iceberg.
I don't think that would matter too much for a Frankenstein. All right. Anyway, so
I do know a little bit too much about the lore, given.
Yeah, honestly, that is weird. It's like you're tapping into your family history or something instead of just telling me the tale of.
It's a collection of families.
You have a family bush rather than a family tree, don't you?
It's just a bunch of twigs poking out of the ground.
Bramble. Family bramble.
Well, I mean, when you create a being out of disanimated flesh of several other humans, there's going to be more than one family. All right, so go ahead.
All right.
But hightailed it, you were saying.
When you got run out of town, pitchforks and torches on your keister.
As Mormons. Yes, the Mormons got together with pitchforks and torches.
That is crazy, though, that one of your, somebody from your town found my podcast and was like, oh, my God, yes, we hate this guy. That was always nuts to me. But
really? I didn't know that happened.
You didn't know that happened?
No.
Oh, I did a whole show about it. But anyway, so when that happened and you ran away, or when you shambled away.
Now, this is what makes it impossible.
Come on, I'm just using funny words.
Well, after your mom was sucking dicks for 3 cents on the corner. Oh wait, after your mom quit her job.
Like that. I didn't say that.
It's like I run out of town. You said,
my
"Come on,
mother's
man."
a saint.
Really?
Yeah.
Saint who?
Who's the one that Patrick? Okay, so anyway,
There's only one American female saint, Saint Elizabeth Seton.
My mom's not American.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
So when you shambled out of town, one of my guys called up your brother.
I like
okay,
yeah,
who you lived with, right? And
when I first got to Wayne County, Utah, and you can look this up, try to find an apartment for rent there, or a house even. The school teachers that we would hire into that district, the school had 2 houses that they owned to let them live in because there's no housing there. There's nothing. It's the most remote. It's one of the most remote parts of the United States. So when I first got there, I stayed at his house for, a month, maybe 2, until I found a place.
Well, we talked to him. This is what I'm trying to tell you, that my guy called him. We've got it record. We have a recording of us talking to your brother. Yeah.
Really?
And
what did he say?
Well, I mean, I don't have the recording here in front of me, but we could probably make that happen. But from what I remember,
it doesn't. Just tell me. You can just tell me because I'm going to ask him anyway.
Okay, yeah. So when he talked to him for a while. I think, if I remember correctly, and again, this is just from memory. If I'm wrong, I'm just wrong. I'm not lying.
I understand.
I believe he tried to get him with some sort of prank call, like some fake setup, and then at some point just admitted who he was really, and just said like, "Oh, we're just interested in your brother Tom," and then and your brother talked to him for like a minute, for like way longer than he should have, considering the situation.
He's a county sheriff. He'll talk to anybody.
Well, apparently, and he said you lived with him, that you had just moved out. He said that. And then also it was mentioned that you took down my YouTube channel, and he seemed to think that was true too.
Well, he doesn't know anything about that. I mean, he's not that computer.
No, that was what was strange, is that he seemed to know about, because I kept saying to everybody said,
I'll tell you this, and this is the truth. He might have been thinking that you were talking about those kids from Pennsylvania.
No,
because he did know about that and was involved with that.
He knew exactly what we were talking about. We were shocked by it.
Well, I'll ask him,
because everybody was saying to me like, yeah, Tom probably, his brother's a cop. He probably knows how to contact YouTube. And I was like, that's so stupid. There's no way. His brother doesn't even know anything. And then months and months later, we're talking to him on the phone, and he knows exactly what we're talking about. It was bizarre.
I'll ask him. I don't think he would. I mean, I don't think he knows anything about my show, per se. He knows I do one. He listens once in a while, but he's not that.
And I think he called you gay or something too, or pussy. I'm not joking. He called you something where I was like, "What the fuck? Why would you say that to a stranger?" I'm not joking.
He didn't call me either one of those.
It wasn't. It might not have been gay, but like pussy. I don't know. I don't want to say pussy and then be wrong about that, but something. He called you. Something.
He said something extremely derogatory.
He said something nambly-pambly about.
Let's just call it not positive.
Not like a Mary or a friend of Dorothy or a confirmed bachelor or a not in the way of.
So what's wrong with being gay?
Who said? I didn't say that. Your brother did.
I'm asking you.
As long as you're not touching kids, nothing.
Okay. I think that's probably holds true if you're not gay.
As long as you're not touching kids and also not showing them your dong for 1 month of the year, nothing.
1 month of the year? What the?
Yeah, we're in that month right now. It's the month of showing dong to kids for some reason. I don't get it. It's not my thing. I don't know. I'm not part of the P community, but I'm not part of any community.
Yeah, well,
you and I are similar in that way. We were both run out.
I speak. I mean, I can't speak to the conversation, but I just didn't do it. If I did, I would so say so. I'm starting to think maybe I should just say I did it just to have the fun of it, but I didn't.
I wouldn't do that. That sounds sinister. That sounds evil.
I didn't.
All right.
If I had, I swear to you, in the same Bible that I would. Boy, would I say so. Because
the thing is whoever did it. This is the crazy thing, and this is why at first I didn't think it was you. Like my initial reaction was not you, but whoever did it would have to have, and this is not a joke, like when I said this earlier, when you file the type of complaint that was filed against me, which was 100% bullshit, you have to sign under penalty of perjury that what you're saying is true. Yes. Yeah.
It's not a legal proceeding.
It's a legal document. What thing they did against me was. So you would I could, if I really wanted to.
Mm-hmm. And you've read the YouTube and Google terms of service, I assume.
Oh, lots of times now.
You know you have no right to that service, and they can cancel you at any time for any reason.
I know that I have no right to it, and they can just cancel you anytime. I also know that you can sue and convince a court otherwise, and people have done it.
Good luck with that.
Particularly when you're a monetized account, and then they keep your funds after doing that, which they don't. That is not in the terms of service, and they obviously just have no right to keeping money you earned. But which is what happened to me, unfortunately, in this situation. But either way, the person submitting this complaint is submitting a legal proceeding when they do.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that, and I got to tell you, my job is so heavily attached to all of the social media platforms. And I can tell you that, I mean, I'm in charge of many thousands of dollars just on YouTube every month. And I couldn't even tell you how to report somebody for something. I mean, I think there's a button or something, but I don't know what it does. I've never reported
obviously
it.
My job is very heavily involved with all of the social medias as well. And particularly when it comes to knowing about... But DMCAs and things like that, until this happened to me, I didn't even know this was a thing, because it's not. You can't find this type of report on YouTube. You can't, there's no button on YouTube that'll take you to this type of report. This is a separate thing where you would basically have to Google it to find it. Do you know what I was reported for?
No.
What was the? I've said this so many times now I can't think of the terminology they use. Something of technologies. Basically, whatever the term is, the meaning of it is that they're claiming that I used hacked materials on YouTube, and that I was giving out key gens to software or things like that. It would be like if I had a YouTube channel where I was telling people how to download Photoshop for free. Circumvention of technologies, that's what it's called. So this is not a thing on YouTube proper anywhere. You can't click through a tree of menus to ever find
they just kind of do whatever they want to do. I mean,
no, they don't do that.
Facebook and
right,
Google.
YouTube does whatever they want to do.
Google is super better than Facebook. I mean, Facebook just does things and doesn't even, and they're binding and permanent. And Google will go, well, not in your case, but most cases they'll go, hey, a thing happened. Here's what you need to do to correct it, and keep paying us money, please. Yeah, Facebook just goes, well, we canceled that ad account, and so you can't pay us anymore. And I'm like,
YouTube's just as bad about that. I was in the partner program and could not, and they kept telling me that in order to rectify this, I would need to speak to someone at the partner program because my account was a partner program account. But I'm banned, so I'm not in the partner program anymore, so I no longer had the option to speak to anyone. I never once was able to get past the boilerplate and get to a human, even though it kept telling me that that's what I need to be doing. And then we tried several other methods of trying to get human eyes on it, but it never.
Do you know who Jack Malon is?
No.
Yeah.
He's
the policy communication manager for Google.
Okay.
And so that's a guy I know that I talk to on my job on a daily basis. So I'm talking to people internally up in these companies because of the amount of dough that our company spends. But he's a guy that he's the very top of the food chain, and I wouldn't even know how to tell him, hey, this thing's going on. Is it policy or not policy. I don't have time for that shit. You know, I got a life to lead.
The thing is, if I really, really wanted to waste the time and money for my lawyer to subpoena YouTube and find out who this was and take it to court about the whole thing and blah, 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 I could do that, or I can just make a new YouTube account and keep doing what I was doing. And obviously it's diminishing returns each time I have to do that. But on the other side of that, it's not like YouTube wouldn't then be trying to find a way to get rid of me anyway once I took them to court. So that's the only reason I never did it, is because, you know, YouTube also had me put in jail one time. I'm not exactly, you know, I'm sort of persona non grata no matter what, but I didn't need to be making it worse. So I can just kind of either fly under the radar and keep using them anyway and say, fuck them, which is what they deserve. Or I could waste time and money and probably find out who did it. And honestly, I would win. I would absolutely win if I were to take it to court, because it's cut and dry that I did not do this thing, and no one there will even look at the thing. And I know their whole thing is, well, we can just terminate you for whatever reason whenever, and you can, but then you can't lie and say that it was a legal, you know, this legal matter, this thing that I was accused of committing a crime. So that's where they would have fucked up real bad. Is that they didn't just say, oh, it was like bullying and harassment. That's their go-to if they want to get rid of you. They can just say you bullied and harassed somebody, and that's just an opinion, man. So they could say that about you and get rid of you for whatever reason, even if it's just that they don't like you. But once it's circumvention of technologies, that's you being accused of a crime. That's a crime. So there's be real whoever did it.
The company that I worked for, right when I started working for them, got one of those circumvention of technology things. And it was like, well, what did we do? We took down the ad that you didn't like, and we put up a new one. And so I called over there, and they called me back, and I told them that, and I showed them that, and they went, oh, well, sometimes, you know, the algorithm just does its own thing. And I'm like, thanks.
Yeah, well, the rest of us can't call them.
Yeah, you can.
I can't.
If you have a business account with them that you spend money advertising with, there's a number you can call.
Yeah, that's not what was happening.
I think there's a general number you can call too, but see, it's a bitch to get to it. And then they offer you chat, and they offer you.
They used to have a number. I used to, because I had been terminated 2 years before that on there, and I got the channel back
before you even knew me, huh? Gosh. Well, how'd that happen?
Oh, I know how that
seems to be a trend.
Except it's not, because in one of those I was falsely reported through the normal reporting method. The videos they took down, which again they used.
Then it is a trend. You keep getting falsely denied.
Okay, well, as long as you admit it's falsely, but the time before
there's reasons
that,
for that too, you know.
The time, well, again,
you piss off enough people, they're just going to start filing. It's easy for them to sit there and click reports on you, right?
Yeah, but it's not a trend because of the way it was done.
I understand, but you pissed them off. There's the trend.
Okay, and so what?
You can't. I understand. That's part of your thing.
Anything you do could piss a person off.
It could.
That's why we don't.
That's
why we don't.
I would say that occasionally, perhaps, some of your material may be intended or just accidentally happen to be designed to inflame.
Do you want to know what the content was that was reported at first?
Well, they don't have to pick anything that's real.
Do you want to know?
What is it? Because I know you want to tell me.
It was stuff where it was convicted pedophiles being talked about. It was someone protecting pedophiles, like actual, but not like, oh, you got accused, you know, not your thing.
And
but
so you fell into that
in prison pedophile.
You fell into that trap where you're talking about something they don't want talked about, and even though you're not advocating it, you're actually exposing it. And
no, it's not. No, it's YouTube doesn't like it when you say bad things about pedophiles.
I was unaware of that.
I've had probably 7 videos taken down over my entire history with YouTube where they were taken down for quote unquote bullying and harassment, but it was about pedophiles. And I'm not even one of those guys who's like going on there going, we need to murder them or anything like that. It's just literally talking about them and maybe laughing at the kid toucher, but they don't like that. It's 100% against their rules, not stated, but internally. So draw your own conclusions. But it's 100. If they find a video like that where you're making fun of a convicted pedophile, you will lose unless you're a news channel, unless you make them enough money, basically. Unless
well, I've noticed a lot of that too.
Yeah, obviously that's like everything. I don't blame them. But anyway, back then there was a phone number, and we spammed 3 of their emails, so 5 of their emails and 2 of their phone numbers, including their legal department. We sent them
all your stories are like Vegas stories. They start off so wholesome and innocent and full of promise, and then they take a hard turn. Well, yeah, they had a number like that, and they nailed me for just exposing these evil people. And so then we spammed their phone number.
No, I'm straight up saying that we were making fun
of course then we spammed their phone number.
I'm not saying this was anything wholesome at all. I was absolutely saying, bad shit about these people, but they're bad people. So
I know, but I'm just saying your story at the first is virtual. You're virtuous, and then you do the right thing, and they come up with this trumped up. What are you doing? This
I didn't do the right thing. I just did the wrong. I just didn't do the wrong thing. But I couldn't get a response from them that time. I got terminated over bullshit. So we black faxed them for 24 hours, saying with a sheet that was all black and very small in the middle said "Bring back Pod Awful," and they did it. It worked. We used terror. I'm straight up saying we used terrorism against them, but it worked. And then the next time I got terminated, they didn't have a fax number anymore. So
I'm sorry.
Their fax at their legal department doesn't exist anymore, and I wonder why. But they sent me an email after that saying, like, we made a mistake. Hey, sometimes we get it wrong. And it's like, well, okay, then sometimes you get it wrong. I mean, that's not a great thing to send to people.
Not an awesome motto.
It's not a good boilerplate to have when your other excuse is we get to do whatever we want when we want. I was like, well, then how do I know?
You don't really want to see that under the Google logo when you're pulling into the complex out there in Silicon Valley.
And it's not like they don't, keep all of my info and all the data they collected from me after that, even though they're not supposed to. So you certainly aren't you can't sign a contract that, waives your rights.
No.
So, they're still doing that. So I don't really give a shit.
Well, I didn't do
it. Their TOS is bullshit, obviously, because they don't follow it. No one follows it. They don't enforce it the same with different people. Everybody clicking a TOS, we're essentially at a point where, it's inherently understood that you check off that thing without reading it. Everyone knows that. No one reads it. It's impossible to read. You need a lawyer with you to go over it all. And
hey, here's another reason.
All of society gets that. So
I was just reminded via text from one of my longtime professional associates, something he told me in his garage, because I was telling him about all the bullshit. He goes, dude, if you wouldn't take down his YouTube page, you'd take down his fucking website. And I went, you know what? You're right. I wouldn't mess around with a YouTube page.
You couldn't take down my website.
Oh, please.
I mean, you could briefly. I would just bring it back.
Well, yeah. You wouldn't get to bring...
Also, that would be much easier to track than through the, bureaucratic...
well, if I was doing it, I wouldn't care if it was tracked.
I think you would care. I think it's pretty clear at this point.
If I was going to take your website down, I'd have to get a lawyer and do it the legal way. So there'd be legal documents filed.
It does not want to be known.
Oh, well, but see, if I was going to do something like that, I would not at all be concerned about somebody knowing who did it.
I will keep this in mind if my website goes down, though, and then my olive branch.
Man, I am so
Fiery. It'll be a bundle of arrows.
I know you won't believe this, but I am so busy that I don't have any time to take somebody's website down. And why would I take yours down?
You're right. I don't believe that. But
why would I do that? How do I gain?
I don't know. You
from
just
that?
told me you would. You just said that.
I said if I was going, I would not take your YouTube down. If I was going to do anything, I would take your website down.
Why my website rather than YouTube?
Because your website's where you make your money.
YouTube's where I make my money first.
Really? Well, yeah, first, but all of your behind the paywall shit is website.
Well, that's why that would make no sense to do. I would just rehost that somewhere. It'd be a fruitless, effort. But
yeah, but that's more to me than YouTube. Clearly, it's not that difficult for you to put up another YouTube account.
No, that's doing YouTube again is the hardest part.
Really?
Yes, of course, Tom.
Jesus
Come on.
Christ, I'm
number one. I lost
10.5
thousand subscribers. Like over half of those are people that I will just straight up never get back. Like they'll never find
who needs them?
They'll never come back.
Who needs those fair weather motherfuckers anyway?
Well, I actually agree with that. I don't really believe that much in subscribers, but it makes you look bad. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows it. Like, oh, look, I've obviously since my channel was terminated, how many times have I had hear like, oh, he's only got 2,000 subscribers. It's like, well, no, that means this is my sixth YouTube channel at this point since the original was taken down.
But
Technically, that means I've had like over 15,000 subscribers at this point.
So don't worry about it. Where you're at.
Well, I'm not worried about it. It just becomes harder for the people who want to see this show to find.
There's some of the biggest idiots in the world have 500,000 followers. Who cares?
Yeah, you're
going to do the same show that you're doing. If it's for one or for it's a million,
I know that. I'm the guy who's done this for years.
I'm agreeing with you then.
I've already had to live it, but and I said that before my channel was terminated too. But it still sucks. It's like, oh fuck, there goes all that. All the free shit on my website. Now I've got to reconnect all of that and host the video and pay for it.
Right.
That actually cost me. It cost me more money to lose YouTube than it does. To lose the thing where I get paid because I'm now paying for all of those YouTube videos.
When I started at the KRLD, that station reaches 37 states at night. It's a giant 50,000 watt station. So the minimum number of listeners I think is 250,000. And one of my family members was like, doesn't that make you nervous? And I'm like, no, it's the same as my first crappy radio job back in Indiana. It's a room with a microphone. I don't know how many people are listening. I don't give a shit. I can't control that. I just do my show.
Wait a second. Who is your friend that you talked to about me?
Why would I tell you that? And why do you care?
I don't know. It's just odd.
There's a guy I've known for about 30 years that watches my show.
And you were in his garage and you were talking to him?
Yeah, we all hang out. That's where we hang out in the garage.
Is he that artist guy? He does those those guitars?
No, but that guy does do some pretty incredible guitars, doesn't he?
Okay. I just went back through my emails and I did get a complaint from my web host where they said that somebody tried to take down my website, but that the complaint was bullshit, so they're ignoring it.
I don't know what that's about. So
from back around the time where the YouTube channel went down.
Really?
Yes.
I don't even know who hosts your site. I guess I could do a who is and try to find that out or whatever. I don't know. Dude, you've overrated your. Man, it would take an awful lot more to get me off my ass to do all of that. And what do I care if you're doing?
Well, okay, then let's be friends. What do you care? Why are you so mad?
Here's the thing. You, like those urchins.
You did report one of my videos. I know that. You filed a privacy complaint about it.
No?
Yeah, I got a privacy complaint on a video about you. You're the only person who could file one.
No, I know who filed that.
What does that mean? There's only one person that could.
No. There's other people. People in Google can just file it.
A person at Google can't file a privacy complaint unless it's about them.
No. Oh, no.
I know how privacy complaints work. I have I have a lawyer who writes a boilerplate thing. I get privacy complaints all the time.
And I talk to Jack Malon and Ivy Cross or whatever her name is every week. I might have mentioned that to one of them. I might have asked them a few questions about that subject.
About
what's her name? Ivy. What's Ivy's last name?
Okay, so who would have filed this privacy complaint about an episode about you?
Somebody that I was asking questions about.
All right, maybe. So you were all right, well, this doesn't look good, Tom. You're poking around about it, and then...
It's because I talked to them. But I didn't talk to those people. I'll tell you exactly when I talked to them.
Why would you have been talking to them back then? You were working at the school back then.
Because I just had gotten... No, I wasn't. No, I was not. Not when I talked to them.
Well, but when
it was
this
when
happened.
I got my new job in Dallas.
No, this is before that. I mean.
No, I didn't. Whatever that is, I didn't do it.
This is when you were still doing shows regularly.
Oh, then I definitely didn't do it.
Or like just on the cusp of that.
No, I got somebody sent me a link on your site that had some black and white art that may or may not have been faxed to my school district. Yeah, that's when I asked them a few questions.
Yeah, no,
and I may have sent them the link. I can't remember, to be honest with you. Here's the other thing I haven't told you.
You definitely sent the thing.
Here's the other thing I haven't told you. The company that I work for has like hundreds of lawyers. And the person who sent me the link was one of those lawyers. And they wanted to do a ton of stuff. And I just told them, look, I don't have the time or the energy.
Well, they did. I mean, they or you or whoever did it, because I did, June of like a year ago. Almost exact. Wow, that's crazy.
Well, see, June a year ago, I was not living in Utah.
This post was made June 27th.
This is why it's hard with you, because you just got done telling me that this all happened when I was in Utah.
No, I'm talking about the privacy complaint on my video. Now we're talking about the post from my website. Two different things. This is crazy. The post that you're talking about was June 27th of last year. We're a year and a day since that post was made. How what a world, huh, Tom? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I mean, can you?
I'm gonna go out and buy a couple Hummel figurines.
Wow,
it's just
that's something, huh?
Yeah.
Splendid.
But that's the thing I reacted to and talked about and did other stuff, and so that's something happened before that, not me.
So on July 6th, the year before, was the final Tom Gulley show. So it was a year after that. It was a whole year of nothing.
Right, and then I got on and I did just a couple of shows.
That was crazy. What was going on that week where you did a week of shows?
I didn't do a week. I did like 2 or 3. And it was just, to be honest with you, I just had moved and reset up my studio.
Now, do you at least understand that post that says Tom Gulley is an alleged pedophile?
Hey, I know what it says.
Okay, but do you at least understand what the joke there is?
No.
Like, it's not me alleged.
No, the joke there, Jesse, has been entirely lost upon me.
Really?
Yes, especially when I recognized that artwork, having had the business operations director of the school district call me and ask me about it one morning.
This is last year. You weren't working at the school anymore.
That artwork had been sent to the school while I was still there.
It had?
Oh, yes. It was one of those fax emails.
I didn't know that.
So it was through a website. It can, everything can be traced, but
that's fine.
Now, would you like to know a little bit about yourself?
Okay.
The business operations director and the school superintendent and the director of technology all looked into that stuff, and they discovered you. And so when they called me, they said, we've received some very unusual things in the email. And they started to describe them to me, and I was just so freaked out. So congratulations. And then they went, but we've looked into this. We're aware of, I know they used your first name. Maybe they mentioned PodAwful. We're completely aware of what's going on, and we're calling to tell you not to worry about it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I wouldn't want you to be worried about it.
Well, on their end, I mean, I wasn't worried about false accusations or people just trying to
again, I wasn't alleging anything.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
No, you were in no way stimulated that or moved that along. No, you hadn't repeated it or anything else.
I'm repeating other people alleging it. Yes, it's news. I wrote a news article.
I'm sure you did.
I linked to the articles where these things are alleged.
Yeah, but even if it was a news article and you're talking about getting a lawyer and you could do this and you could do that, hey man, everybody can.
Sure. Yeah.
Do you know what the 6 points of per se harassment are?
No, what are they?
I don't have it in front of me, but the lawyer that talked to me did.
I knew your ass didn't know.
There are 6 things, and like you've hit them all.
I haven't hit any. I've hit 0 of them. I just looked it up.
No, you've hit them all, man.
I just looked it up.
Let's see, what is it here? Defamation per se.
Yep.
Look it up. It's where you don't have to prove damage.
I did look it up. I just looked it up. I haven't hit any of them. It says 0. I took the quiz and got the score. Came back negative.
Okay, so indicates this person. Well, anyway.
Wait, don't skip over that part. What did that part say? This says.
But if you look at the law, and here's the shitty part of it.
I've got it here in front of me.
Here's the shitty part of it is say
guy.
I was say I was wanting to. Say I was wanting to do something to a guy in New Jersey.
Okay, I'll say it. You want to do something in New Jersey.
I would have to get either the authorities in New Jersey to act on the matter, which technology they haven't caught up with it yet. Even if it's in the law books, the cops going, I got 3 rapes, 2 murders, 4 domestics. Am I going to Bill's house and tell him to quit? No, probably not.
Exactly. I don't know what Bill did, but yeah.
Then I can have them done up in my state. Are they gonna extradite Bill 6-pack in Jersey?
They will not. And I'm not sure. And me, Bill, I'm not showing up. That's for sure.
Yeah, well. Now, there was a guy who was actually threatening to kill me and doing a whole bunch of other crazy stuff. Oh, man, I've got him on. Yeah, you'll enjoy this. Which one is it? I think it's this one.
And I want to welcome in, I'm assuming Tom is here. You wouldn't believe.
Where is the one where he's talking about cutting my head off? That's the good one.
Well, now, in fairness to this guy, and I think saying that about someone is bad, but in fairness to him, if he truly believes you're a Frankenstein, then that's not that big of a deal.
I don't think he does.
I don't even know how to start now.
Where is this? It's so good.
Little bitch. That's the fun part about you. I got you, boy.
Where's the one? I mean, it starts off with 30 seconds of dead air, and then he just starts in on cutting my head off and stuff. So,
why does he say that? Is he the father, one of those guys you went after that was a kid?
No. He's demented. I'm not the only one who thinks so. He's just he's a messed up guy. So
silly man.
So he got charged here in Texas because he was calling me all the time and calling my place of business, and doing all sorts of other stuff that it's like, man, just why don't you just keep it to your own show and we'll be fine. But when people get like outside that world, I don't like that, you know, like
a few people do.
And so, long story short of it is that he got charged with harassment here in Texas. Now, that means the police charged him, the prosecutor charged him, and the judge signed the warrant. So there was a warrant for his arrest in Texas.
Yeah.
Now, he lives in Virginia, so what's he care, right?
Right.
Except if he has a broken taillight and gets pulled over,
yep,
the police are going to see that warrant.
Definitely.
And they may not arrest him, but they might. I mean, my brother's a county sheriff, just got elected this year. You can call him, congratulate him.
Congrats, Micah.
So he
get in the room.
No, a cop is gonna, if they see that warrant, they're gonna go, I may be smelling an odor coming from that car. Hold on here. Yeah, this is the one.
You better hope you get some motherfuckers. I will motherfucking, dude. You think my record's bad? You don't know what I've gotten away with, motherfucker.
He has a criminal record for domestic abuse and a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, you don't live
with the wrong motherfucker here.
You're fucking with the wrong motherfucker.
I'm not undefeated, but believe you me, I've won more than I've lost. A damn thing to you, you little fucking punk.
Where's the part? I think it's
how
like
you talk though, too, Tom. You kind of talk like this sometimes.
I don't curse traditionally.
I swear to God, if I had your number right now,
untraditional
I'd fucking call you first.
Where's the part where he's talking about
to the point where it decapitates? I don't even want to decapitate him. I want his head to hang on his little goddamn pencil neck.
Wait, that's what it does already.
To stay attached.
This
I don't think
something that already came true. So anyway, yeah.
Technically not a threat. Your head already does.
Oh, dude, you didn't hear the whole thing, and that's not only one. And then there's voice messages.
Okay.
And then there's text messages. Oh no,
Right.
Look, the police were they were looking into it, but when I sent them the audio, dude, that piece of audio is 33 minutes long, and it never stops. And instantaneously they went, no, we're gonna file.
You don't think the same thing about me. You know I'm just a silly comedy man.
I wouldn't call the police on. You haven't done anything for me to call the police on.
No.
So I wouldn't call the police.
I've never done anything that you find like alarming or.
I don't know that you have.
Right.
I mean, you're kind of responsible in a lot of cases, and you have called, and you have called. Come on, you know when you talk to your folks that some of them are going to act on their own.
But I don't have the responsibility.
And you don't know that as a dead lead pipe cinch, and you certainly can't be responsible for what other people do. But come on, there's an atmosphere there.
I also will openly say do not. So.
Yeah, I've heard your do nots before. Please.
What does that mean?
Don't call him. They're like the Opie and Anthony. Don't bother those people. No, stop, please.
Well.
But whatever. I mean, you've called personal friends of mine and tried to get them to divulge things and all sorts of stuff. Did you not call a young lady that lives in Los Angeles, California?
Lynette?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I called her.
Yeah, you did.
No, two people called.
No, you definitively did.
I don't think it was.
No,
me.
I think
it was Boat. I think it was Boat and Paul.
I didn't say you were the only one who called, which is another issue. But,
I don't know that I did. I don't think I ever talked to Lynette.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, you did.
I wouldn't. I'm not just saying this. I really have no recollection of personally speaking to Lynette.
But whatever. But you haven't done any police-worthy, that I know of. But then again, that's because you don't have my address. If you had my address, you would do some shit.
Well, nothing illegal. Fun stuff.
I don't know about that.
You would get fun things.
There's things that you may have done.
How do you feel about coleslaw?
They really, really kind of like it falls in the same category as the other thing. Even if there is something illegal about it, it doesn't rise to the level of doing anything about it.
But again, you just said you wouldn't call the cops to me. You don't think I'm actually a real threat. So we got that recorded.
And then I said, if you had my address, that's what I was talking about. But
what do you think? What, you think I would come to your house and kill you or something?
Didn't say that.
What do you think I would do?
I don't know. I know if you had my address, I could expect something to happen. Oh, yeah. I just remember something. You guys sent some stuff over to my friend's house.
What?
Yeah, they were so confused. They're like,
wait, what happened?
They're like, we don't know what's going on.
I don't know what you're talking about. What did you say?
Same deal. I had all my property shipped to their location when I first got to Texas.
Who are you talking about?
My friends that live in this region that got a bunch of deliveries one night for me.
Yeah, food deliveries. That's not a crime or a bad thing. That's just a housewarming gift.
It's nothing to call the police about, but it is in that category of things I don't like. You know,
how do you feel about coleslaw?
If you do, I don't have any feelings toward it one way or another.
Okay, then no problems. Then what do you think?
I don't want it on. I don't want it delivered to me. I don't want anything coming to my place that's I didn't request.
You say that, but do you have any projects? How do you feel about 2,000 pounds of concrete? Like, do you want to put in a new patio?
You're not talking about concrete. You're talking about Quickcrete or Sackcrete, right?
No, I'm talking about cement.
They're going to drop a finished 2,000 pound block of cement.
No, the bags. Yeah, the bag.
Yeah, Quickcrete or Sandcrete. That is not concrete.
Quickcrete. Well, okay, all right. I mean,
it's not concrete. Well, it's not concrete. Sorry.
How does anyone get through a conversation with you, Tom? It's crazy that you ever took.
I don't know. That's a damn good question.
All right.
That is a damn good question.
Thank you. It's so annoying.
You know what? There's a lot of people that can, but they're people that speak properly.
No, there's not. You don't do it. You mess up all the time. Just nobody calls you on it because nobody.
Everybody screws up.
Yeah,
that's just a matter of being a human being.
I didn't screw up though. Quickcrete is a brand name for a fast drying concrete.
It is. No, it's concrete. It's a mix.
Concrete
is not finished concrete.
It's done.
It is not.
It's not. We're not talking lava and magma here. Okay.
That's not concrete either. But
that's the same principle that you're attempting to apply.
The principle I'm
in colloquial speak, a bag of shit that becomes a patio is often referred to as cement or concrete, and I used both of those.
Well, I'm not colloquial.
Yeah, how about 2,000 pounds of sand, cement, and aggregate bagged?
There you go.
Is that what you wanted me to say?
I love that.
Anyway, do you have any projects you need to work on?
I'm starting an emo band with that exact name.
Okay. Have you had a kid yet?
Oh man, I don't think I want to get into that whole subject. What do you think? What do you think?
Well, no, but I just mean because of your dad joke.
Have I had a kid yet? No, I haven't. I don't have any kids.
I know. Can a Frankenstein reproduce? What would happen if?
I don't know.
Oh, there was a son of Frankenstein.
Here, let me run to Pornhub and find out.
There was a son of Frankenstein, I suppose. But anyway,
there's a bride.
Listen,
I don't think they made it though. I think did she fucking scream and he ripped her head off for the marriage?
I don't know. They might have.
Elsa Lanchester.
All right,
Bride of Frankenstein.
Your old man references with you. Come on, I'm only but so old here. Again, I don't even use Facebook anymore.
Dude, that's a reference from a movie from like 1934. That's not even something somebody.
How old do you think I am?
Well, how old do you think I am? Is what I'm getting at. I just
like
know that because I know things about popular culture. It has nothing to do with.
I don't think that's that popular.
Not anymore, but it is in film circles, and a whole bunch of my followers are horror fans.
And tell the followers out there where they can find you on the radio.
Well, the ones that listen to me here in the DFW area already know.
And so, but listen, you
I don't think I'm allowed to talk about where I currently work.
The 10s every hour station identification. Here we go.
After news and weather together on the 8s. So I have to I don't even think I'm allowed to talk about where I work on this thing.
Well,
I'm allowed to do it. I'm allowed to do it now, thank God. But I've been allowed to do it since the end of May.
Well, what about when you're calling into that awful, I can't ever remember his name, that Canadian prank caller guy?
Have I called into that?
Yeah, you called into that a few times. I heard you allowed to do that.
I don't call into there.
Or whatever, you were part of it. You
They would call me and then record.
What's that shit called again?
It's called NEAS, not even a show.
Not even a show. Yeah, I can never get that right. I know it's like something about it not being a show.
You don't like it?
I honestly, it's like the absolute worst type of prank calls for me. As a lover of the art form.
26,000 subscribers.
That's fine. A lot of people have bad taste. We discussed this
earlier. See? That's the attitude. There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
that's
I know
what I'm looking for.
See an Adam Sandler movie.
Yeah,
too.
It's like the top selling books in this country are Harlequin romances. They make them the best.
I can't stand when a guy calls in with a character and a plan, and he just steamrolls through to his idea for a prank call.
I love that.
That's the worst type of prank call.
Especially,
there might as well not even be another guy on the line. That's basically listening to a guy have a sketch out loud by himself.
I like his show. So I haven't been on that.
I'm sure he's a nice guy.
Seriously, I haven't been on that in forever.
It was last year.
He had me on for some sort of a.
It was behind his paywall, and I snuck into his paywall and heard the.
Was it the one where he was making a comeback or something and doing a fitness show or something like that?
I don't remember the premise.
That's the last one I did, and I had to get permission to do it.
Tom Gulley.
I had to get permission to do it. So.
You had to get permission for that. What kind of life do you lead? I've never heard anybody else have these sorts of things happen where they have to ask.
When you sign a contract with a big broadcasting company, they put parameters on like that.
That's crazy.
I'm not happy about it. But then, so when the next contract came up for renewal, I said, look, I get to do this. And they put some criteria on. I forget what they are, but
I got to get you to do one of my style of prank calls.
What's the difference?
I don't go in with where I've already mapped out the entire point of the call and then just steamroll over the person I'm trying to prank.
I've done prank calls for not even a show.
I know, but you're that's.
But you haven't heard those prank calls.
I've heard you on his show. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think you've heard any prank calls.
I think I have. I'm pretty sure. Listen, I couldn't remember
because my prank calls aren't like his. I don't do a character. I don't
recall you calling into someone's radio show and doing something.
Call into a lot of radio shows. There's certain radio shows that I'm allowed to do.
What the? Well, name those.
Man, I just don't need. That's. I do broadcasting because I like it, and it's fun, and I like the people that I work with. I think they like me, and I just don't need this shit.
We have a morbid fascination.
I know.
That's
look. If I start doing shows again, you guys can all come right here.
Can you
all of your nonsense?
Everybody? Can you unblock everyone in the chat?
No, I'm not unblocking anyone, and the real reason for that is I'm too lazy.
Can you unblock me?
I'm not going back and unblocking all those people.
Can you just unblock me?
You've already got an account you can come
I know, and I'll have to make another one when you block that one.
I haven't blocked it.
Unblock PodAwful.
From where?
From your YouTube chat.
Oh, okay. Chill, man. I didn't know if you meant Facebook or you.
Oh, I don't give a shit about Facebook.
If I get around to it, I will.
Oh, come on, man. It takes 2 seconds. It's really not hard to do.
You don't know how many people I have blocked.
Trust me, I do.
It's a sea of people.
Yeah.
And you guys aren't the only people.
Listen, I know, but probably 75% of them are like the same 12 guys.
No, because when I first started on YouTube, there were people that followed me from Facebook. There were a couple Facebook groups, big ones, that followed live shows. And some of them were trolls, not all of them, but a lot of them.
Yeah, I went back through all your old ones on Facebook and watched you getting trolled on there too and stuff. Man, when I saw that episode where you were dressed as Frankenstein, that was like,
it made your day, didn't it?
Oh my God, it was like God touched me that day. I really felt something.
But see, that's why when you guys were starting off the Frankenstein stuff, it's like, I don't care. I dressed up as Frankenstein.
Well, do you know why?
Is it not obvious that I know that I am facially not the most attractive person on earth, and that I may, due to my haircut and square face, look like Frankenstein? Yes, I'm very aware of that.
It is odd that you choose to cut your hair into a triangle bang as if it's a flap on top of your head. That is odd.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just joking. That's what Frankenstein's hair looks
like.
Anyway.
Okay. Yeah. I just cut it.
Do you know why, though? Do you know where we got the Frankenstein thing from?
No. Just life?
No, dude. Someone you worked with at the school called me on my personal line and said, I found Pod Awful. I work with Tom. It was a lady, so I know she's not lying. Women don't do this. And she had her kid with her, too.
You've never been around the Mormons.
This lady worked with you at the middle school or wherever it was. And I think her kid also went to the school. Her kid was in the car with her when she was calling me. And I was like, I recorded the call. I was like, can I record this call? She was like, yeah.
Yeah.
And she told me that you had an incident where you went to school for Halloween dressed as Frankenstein or something.
Yeah.
But she also said that the kids are all calling you Frankenstein, and you like left with tears in your eye.
Yeah, because there's middle school kids on this planet that can make me cry.
That's what they were all saying.
Something's wrong with your story.
And her kid hated you. Like,
something is wrong with your story.
Bad.
And here's
what do you mean?
Here's what's wrong with your story.
I have the recording. I can play it for you.
It's okay. I didn't do that at the middle school.
It might not have been the middle school. It might have been
see, now here we go.
Well, I said maybe the middle school. I started off with maybe.
No, you didn't.
On purpose. Yes, I did. I said maybe
kept
the middle school.
She worked with you at the middle school, and her kid.
I only know for a fact you worked at a middle school because we found your name.
I did, but my first year there, I did not work at the middle school.
Right, you worked at the elementary school. She told me that.
And that's where I was dressed up as
That's where the kids ran you off crying?
No, that's where I dressed up as Frankenstein. What those kids? So I dress up as Frankenstein, and they start calling me Frankenstein, and I got upset. Is that the story?
I don't.
It sounds very credible.
I'm trying to remember. I might be confusing two things. I might be. I think I am. I think I'm confusing the Facebook time where you dressed up as Frankenstein with the time she saw. I don't think this actually was Halloween. I think the kids just started referring.
No. I wouldn't. It may not have been de facto Halloween day, but it was the day I dressed up for school because I would never do that twice. To get that paint off.
Yeah, I don't think you did it twice.
It was the same day I did it at the elementary school.
I think I made a mistake. I think her story was that this was like a totally different time. They were just saying that your normal countenance resembles that of a Frankensteinian monster.
No, that wouldn't be accurate for that school system. And I'll tell you something else.
This is what she told. She's a lady that worked.
Did she give you any other information about her background?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, I was told not to say because she.
Well, no. Anything that she said in things that you broadcast. Did she? If she worked with me at the school, she would have had to have been a school teacher. I can tell you that for certain that the school teachers at the middle school and the elementary school, the female ones, aren't going to call your show. Now, there are.
What do you mean? You can't
hold
know
on. Dude, my job, part of my job, was to facilitate their computer needs.
Yeah, I know.
So, a pretty good grasp of their computer skills in the middle of nowhere.
You were
in the
also
mountains
seen
of
by the
Utah.
kids. You had a
Trust me,
role inside
these
the
ladies.
school.
Now, there are what they call paras and janitors and cooks. Some of those people, now they're on the internet. So I'm trying to find out something else so I can figure out who this person is.
I know you're trying to figure them out.
There's only one person that I know of that fits what you're talking about.
Okay, well, is that person then, I guess.
Well, that person's not what we would call a 5-star citizen, and that person's been put in jail more than once by a relative of mine. So,
well, this lady also did have stories about your brother, and
I'm sure those are credible as well.
They sounded pretty credible.
Okay. See, this is why it's difficult to.
To what?
You know.
I don't just make these things up. That wouldn't be funny if I just made it up.
Most of comedy is made up.
Not mine.
Well,
I'm not most of comedy.
That's your opinion.
No, it's not. There's certain stuff that's not funny if you just make it up. Some stuff is, but most of it.
Well, you wouldn't have made it up.
I wouldn't have.
No, the person that you put on the air and passed off as credible would be making.
They knew too much to be lying.
What did they know?
They
in
knew
a community
exactly,
that small.
This was before any of my audience knew where you worked, who your brother was, anything. They knew all of that stuff about you.
Everybody knows who my brother is in that community.
Okay, they're from that community.
Dude, how big was your high school?
Just being pretty big. Just being
how big?
From pretty big.
Well, what's that?
Thousands? I don't know.
3,000?
Probably.
There's only 2,000 people in Wayne County, Utah. My high school has 5,000.
Yeah, I know.
And so it was like, there's less people here than my high school. I know every single human that walks or crawls.
That only adds to their credibility. There's.
Well, no, that just adds to the ease of knowing who my brother is.
And knowing who you are exactly.
Right. I worked at the school. My brother's a sheriff. Everybody knew who we were.
I know. I'll put it like this. I know for a fact that this person worked with you.
How do you know that for a fact? Pay stub?
I asked them to prove it, and they did.
How?
Through something they emailed me.
Which was?
I will not say.
Oh, okay.
Listen, okay, give me all of your interactions with the people from YouTube to prove to me that you didn't. You're not going to do that.
That's a cumbersome thing. I didn't ask you to give me all the emails you've ever emailed. It's just one, and I didn't ask you to give it to me. Just tell me, was it a government document? Was it a?
I was emailed from an email that would prove.
Okay, the email address was from the school district.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, that's okay. That doesn't prove she works with me.
It was the school where you work.
Well, you can't tell from an email a specific school.
Okay, then she made it all up.
Well, I don't know what she said. I don't know. So far, everything she says that you told me is accurate, and well, except for the crying.
Okay,
but. You know, it's all pretty banal. And anybody that knows me or people that don't even that listen to this show, for crying out loud, I'm going to cry if a bunch of.
Well, don't say for crying out loud. Come on. That doesn't help your case. Well,
no, it is for crying out loud.
But it's fun to imagine you just
really?
Absolutely sobbing, running away from a bunch of children, pointing and laughing.
Really? That's, okay.
You don't think that's a funny image, a grown man, an older grown
man,
too?
I don't consider it funny or unfunny. I just go, oh, there's a guy crying, some kids.
Well, it's particularly funny considering your history with your antagonism with children. I'll just put it like that. It's funny.
I don't have antagonism with the majority of. I mean,
I didn't say the majority.
It's just like any. It's like any. They don't have to be children. If they do a bunch of crappy things to you, you're not required to like them. You know?
I don't know. You got to follow them for the next 4 years of their lives.
Oh,
ruin everything.
Not it's longer than 4.
Probably.
Please.
I bet. Yeah, that's true because it was after they got out of college.
That's if I'm done.
You're the type, which another reason, by the way, why it seems like maybe, just maybe, you
but there's a difference.
YouTube channel.
There's a difference.
You couldn't put down the phone for 6 years with some kid who called you a
put down the phone.
Kid.
What do you mean put down the phone?
What?
I wasn't on the phone.
Whatever. You know what I mean. I'm being fucking.
It's not like I was sitting at my computer for 6 years.
You followed their
I
career.
did a bunch of stuff. I didn't follow their careers. I did a bunch of stuff, and then like 5 years later, I looked them up and went, "Hey, remember me?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Remember when it was so funny to email my parents and call them up and doing all that stuff? Well, I just sent a bunch of your fine writings from 5 years ago to your new employer.
That's crazy.
I'll be speaking with them later today.
Oh, that's crazy to do.
If you say so.
It is.
Not to me, it's not.
That's why people wrote.
By the way, you don't even want to know how many people I have had over the years call and go, "Hey, way to go. Way to go." And people from that community too.
Okay, they're crazy too. That's insane.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah, okay. I got a
that would be,
just
I would be on your side.
I've got
if
a
they weren't
scorching hot news flash for you.
Okay.
A lot of people think what you're doing is just a little bit not right in the head.
I bill it as
in
that.
fact,
that's the selling point.
Oh, well, okay.
I admit it.
I bill myself as eating my own shit, so it's okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, see, that's crazy.
That's all I'm asking you to do is admit you're eating shit, and you won't do it.
No, because I'm not.
Dude, you're shit eating. Come on.
No, I'm not.
It's shitty. Listen, I would be on your side 100% if the.
Oh, really? Really, Jesse? God, my prayers have finally been answered. I've been sitting here. God, if I can only get Jesse 100% on my side, then all my dreams will come true.
Then why argue the point if you don't care about what I think?
I didn't say I didn't care about what you think, although that's kind of true. It's not totally true. It's kind of true. What I said was, facetiously and sarcastically, I'm not worried about getting 100% of you on my side.
I would be
really not worried about that.
I would agree with your methods if they didn't stem from something that happened when the person was a kid.
And see, well, no, everybody I dealt with was above the age of 18. In addition,
that's not what it said.
In addition, I don't give a fuck what it said.
They were 17.
When
they said you were the P word.
The thing that you have to keep in mind here is that I don't care why or when you'd be on my side or what you would have done.
I know you don't care about that.
But yet you tell me there's a bunch of stuff that I know you won't care about. That I could tell you, I make that editing
on why
that I don't tell you that. See,
I'm only giving you the reasoning I have for thinking what you did was crazy. That's it. It's not about you caring.
I don't. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Like I don't necessarily care about any of the things you're saying, but sometimes you just put up.
Well, but you call my show, so you're
for a conversation. I'm calling you the man.
No, you call my show. You want me as a man, you get my personal number, and you're never going to get my personal number. And if you call me as a man personally, no one else would be listening.
It's your personal Facebook.
Is it?
Yes.
Hold on.
It is.
Yeah, but if you'd call me on Skype, it would be my personal Skype, and I'd still be broadcasting it to people that would be listening, which is different right there from a normal phone call.
I just wanted to talk to the man, Tom.
You are.
Tommy boy.
But people are listening, so it's not
Tommy Tony. Old Tommy Tony, we call him.
Really?
Yeah, that's what we call you, Tommy Tony.
Yeah, that's when you guys are sitting around
We also
calling me.
call you
When you're sitting around calling me
Food.
things, Tommy Tony comes to the top. Frankenstein way
we don't
down the
call you
list.
Often, I'll tell you that much.
That's
But
good. That's good.
I wouldn't call you late for dinner.
How old's your kid again?
I probably would call
How old's
you
that
late
kid
for dinner.
again? Because
With that-
I don't want you
with
to
that
run out of
gump
jokes.
With that gump tooth, I'd probably call you late for dinner. You could stand to.
I don't know. It's pretty good. It's pretty good for biting things.
Exactly.
Opening bottles, a lot of uses.
You open bottle. That might be why they look like
Open
that.
bottles. Oh yeah, man. I can take the caulking out of a window.
You ever chew on tinfoil?
God, no, that would suck. Doesn't that? Wouldn't that like hurt if you had a filling or something? Or God, no.
I don't know. I looked on the tinfoil package and it said, "Do not chew." Meddling bureaucracy taking away our fun once again.
Man, it's the fucking OSHA.
They're quoting you. They're quoting you in your chat room. I'm not done with these kids. Not
they were doing that before I got on the phone with you.
Funny quote. We still play your theme song all the time.
Really?
We play.
Why?
We play clips of you all the time. We love you.
Why?
Man. We love you.
Well.
You don't get.
I envy your free time.
I don't have free time. I have no free time. Mm-hmm. It sucks.
Right.
I actually attempted to take a little free time.
And then there's all your followers' free time.
You think this is my free time right now? This is my job. I'm doing my job right now.
Oh, okay.
Right now. You're on an episode of H2BH the show.
I knew that right from the get-go.
I know you're not leaving this episode up. There's no way you leave.
Why wouldn't I? I think I am going to leave this one up.
You always take them down afterward. Can you?
Because they're not good. The ones I'm just practicing and get my studio set up. I'm just goofing around.
Like you privated so many of your videos, and that sucked.
I'm sorry. There is probably a good reason. Sometimes that reason, I guarantee you, was, as you know, because I didn't want you to get it. So, but sometimes it was just because I didn't like the show.
Come on, man. Unprivate them. We're trying to.
You give me these tasks that are just like, I'm going to sit through all those shows and public, private, switch it. Public, private, switch it.
That's only takes
that all day at work. I'm not really into doing that.
It only takes a second.
Nobody goes back and listens to these shows anyway.
We do.
Well, you've got plenty to listen to. Have you guys busted into the podcasts yet?
What do you mean? What does that even mean? Busted?
It's just an expression. Have you listened to the podcast yet?
To a different person's podcast?
No, mine.
You have a podcast?
Oh, shut up.
What, you do?
Just shut up.
I'm not joking.
Dude, you've quoted things. You've quoted things from some of my podcasts.
Oh, you mean the old one?
Yeah. No, they're not. Yeah. I could technically start. In fact, I've got like so many podcasts to produce.
I've always been so confused by your website because it's like, it's so out of date and everything. And then your last, I don't even have to look. I know your last podcast post. It's something about some guy called Kip Abada or something like that. And listen, this is how much I pay attention to you and love you. I'm in love with you. I want to be inside you. And I'll never forget any of these things about you. Like, I will forget little parts of them and get them wrong and say them out as if I know. How do I suck? What?
Anyway, there's like 270 of those podcasts. Knock yourself out. I don't even know how many Facebook shows there are. I don't know how many YouTube shows there are.
I would like to crawl inside you like a tauntaun and wear you like a flesh.
I hate Star Wars.
Yeah, I bet you do. You hate anything that
I like
a normal person
Trek.
would enjoy.
I'm a Trek. I think you're either a Wars or a Trek, and I'm not a Wars.
No, most people now are neither because they're not old men. Yeah.
Why are all the Star Trek shows on TV then?
I don't know. Does anyone like those?
I don't know either. They must just be producing those for nobody. And releasing new ones every season. I don't know. Can't be a money machine, those Star Trek shows.
Those are absolute garbage, those things. From everything.
I started to watch Discovery, but it's just not as good as the other Star Trek. So, I don't like Star Wars because it's fantasy. It's princesses and fairies.
You know what's interesting? I don't like fantasy, but I do like Star Wars.
Yeah, I could never just.
I don't like new Star Wars stuff though. But I don't like Star Trek. I don't like the nerd shit where it's trying to make me feel morals about things, and then also they've got tubes.
Well, they do that sometimes on that Star Trek, and I don't like that either. I like it when they have like a Shakespearean plot or some really dramatic stucan I don't care about the planet where the girl can't love who she wants to love. It's like, hey, we all got problems. Jesus Christ.
I don't like how often they're trying to turn it into Sherlock Holmes or some gay bullshit instead.
In the holodeck.
Yeah, what is
I don't like it sometimes. What I really don't like is like you've got this episode and the Enterprise yet again is in peril and they can't escape this one. And then fucking Wesley Crusher rushes in and goes, I just remembered something from an old Starfleet textbook from 200 years ago. Maybe we could, and it's the last second solution from Wesley Crusher. I just want to punch that guy in the face.
He's what they call a Gary Stew, right?
I don't know what that is.
Do you know what a Mary Sue is?
No.
It's in fan fiction writing when someone has like a self-insert character that they're the best and they have all the good ideas. all the old legacy characters like them.
Yeah, that's definitely Wesley Crusher. Yeah, it's definitely not Jar Jar.
Well, now Star Wars has that, and so I don't like Star Wars no more. But also, I'm an old man with children who, it's high time I don't bother with these things anymore.
I mean, I watch a lot of new stuff too, but I don't even really follow a lot of the Star Treks that much anymore. I tried to, but couldn't do it.
All right. Well, we're best friends.
Classmate of mine is actually in one of them. A college classmate of mine, and we lived in the same dorm. Doug Jones. I don't know if you know who he is or not.
He's that thin guy.
Yeah.
All the creature characters. He's
I know him.
I know who Doug Jones is.
And this is another thing that you guys don't like, and it's true. I have a bunch of actual friends that are famous, but they're either not famous anymore, kind of, or they were never really famous.
Why do you say we don't like? Isn't he in he was in an Academy Award winning movie?
Yeah, he's in all those Guillermo del Toro. He's in the Hellboys and all
why do you think we don't like that about you?
Because you've made fun of it. People from your area have made fun of me for it before. I don't really, which really doesn't bother me because I kind of think I should be made fun of it for it. But I
don't think so. I know a million famous people too.
Yeah, I mean, they're just you interview them, you hang out with them, but I mean, even the Letterman thing. God, people I work with, some of them, Letterman has been on the air in 8 years because they don't even know who he is. They were.
What do you think of it? 12. What do you think of Letterman's new stuff, the Netflix and all that?
I love it. I love everything he does. They never, ever. I love his YouTube channel.
Oh yeah,
freaking incredible. So, and that Don Giller is a friend of mine. He's the guy that had the Letterman site before Letterman did his own site.
Yeah, I know.
And Letterman's so cool. He's like, look, we're starting our own, so you can't put anything up. We're not going to make you take the old stuff down, and we want you to be an advisor on our site. That's so Letterman cool, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they used a lot of his shit. They probably didn't even have.
Well, he has all the records, of who was on when and all that other stuff. The actual CBS and NBC files are at Ball State. They're, good luck finding them.
Yeah, I love Letterman. The Netflix thing I'm not that into, but I still watch it for him.
It just depends on the guest. He's had a few guests that I didn't even watch the show.
I don't like it when he's, I mean, part of what I liked Letterman is he hated the guests on the show.
Yeah.
And he had no reverence for them whatsoever, unless it was someone he actually did like. He had just no reverence for them whatsoever.
Yeah.
And then he is kind of in that, he's in that old man stage that everyone seems to get into after, some amount of time. They all seem to one day finally be at that point where they're like, actually, I want to know all these celebrities. I'd like to be nice to them and reverend.
Yeah.
So I'm not too into that. He is in that kind of spot. Did
you see the thing he did with Peyton Manning?
I don't know. Maybe.
God, it was hilarious. Letterman came up with all of these ways to improve football, and it's like even if you're not a sports fan at all, you just die laughing. It's like if you get 2 first downs in a row, your team ought to get to use 2 balls. And there was another one. It's like the last play of the game. All the players on both teams go on the field. He invented like a whole bunch of new different football field shapes. One was like a giant U. Another one, I mean, you just have to watch it. It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Yeah, but the biggest disappointment for me since the last time, that's transpired would be the passing of Norm Macdonald.
Oh, and,
his shows, you can watch
them
on.
That's my 9/11.
Your Internet Archive.
I remember where I was when Norm Macdonald died. I walked through Blood and Bone trying to find out if Norm was really dead. I thought it was being hoaxed.
Man, and so Norm.
I was trying to find my brother, and because he loved Norm Macdonald. I was trying to get a hold of him to find out if this was true or not. Climbing through rubble and smoke, and it turned out he was in northern Canada.
Yeah. So Norm died, and all of his shows are on. Well, all of one. It's like 4 different versions online of the Norm Show, but one of the versions is on Internet Archive, and it's just that man, just funny to the bone. And I love his philosophy. As it goes, when Weekend Update, I wanted to tell jokes that weren't jokes. It's like, you did it.
Yeah, I always appreciate that his, because I hate stand up. I don't like. I don't think stand ups are funny no more. And then, except for Norm, he was funny. Mm-hmm. And then he was the only good one, really. His sort of stand up died with him, as far as I'm concerned. But I always like that. I always like that he was
Bill Burr, man. It's tough for me.
I like that he was attempting to find like the shortest version of a joke. Like he was taking it to the extreme of the brevity is the soul of wit thing.
Yeah. Well,
I think he realized at a certain point you can't top "Take My Wife, Please." It's too,
it's just really. You can't not laugh at. The more I learn about Hitler, the less I care for him.
Yeah,
it's just like, God damn it.
Well, the thing, his classic thing, I think that this is just, I don't know, maybe he talked about this, but this is just a feeling I got from watching. I don't know for a fact, but I feel like he was trying to over and over again craft the perfect joke.
Yeah.
And again, I think he probably discovered at some point that the perfect joke is "Take my wife, please." 3-line setup, one word punchline. But realizing he can't do that, I noticed that a lot of his jokes were the setup and the punchline were the same words.
Yeah.
It's the same. So I think that was his attempt to sort of get close to that.
I love absurdist comedy. And when he would sit down there and completely straight face go, they say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Of course, we all know that's not true. You can't murder someone and leave the jurisdiction. They'll track you down and you'll face a jury of your peers. It's just like, God damn, you didn't just You didn't just not get it. You didn't get it, and then you took it a whole bunch of different places.
Well, it's his word choice.
Yeah, well, and it's his timing is impeccable too. I mean, but
he had the best word choice.
But anyway, but yeah, that hit me hard. It's like,
well, you know what? I don't like that he hit it, and because everybody's like, oh, he didn't want to taint his comedy. He didn't want you to feel bad for him in the end, which I get. But then he fucking died. And now when I attempt to watch my favorite guy Norm, I'm like sad, and now I'm sad all the time. Like I wish I had.
Would you still be sad if you knew about it in advance?
No, I would have already gone through all the stages. I would have.
See, I think I think a dude deserves their own choice in that thing among all of them.
I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm just saying as a
you didn't like it.
As an extreme Norm fan, like big time Norm fan since I was a real little kid, that didn't work for me. as a magician's last final trick is the greatest trick he ever pulled. The constantly talking about death and cancer, but never telling us that he had it, and somehow we didn't see it.
Dude, one of my favorite artists of all time, and there's a huge Letterman connection here, is Warren Zevon.
Yeah.
And God, that Letterman episode where Zevon came on and knew he was going to be dead.
Yeah.
Not too long. That was a guy that he went out on his own terms too, but everybody knew he was going to die. And he made an album with Springsteen and Jackson Browne and all these people, and they all knew, hey, that's going to be it. So it's always weird. It was, I think it just made it more shocking.
I watched that Warren Zevon. I remember watching it when it was live. That Warren Zevon episode. And I remember like he was cracking jokes and saying all this, and I was like, okay, death's not that bad. This seems fun.
Letterman asked him, do you know anything now that maybe the rest of us don't, facing what you're facing? He's like, I know you're supposed to enjoy every sandwich.
Yeah.
And he was joking about it, And Letterman, after that show, went back to Zevon's dressing room. And Zevon had been the band director fill-in and been on the show a million times. Said, Letterman is the best friend my music's ever had. And he went back to his dressing room, stayed there for half an hour. When he came out, and this is what people report. I had a guy on my show that did a book called The Last Weeks of Letterman. It's about the last 6 weeks of the show. Yeah. And he came out, and Zevon had given him his guitar. And Letterman looked, visibly like, he might have been a little misty-eyed or whatever. But, that last episode and the last interview is on YouTube. And I watch it every now and then just because it's like, wow. You don't see stuff like that, with somebody that knows they're going to die and they come on TV and talk about it.
Yeah, that's what I wish Norm Macdonald had done is, told everyone he's going to die. I mean, we all liked his final appearance on Letterman anyway.
Yeah.
There would have been no problem if we knew.
Wouldn't it be great if they found like a secret file on his computer that had a whole bunch of him just monologuing as he knew he was going to die for like the last month or two?
Well, I think they did. I think that was his last Netflix special.
Well, yeah, that's just the one though. I mean,
but
I can take the kitchen.
Just to be clear, I would have preferred he did not die.
Yes, well, Bob Saget.
But if I had my druthers,
yeah. Well, we don't get to pick, but I'd love to hear him. I was in the bathroom the other day, and I thought, sooner or later, I'm gonna take my last shit. I hope this isn't it. Whatever he would do, just talking about his name.
I wouldn't want to hear about his poops. Me personally.
God, he talks about worse shit than that.
I just wouldn't want to hear about his cancer diarrhea.
You know what's interesting to me about Norm? It's not that interesting, but most of your major mega comics have that one album that they're kind of associated with. Norm doesn't really have one.
Hilarious.
It's not like Eddie Murphy Delirious or Steve Martin Let's Get Small or The Button Down Mind of Bob Newhart. I mean, it's not that huge was on the top 20 album bestseller. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that was always.
But that's because he was on TV. He was on it every week. And
it was always the case with Norm that he was not appreciated within the moment. Like even when he was being appreciated, it was like, it was months too late from like it was people catching up. He was always a little bit ahead. He was a few streets ahead on that one, but I think that was I think his attempt at that was the album hilarious. I think you even mentioned Delirious by Murphy. I think that's the joke of that title.
Right.
But that's what makes Norm great.
Yeah. Yeah.
It always bugged, like I started watching his YouTube live show when it first started. I was like, oh my God, finally. This is for me. This is finally the thing that I've wanted happening forever. And nobody I knew anything about it. Now that he's dead, everybody's just quoting every line from that from that YouTube show all the time.
Yeah, and also the genius. I love the ending of the show where they'd sing that Canadian song.
Oh, that's
it's time to say goodnight. So long. I'll be on. You know, that actually comes from an old Canadian variety show. Is where he took it from. But the thing that was genius was the jokes and having the guests read the jokes.
Yeah, that was the best part.
So awesome. So awesome. And some of the people he had, Tyson and Jack Carter, and of course he had Letterman and Seinfeld.
It's hard to watch that show too because although a lot of them guys are also dead.
Yeah. Saget.
Yeah, I
can see him no more.
Gilbert.
Super Dave.
The curse, Super Dave. The curse of Norm Macdonald live.
Well, Seinfeld's on it. He's still a billionaire. I mean, Letterman, he's not doing too bad. People forget that Dave Letterman produced a whole bunch of shit.
People also forget that Jerry Seinfeld, at 37 years old, the height of his career, the popularity of his network television sitcom is absolutely gigantic. He dated a 17-year-old girl.
Yeah, Shoshana.
What the fuck?
Yep. And
everybody was just cool with that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He is, I guess, in a way, he is the coolest guy ever.
I don't know about that. I know a guy married a chick. We didn't marry her. He was just living with her at the time. And he'd been screwing a bunch of his interns and employees pretty regular for about 25 years. And a guy tried to extort him.
We all know what you're talking about.
A guy tried to extort him from it, and he pulled the ultimate gangsta move. You're not extorting me, mofo. I'm going to go on TV, tell everybody, and I'm going to have you thrown in jail.
Yeah, that was a great desk segment from that one. I do like that one.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorites is the Don't Blame Jay.
Oh yeah, don't blame.
No, Don't Blame Conan. That's what it was called.
Right. Don't blame Conan.
God, I love that. I could watch
That's
that
what
clip.
Jay said.
I could watch that clip. He goes, I don't have a dog in this fight, but I'm going to talk about it because I'm really enjoying this. And then he just goes through the whole. He even does an aside to Paul. Paul, you're not thinking of blaming Conan, are you? He wouldn't push himself out of a job. He's not that kind of guy. It's just hilarious. People also forget early Dave Letterman. Early. I'm talking I watched the morning show, but the next show. And nobody ever did anything like the Velcro suit or the Alka-Seltzer or the dropping stuff off of the building. They're crushing stuff with the hydraulics or the monkey cam or the upside down cam or the guy under the stair. I mean, it was just totally revolutionary for that time. And it's impossible to explain it to somebody that didn't live through all of the tired old normal talk shows.
Well, I didn't. I mean, I wasn't born until the tail end of all that. But I understand. I know we're probably boring the shit out of people who don't give a shit about Letterman. But he absolutely changed comedy. It's everything you understand about comedy was in some way there's a ripple effect from the David Letterman program. And
what also gets me is that like all of the cool comedians, all of the cool talk show hosts, they all are huge Letterman fans. They're not Leno fans. They're Letterman fans.
Yeah. I don't hate Jay Leno.
I don't either.
I'm not one of those like, oh, he should have. Fuck him. Or whatever. But Letterman's the best that there ever was ever. Not even close. It's like leagues ahead. Next guy.
For people my age, it's Carson. And for Letterman, it's Carson. But the guy I grew up with, and the guy put me through school for crying out loud. Well, soccer and him put me through school. But I was a big fan of his before I even got that. So, anyways, all right. What else?
All right. I already told you I want to climb inside you like a tauntaun.
Is there a better analogy than that?
I want to pilot you like a flesh mech. I want to Honda pilot you like a flesh mech. That's a callback. What else? We're best friends now. You agree to that?
Let's see. What's
right?
Pilot you like a Nintendo controller at the bottom of the ocean.
Are you? No, it was an Xbox, Nintendo. You're really doing that old man thing where you just call any video game thing.
I didn't know which one it was, to be honest with you. Here's the thing. I was freaking out that it was Xbox. I was freaking out that it was Bluetooth. Like, you guys aren't even going to run a wire?
Well,
Come on, man.
I think that was in deference to the pirate.
Okay,
all right, so we're best friends now. Just admit it. You love me.
I don't think we're best friends.
Admit you love me.
I'm not going to admit I love you.
Don't make me put you in a little headlock, give you a noogie. Come on.
You need a step ladder for that.
Oh, please. I'm taller than you.
No.
You're only 6'5".
Yeah. I've seen pictures of you at various parades. Well, no, just the one parade, actually.
Like pictures of me at various
Video. Is it like a mermaid parade or something?
Yeah.
Lock that down.
Lock that down. You pretend like you don't know. To know what that is.
Who's the guy? Ian Ellis?
Yeah, if you know that
name. I
watched
an Ian
You're
Ellis.
Looking up anti-pod awful stuff. That's crazy.
It came up and...
it does not just come up. That doesn't come up for my people. It's certainly not just coming up for
it came up after I looked at a video that was like on Angie's Random Edits that had your name in it. And so the one I watched, they were talking bad about you the whole time, and it was in the title of the video.
Angie's Random Edits. Anyway, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing that you asked me about. There was one night. What was like you messaged me about that. You know that I know about Angie's Random Edits because you told me you run that page.
I need those guys to explain to me what is so funny to them about Lock That Down. I really don't get it.
I think it's just the way you did it.
But like, I can't even say it. They understand that that's the joke, right? I don't understand what their point is. It's not like when we're laughing at you.
Observation.
I'm not done with these kids, not by a long shot. That's a funny.
My observation of like who are these podcasts and Shuli's show and some of the other ones and yours is that stuff doesn't have to be legitimate to be ridiculed.
It's not about legitimate. That's not what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying by legitimate I mean they don't have to be commenting on your actual intent or anything else. They'll just find something and ridicule it. That's what I'm saying.
I don't see.
There's no like.
I don't think my show is like that. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not just picking things at random.
I think you're picking things, and they're not always like things that I'm going. Oh, that was a good choice, or whatever. I mean, it's
maybe.
I think I think you will find as many things as you can with the victim at hand.
Victim?
Yeah.
Nobody online being made fun of is a victim. When you put yourself out there,
that's a bullshit theory.
No, it's not bullshit.
Hey, you ran for office. You should welcome people on your front porch pissing on your door.
Especially if you're running for office. Are you kidding me? It's even more true.
No, you have all the same.
You're running for public service. You think you should speak for other people?
No, you don't think you should. A whole bunch of people voted you into doing that.
You had to think it first for them to vote for
No, you've clearly never interviewed as many as politicians as I have. There's a bunch of these. There's a bunch of.
But he was
do you know how many stuffed shirts they go up to and go, we need somebody to run in 6th District, and you're a strong Republican with a fine family. You worked for the prosecutor's office. Why don't you do it? You know, that's just no. Well, I guess I should. I will look good on my resume.
Your average guy. I don't think that's going to be the guy running.
But anyway, a lot of these, like I was watching that thing with the Stuttering John that you don't know about, and that Carl guy, it sucks because a lot of these shows I do find funny, and I think the guys on it are funny, but there's like 30% of the time I'm just going, you didn't need to do that. That sucks. That's not funny, and it's not even what happened, and you know, you're just.
Well, I can't comment because I've never seen it, so I don't know. But I know with me, I'm never like trying to force.
It's not about trying. It's just about what happens and people's perception of it.
I never am forcing something. Like, I don't know. To me, the lockdown.
I don't think you're forcing it at all. It flows quite freely.
Thank you.
It seems relatively effortless to me.
Thank you. Oh my God, I've got butterflies.
I know. It's not a compliment.
Cloud 9.
Go ahead and enjoy it.
Oh my God, Tom, I'm blushing.
I can see. I know. I could have been mean and put up one of my.
Come on, not in front of all these people. Come on.
These don't really pertain to Jesse on this occasion. I'm just trying to show that I have them. Oh, that one actually kind of looks like you.
Oh, I'm embarrassed. I don't know. I'm not looking at the stream.
Oh, okay, well, I'll just put the news time.
Oh, is it that title card with that long hair guy?
Yeah. So.
Oh, that was always weird that you did that. that was a bizarre one to me too.
Why?
I don't know.
It was good for me because it took me off the camera and I could look at the chat room and, you know, concentrate on some crap. I hate being on
You got to come back on cam because one of the fun parts about a Tom Gulley stream
is making fun of my physical appearance.
No,
you can't do that without the cam.
You know what we find so funny about you is you are just so sure that you're right, and you can see it on your face, and you will be
about some things. I am, yes.
But you'll be about everything.
My surety in what I think is, it's like binary. It's like, yeah, I definitely know that or a lot about that, or I am completely ignorant of that subject. And man, my shows are rife with people calling in and asking me something, and I go, I have no idea.
Yeah, but the second
I've done it on this show with you. There were 2 terms that you asked me I didn't know, and I said, I don't know what that is.
Fair enough. But the second they slip up in your mind, the look on your face when you're like being
I can't deny that.
Little
I've watched the shows myself on occasion. I very
and
rarely
then having
do.
That you can't fix stupid sign above your head.
Yeah, you love that, don't you?
I do. Yeah.
Now, a very, very valued follower sent me that. So
Morty Vicker?
I put it up. No.
The Reverend Wild Bill?
The Reverend? I didn't know he was a Reverend.
Yeah, Reverend.
Maybe he did have that on. Look what I found.
Lynette Miller?
Look what I found.
When we start talking about free speech, I don't know that those things necessarily come to the forefront.
That's actually my voice.
But I do know this. Whether we 100% super kind marijuana was smoked on this program. Now, as...
There's another of my
radio
shows.
That's you?
Yeah, that's me in like 1994 or something like that. But the voice is all high because tape...
Yeah, that's the excuse I use too.
Here, what's this? This says Jesse calls in, and somebody did something to me. Well, it wasn't me, first of all. If I did, I'd have told you about it first, and then I'd take credit for it. I got a long track record of that. Now, the first source is rather literal. Okay. I think this is when I did Who Took Your Thing Off the Air. It might seem obvious to most people, but these are the sort of people that don't have the intellect to understand the object.
Imagine your face during this. Oh, my God.
The first source is YouTube. YouTube took those pages down.
See,
that's who
like
actually took them down.
Oh, now, yeah, see, I did that just because I knew you were in agony about your page getting taken down. I was enjoying it.
The Tom Gulley Show, you just interrupted a really great speech. Now I'm going to have to stop talking about it.
You sound like you're about to cry.
Do I?
I have that whole conversation. How much of it is left? Like 5 minutes of it.
That's such a funny thing to just call in and say. Oh, boy. That wasn't me, though.
People always go, when you listen to your shows back, do you ever... And I'm like, I don't listen to my shows back. They're done. I don't... What do I get, nobody else is going to listen to them after about a day or two. So, but on the occasions when I do have to admit, sometimes I go, God, man, you got to really start... You look like a kid that's about to open an Easter egg or some shit when people say or something. Oh, you missed up. It's like, just relax. But I don't like being on the camera at all.
We got to get Tom back on cam, guys. Everybody chant in the chat room. Tom back on cam. Yeah. Tom back on cam.
I got to figure out if I'm even going to do it every day and stuff again or what's going to happen.
You have to. We got to get you back in the mix.
Yeah, but I got to do a different kind of show. That show is getting a little bit stale.
Well, that's fine. But a call-in thing is great.
Yeah. I know you guys like
I tell you what. I promise we won't beep anymore.
That doesn't bother me.
Remember when we call in?
I did. It did beep.
And
I would go, how many stations have been taken? How many channels have been taken down? Beep. One. Okay, one.
YouTube channels you had taken.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. But yeah, we won't do that anymore. But we will call. We'll call in with great stuff. We won't say the N-word anymore. I'm trying to make friends with the goons, and I know you don't like that term, but I don't know what else to say.
It's just you do recognize that you're the biggest goon of them all, right?
Well, okay, fine, but we don't use goon derogatorily. There are friends of the show. There are friends of the show that
the friends of the show that we ridicule. And
how is that ridicule? Goon, like I think in its most. Well, the word originally comes from the Popeye comic, right?
So, Alice the Goon. So you're telling me. And this is something that goes directly to credibility. You're telling me that you have never once made an effort to ridicule any of your quote-unquote goons.
I've made enormous efforts to ridicule many of them. like gone out of my way to like ruin them sometimes. But
I love it. I love that. That's one of the funniest things when people, it's like, well, certainly you weren't trying to push her down the stairs. No, actually, that's exactly what I was trying to do.
But that's not what makes them a goon.
Well, no, I didn't say it was. I just always find that funny when someone goes, well, of course you would never. No, that's exactly what I was doing.
You're taking umbrage with the term, though, and the term it's meaningless, really. In reality, it's just a person I talk to or about on my show.
Do you watch Family Feud?
I've seen Family Feud, certainly.
So, is goon a derogatory term? Survey says it's like the majority of people would consider goon to be a derogatory term.
Yeah, the normal use of the word goon is a henchman.
You mean the most widespread use?
Yeah, aka normal. Yeah.
Well, that's not what normal means.
What does normalize mean? What is a normalized result?
Normal means looking at all.
This is why we need you on camera.
Normal means looking at all of the data, eliminating the high and low outliers, and using the mean or median. That's
perfect.
Normal.
So normal.
And there's two conditions.
So what you're saying is I use it absolutely correct.
There's normal, or there's
that's an interesting way of going about telling me I'm right.
Or there's abnormal. So you know what abnormal means, right? It is outside the boundaries of what is most common.
There
you go. So normal doesn't mean most prevalent.
Use of the word
normal does not.
I'll continue.
Normal doesn't mean most prevalent.
The normal use of the word goon is that it is a henchman.
No.
Yes, that is the most common used version of
maybe
goon.
In the 30s.
No, it has
now when somebody says goon, they just mean some, a stupid person. I just did
that
the
original.
I did the and then
that's like the original way it was used, but that's never been the way I used it. And also now the internet calls people who jack off.
Incidentally, you were wrong about it originating with thugs. It was first applied by sailors. Originated with
Alice the Goon from the comic.
No, goon was adopted by sailors, applied to the albatross and similar big clumsy birds circa 1839. I'm relatively certain they weren't doing any Popeye cartoons in 1839.
Okay.
Oh wait, I'm the editorial director of the Cartoon Network, and
Alice the Goon's a reference to that.
I'm editorial director of the Cartoon Network, used to be, so I'm an expert. That's
Well, I've watched all the Cartoon Network. I'm an expert.
Goon first carried the meaning stupid person circa 1921. The meaning of hired thug circa 1938 is largely influenced by the comic strip character Alex the Goon from the Popeye series.
Okay. Well, Alice the Goon was the Popeye series. Popeye's the Sailor Man, Pirate, Sailor, Albatross. Okay, whatever. Anyway, point is, I'm not using it in any of those fashions. The only reason I use this term at all is because, have you ever heard of a website called Something Awful?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, it was it's like one of the, Something Awful and its creator are sort of the David Letterman of the internet, actually, in a way. That everything they touched changed comedy and memes and stuff on the internet permanently. And it's not a big website anymore because no website that isn't Google or YouTube or Facebook or whatever. But the forum members on that website were affectionately referred to as goons. Why they chose that term, I don't even remember at this point.
So
but
not your idea.
It was just a joking term. It was just like, that's the people who use the website. These are paying members. They're not making fun of them for saying that. In the early days of Pod Awful, I would always get the question, so is this like the podcast for Something Awful? I don't know why. People just assumed I had something to do with that website. And so in a way to further confuse people on that, I started referring to the people I talk about on the show as goons. So if anything, technically speaking, the way I appropriated it, I was appropriating an affectionate term, a term of endearment, and not any of the previous meanings of the word. And I only even did that because I had a friend who had a similar show where he made fun of people, and he was like, you got to start calling your people something. You got to have a name for them. And I'd never even thought of that. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's probably easier than going, like, hey, look at this retard, or
so
hey,
your followers are called goons?
Huh?
Your followers are called goons?
No, my followers aren't. Just the people I talk about.
A major difference there, but okay. Well, whatever. You are doing it, and it's super nice, and I don't like it. So.
Yeah, I know that is weird.
Yeah, that's where it's at, and that's where it's going to stay.
That's super nice. It's just neutral. It's
neutral, and I don't like it. So.
Yeah. I don't get it. Anyway, so. Fine, whatever. You're okay.
There's probably a name in the world.
I'm trying to make nice with all of the people from the show that I've talked about.
Okay. Well, here's a thought. Start off by not calling them goons.
Well, no, we can't.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Seriously.
You're trying.
Not the rest of them have this big stick up their ass about it.
Well.
Except for Mr. Burgers. You and Mr. Burgers are the exact same. He doesn't like that he gets called a goon and then tries to.
I'm not stopping you. I'm not.
You couldn't. But.
No. I could stop you here. But you call me. You guys call me worse shit than that.
No, we don't.
Come on.
Name one thing.
Oh, I would, but I don't like talking about it because it just brings up more.
We don't call you that.
You know that thing about rolling in the mud with a pig, and you know.
Do you know? You mean the P word?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we don't do that, and I don't.
That's been done to me a million times.
Yes, we know. That's the
by your people.
No.
Here in this room.
Maybe.
Here in this chat room,
well,
on my Facebook page.
Here's the thing. The last episode of my show I did, we talked all about this guy named Vito, who everyone on the internet calls the P word, okay? And he probably is not one. Could be, we don't know, but probably isn't, because he made some untoward jokes one time, and then everybody started calling him that, and so he got mad about it, so he leaned into it and like made all these even more off-color jokes, and it's just been this vicious cycle. So I said, you know what? I'm going to be the guy that stands up for this dude. I don't think he's a P word. And on top of that, I think we're overdoing this calling everybody a P word thing. It's actually kind of losing its meaning at this point. It's like calling people racist. When you just call anyone racist, it's, kind of meaningless. So,
well, here's something that you might find interesting. Like all the internet experts tell you, it's like ignore the harassers, just block them, and all that stuff.
That's true. I am an internet expert.
did that. Like, you don't know how long with these stupid kids up in Pennsylvania, and it didn't stop. I mean, I followed the instruction. Nope, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to. When I started lighting their asses up, that shit stopped fast.
Yeah, but
I mean, quick, fast, and in a hurry. And I wouldn't have done any of it. Okay, maybe it's in that podcast. I don't know. I haven't listened to it for a million years. The amount of shit that showed up at my front door was staggering. Every free Bible that you can get online, there were 10 of them. there was canes for the blind.
What's wrong with that? You're a man of Christ.
There's canes for the blind. There were pizza deliveries. There were.
Awesome.
Oh God, you should have seen it. It was like my it was an email address, luckily, that I didn't use very much. But there was like 1,000 magazine subscription emails in my mailbox one day. And so after all that happened, and parents got called and all sorts of other stuff, I just went, man, this ignore it stuff ain't working. And that's when I started calling up the parents and recording them and all that shit. And then it stopped. It stopped.
fast.
I
get all that stuff, right? That happens to me. All that.
I didn't know that.
I have entire fake email addresses that I know, like, okay, they think this is going to be my personal, and it's all going to that. I've got a million blocks set up. I literally get no phone calls to my phone other than
I got all that same stuff going
5 people who I definitely know in real life. Like, I've got all that stuff's happened. I've had pizzas sent to me, and I've had
that's
any of that shit. The magazine stuff, being signed up for
all sorts of stuff. Not
AIDS
just
medication.
Yeah, not just magazines, but free medicine, free glasses, free
all that.
Anything that's
Health
free.
Insurance shit. I get all of it.
All that religious shit, man. It's God.
Well, I would like that. That would be cool. But I get all that stuff, and I don't reply to it, and I don't respond.
No, I don't do anything with all that. I just throw the stuff away, and it was easy enough for me to call up all the Pizza Huts and say, "Hey, don't be doing this unless." Because I feel bad for the drivers. Knocks on my door, and I'm like, I didn't order this.
I know.
You can't do that anymore, I don't think. But
in the early days, I had to do that. I love getting Domino's. I loved getting Domino's. I get Domino's all the time. And then I kept having people prank call Domino's, and they didn't want to deliver to me anymore. I had to set it up with them, like, you got to let me still order here.
Yeah, that's what I did. Then there was a note, like, above the phone that had my name on it, and like a code word, Navarone or some bullshit. And
well, now we know your code.
Cloak and dagger.
Write down the code.
That's what I always use. That's what I always use as a fake code word, because it just sounds military. Guns of Navarone.
Yeah, the guns of the Navarone.
But I think there was a password in a movie or something like that. But it was it's just too much. And I just went, and you got to remember, This was 1,500 fucking kids. It wasn't 10.
I get it.
But, and so I just went, finally one day I just went, man, I'm sick of this shit. If they can do it, I can do it. And
yeah, but what you did is not the same. What they did was harmless. What you did was harmful.
I disagree. You know, defaming me like that. Look, if they said stuff about my teeth like you guys do, or any number of other things, that's a big deal. But good Christ, I coach, I teach at schools. Can't have that out there. And I was real nice about it. I said, could you please take that down, and you can write other shit.
But see how
here's the other thing. What they were doing was a lie. What I was doing was the truth. You're kind of full of shit here, because you're no, they should be allowed to do that, and you shouldn't do anything back. Well, fuck you. If you're going to do it, I'm going to do it right back to you.
You're allowed.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Don't I know it? And I'm better at it than they are. And plus, once you have the truth, and you have those kids' own written words, it's like it's not going to end well for you. By the way, you can hear, because on Internet Archive, there's a bunch of podcasts about this.
I've heard them.
Okay,
yes,
so I told them 1,000,000 times, hey, I'm being nice here. Stop it. And or things will start happening that you will not like.
Your recollection is like mine, where it's like you remember yourself being nicer than you were.
No,
I heard all that stuff. And here's the thing: you're also like, oh, and I tried to ignore it and everything. But your version of ignoring isn't, you respond.
You don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do a thing for like 2 months. Listening isn't looking at the internet and seeing this stuff.
No, not just listening to it, but seeing, like, I've seen the Facebook posts themselves.
Right. And you won't see any for the 2 months preceding the ones you see, because I didn't do anything.
No, I mean their Facebook posts. There, where they started calling you pedophile. I mean, let me ask you this. Why didn't you're saying you responded in kind. Why didn't you respond by calling them pedophiles?
Because that's doing what they're doing and lying. I don't lie. It's a lot easier. That's be like, well, they robbed your bank. Why didn't you rob their bank?
Right.
It's like that's stupid. Why wouldn't I do something that actually affects them?
But so, like, most people would look at the situation and say, well, the reason they're lying and the reason why I would not is they are young and stupid and I am old and wise.
And so because someone's young and stupid, I have to take their shit because they're shot out of their mom's vagina?
No, you're right to call their parents and say, hey, what are you doing? Like, this is fucking up my life here. Please do something about this. I have a feeling, and it's just a feeling, I have a feeling you didn't do that the best way. Your attitude is probably...
It's all recorded.
Your attitude, I mean, you admitted earlier the way you are, and how talking to you can be. So imagine that. And I know this is a person who is the same way.
Yeah, but you're assuming that I talk to all people the same way on all situations. I'm a professional person. I know who to talk to and how.
But
and by the way, again, it's recorded. You can hear how nice I was to these parents. And I might also add, and this is in the podcast, and I think it's in the news, and I think it's in the news article. Many of the parents said, "Oh, I'll stop this shit." I mean, quick. And their children were removed from the list. They didn't do anything else, and life went on.
Here's the thing.
No problem.
If you had treated the situation the way you treated stopping Pizza Hut from coming to you, then you wouldn't have kept on hearing it for a while.
What do you mean?
You treated the Pizza Hut calls.
What do you mean? That doesn't make any sense.
So you called up Pizza Hut and you were like, "Hey, listen, I'm sorry about your driver."
Well, no, according to you, I called them up and said, "Hey, you motherfucking pricks."
No.
You talking to me how it is. Remember?
Come on. Listen.
And I'm telling you, no, I was incredibly polite to these people.
Right.
And you can hear it. Hi, am I speaking to the parent of Shani Bot? Come on, I was super polite with these people.
I'm not talking about the attitude right now. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Well, I was, because you said something about it.
Right.
I didn't go about it in the right way.
saying is
my attitude was bad with the parents, and I'm refuting that because it's
okay, fine.
Not true.
Maybe so. We know that that's true of the recorded calls, but I also know what happens when someone's recording. You're on your best behavior when you're the one recording. Everyone does that.
Well, there's all sorts of times in life when you're on your best behavior.
Sure.
If you want something from someone, yes, you're going to be on your best.
That's not what I'm talking about, though. What I'm saying is, so you called up Pizza Hut and you're like, "Hey, listen, I'm so sorry about
Please stop using Pizza Hut as an analogy. We have an actual working situation here that you're telling me is wrong. Tell me why that's wrong."
So you called up Pizza Hut and you're like, "Hey, listen, I'm so sorry."
I'm not going to listen to any more Pizza Hut shit.
It's directly related.
No, it's not. Tell me what's wrong. What should I have specifically done with the kids? I don't want to hear about Pizza Hut.
Okay, Tom. How about you? It would be over with by now if you just let me say it the way I want to say it.
No, because it's dumb. It's stupid. See, now what you did with your first car, it's bullshit.
What?
It's bullshit. People do it in business. They do it all the time. They try to do it with me on the radio. Hey, I've got a different situation that I'm gonna try to make the real situation.
This is literally the same situation.
No, it's not.
You don't know what I'm trying to say.
Does Pizza Hut have a variety of parents with children out there acting out in the street?
I'm not talking about the parents either. See, you don't know. It has nothing to do with how you called the parents.
Yeah, you should immediately abandon the Pizza Hut school of thought and get down to what I should have done.
You don't understand what I'm about to say at all. So
I know, because I don't want to hear it. Because
you have no clue. Tell me what my analogy is.
I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know, and I don't care because it's analogy. Okay. That's like me going into a radio show and saying, today's radio show is going to be like a banana salad.
You're above analogies. Tom Gulley, above
analogies. I think there's times when analogies are useful, and I don't think this is one of them.
Might be one, and you admitted you
I don't care to hear your analogy. And here's another thing. I lived this situation. I lived this situation. I know everything that happened. You know things you've read or what you think.
Here it is without the analogy.
Okay, cool.
All right. This is what you could have done.
Yeah.
Because they're calling you a pedophile, right? And that's affecting your real life because you're a coach and you work with kids and blah, blah, blah. So what you could have done is you could have called the places that you work for.
I did that.
And been like, hey, listen, these kids, I don't know what I did to them. They're talking shit about me.
I already did it.
This is awful. I just want to get ahead of this.
First thing I did.
Okay. And it should have been the last thing.
Well, if the kids had stopped,
when
yes.
You did that, when you did that, did the place be like, no, we think you're a pedophile now?
No. But I had to go and have that discussion, which was not pleasant or comfortable.
Just
which
like
was not pleasant or comfortable. But the people, I can't possibly contact every person I know, every former coworker, employee, business owner.
They're just going to listen to some Facebook post that if people you know in real life read that you're a pedophile from a random Facebook post and they go, I think he's a pedophile, then you got a whole host of other problems.
Not really concerned about the people that actually know me.
Okay.
Not concerned at all.
Okay.
It's the people who don't that they contact.
There probably still to this day is literally a page on Facebook that says Jesse Powell Stroud is I don't remember what the wording she used, but that Katie Donahue, that melt-faced freak, made a page calling me a pedophile, all about pedophiles, put photos of me and my family and stuff on there.
Take it down.
Huh?
So have it taken down.
I can't. There's nothing I can do. You think I haven't tried? You think that's not a shitty fucking thing for me to have? And then every single time someone wants to come and make fun of me, they go and search my name. They find my real name, and then they type that in, and that's the first fucking thing that comes up. You think that didn't happen a million times?
I don't know.
But at a certain point, I had to realize, like, nobody who actually knows me thinks I'm a pedophile.
Yeah, I might have a different, like, career arc than you. Okay? Because, I work for usually a company that does business with a whole bunch of other very large companies, and so the people that I interact with, like in a sort of benign, not that engaged way, but I do have regular interaction with them. They might not know me from Adam, and so
when you're looking to, and that's the other thing, is like, say a position comes open at some soccer magazine and I want to blog on it, and so I have to apply for that position. Well, that guy doesn't know me. So, I'm just not as comfortable with that as you are.
I definitely get that. But I'm saying that in my scenario, that person might come across a comment on a Facebook post where you're being called a pedophile and think something about it.
Dude, it was way more than one comment on one post. There were entire pages set up for it and websites and everything else. So don't make it seem like it was buried in the comments section of one post.
Retaliated, how much more? Then there's articles and podcasts.
I didn't retaliate until the four Facebook pages and the website went up.
Here we are in the future. I'm the guy who ends up Googling you. Now I do stuff about it and blah, blah, blah. It just keeps going.
Yeah, all that was done before I retaliated. All of it.
Not the part where I did stuff.
No. The pages on Facebook and the website.
Well, not the articles, because articles are about your retaliation. Not the podcast, because the podcasts are you retaliating. So that just added to the...
Yeah, but all that happened. That was the retaliation.
Like, I kept retaliating against Katie Donahue.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I don't know who she is.
Making shows about her.
But see, that's what I'm saying is they did all the stuff, then I retaliated. I don't understand what's hard to understand about that. And then the articles got done and everything. And I was on all the radio and TV.
But then what about 6 years later when you're still retaliating?
What about it?
Well, isn't that just adding to the pile?
No, it's demonstrating to a lot of really stupid people that chose to be a pain in my ass.
You think they didn't learn?
And I told them 6 years. I told them 6 years. Oh, that was awesome. I told them 6 years in advance, hey, you're going to have a first job. You're going to have a wedding announcement. You're going to do things in your life that don't mean anything to you right now because you're in high school, but they will someday. And I'm going to show you what that's like.
I get it. I'm a very retaliatory guy.
I don't think you get it.
But I do get it. I've done these things.
I don't think you
I've absolutely held these grudges. I still hold a grudge against the guy who got my Patreon taken down. I still hold a grudge against the guy who got my YouTube channel taken down. Now here we are because of these actions you did in the past. Your best friend Jesse PS now thinks you got his YouTube channel taken down because of the way you act. Because
hey, you know what? I think that's a great statement because you started it off with something that's not true, and then you followed it up with something that's not accurate.
What do you mean?
We're best friends.
I think we could be best friends. I think we're a lot alike, except for the pedophile.
I don't think that's funny, and I also don't think we would.
I think we would.
I don't think we have that many common interests. I don't think
we don't have a lot of common interests. We talked about some of our common interests for like 20 minutes.
Letterman.
You know how long this phone call's been going? Over 2.5 hours.
Letterman, McDonald.
That's enough. That's enough for a lifetime. You know what Norm Macdonald and Letterman's common interest was that made them friends? David Letterman. Isn't that weird? So, so listen. What if my interest was just Tom Gulley? Isn't that enough?
I don't know. I think you should. You can find better things to do with your time.
I cannot.
And I don't know, man. It was a point in time. There's a lot of changes that I was making at that time in my life, and it made it difficult for me to do all the things I wanted to do because that information was out there, and I put up with it for a couple months, and I finally said, I'm not going to sit here and take this shit, man. I mean,
I get it. I'm not talking about when it first happened.
And so it's just, it's over now.
I'm just talking about the 6 years later. It just makes you seem like the type of guy who would do some shit.
That's funny because a lot of people, and I mean a lot of people, like, were really into that. They were like, yes. Thank you. That's the other thing, man. I don't know how much you deal with today's youth. I know a lot of. I'm not one of those guys that's like my generation better, your generation. No, I was probably very similar to the kids of today. I mean, when you're that age, you're all the things that age brings with it. And I don't think that's changed for a couple thousand years, but they're just not as scared anymore.
I don't know. Me, I just don't think that the 18-year-old calling you that when they're 24 should have their job taken.
Oh God, that's the best time.
That to me, that's
the
a
best
lunatic doing something.
That's the best time. So wonderful. So wonderful.
It's odd. It's an odd thing to do.
No.
If they were 24 when they first did it, and then they're 30-something.
Well, now some of them were.
Okay.
A bunch, not all of them. It's not a lot, but a bunch of them piled on that were graduated from that school, and
I'm fine with
those.
I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about.
But the other ones, they got warned. They got warned several times. They chose to join a bunch of hate pages and do a bunch of other shit that I don't have much sympathy for them. Sorry. I wasn't really probably planning on doing too much to him. To be honest with you, I had kind of forgotten about it till you brought it up, and now I'm thinking some of those kids.
I'm gonna give you no touch-up.
No touch-up.
No touch-up.
No touch-up.
Just a little touch-up for you.
Yeah, some of those kids might need a touch-up.
Listen, though, you do understand that means that they could just do the same. Like
they could start it all back up again.
What would stop, especially if you do get their job taken from them, then they're like, a man with nothing to lose. What would stop them from just continuing to do it to you then,
My insistence that if you thought it was bad this time, wait till next time.
Okay, but what if they do that?
Nah,
I'm not saying this is going to happen at all. But here's what could have. Here's a maybe scenario. Right?
You don't have to tell me what the maybe scenario is, okay?
You don't know what I'm going to say.
Do you think? Look, I'm a big boy. I can look out for myself. I've thought over the scenarios. I'm good.
You're like, okay. Well, I mean, it just doesn't comport with the like. Oh, I had to leave the internet because I'm this, I got all these important things where I'm not allowed to do stuff and blah, blah, blah.
I didn't leave the internet.
Well, you know what I mean.
Come on. I didn't leave the internet. I've been posting on my personal Facebook page quite regularly, tweeting occasionally.
You absolute pedant.
I did what?
You're a pedant.
What's that?
You're pedantic.
I think that's probably fair.
Yes.
So
you're quizzling.
So I don't know if I don't even know what a quizzling is. Oh, it's not bad. Are you bringing up the Norm quizzling remark on Letterman?
That was the joke. Yeah.
Okay, good. So yeah, no, it was fine for me. I didn't have a problem with it at all. God, you should have heard some of these employers. Oh boy.
You reveling in it. That's
when they saw what those kids had written.
Like if I was an actual bad guy, I could have contacted any of these guys and be like, "Hey, you hate this Tom Gulley thing, huh? I've got some info about it." I would never do that, but because I think what you did is wrong. And
what info?
But a guy like me,
I know. But what info?
Horrible stuff.
Do you think after
what info? I knew where you worked. Like back when I was making fun of you, I knew where you worked and lived.
So well, no, you didn't know where I lived. No, you did not know where I lived.
Well, according to your brother,
you knew where I used to live.
Okay, I knew where your P.O. box was. How about that?
I don't know if you know anything about remote Utah, but everybody has a P.O. box. There's no mail delivery.
But in a small town, you could only live but so far, right? And
you can only do what? I can only hold on. I didn't hear what you said.
In a small town, you can only live but so far. Like there's only so many places.
No, that's not true. It's 2,500 square miles. You'd have to look into this place. It is the most. It's so remote. It's not even funny.
No, I have looked.
So there's a town of. I don't know, 500 people. There's a town of 500 people where you get your mail. And then there's another town in the same county, like an hour and a half away.
I know.
It's 100 people. So that's kind of far.
I know, but what I'm saying is, if I was a malicious guy, and I'm not, this is not like me being.
It's the same bullshit as always. It's, hey, now what somebody could do, and I hope nobody does this. Is that they could call his brother. Come on.
I'm telling you, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, that's what you said on the other thing. Hey, please don't. No, please stop. I would hate it if you did that.
Stop.
You did that. But you did that.
What I'm saying is someone could.
But you did that.
I didn't do that.
Are you telling me you didn't do a show about me where you're going, gosh, I hope you guys don't start doing things to him? No, don't. I would hate that.
I absolutely did that after I thought you
there
took
you go.
after you gloated that you took down my YouTube
and that's what
channel.
You're doing now.
I'm not doing
that's
that now. I'm telling
you,
man. I'm telling you. I've been straight with you for 2.5 hours.
Dude, you know your little minions are listening, and that's why I go. Now, somebody might, and I hope nobody does that.
No, we don't know anything. I'm talking about the past. I'm literally talking about whenever. I don't even know when it was. Was it 2 years ago now? Whenever it was that we knew that you worked at that one place, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, not me, someone. If someone had that same info,
when you admit that in the past
I'm equating it to my life. Like
I know.
People could and have
done
this to me.
You have already done that,
but I haven't.
You just admitted that you definitely did do that.
Yes, in an over-the-top.
So when you did do that,
in an over-the-top, obvious, joking fashion, me saying, do whatever you want to this guy because I thought that you had removed my livelihood. Then I would have 100% been that type of guy. But
you did it. And now you're saying I'm not that kind of guy.
You did it. You did it to those kids.
Obviously.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
What I did to those kids.
But even when I was in a mindset to do
I'm going to have to turn you off if you keep talking over me. The thing I did was merely report the truth. It's like seeing a couple of kids shooting up in the parking lot. You tell their parents. That's all I did.
So you were following? How did you see that happen?
I was using an analogy to make you happy.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry, that didn't sound like an analogy.
No, it's the same thing.
Sure
that's
not analogous.
Hey,
that's
parents.
Not analogous at all. That's why you shouldn't use analogies.
Perfect. It's saying, hey, parents, your kids are up to some crap they shouldn't be.
Well, shooting up a parking lot is
kindly handle it. No, forget that.
They would be concerned about their health, not
forget
concerned
that.
about
just forget that.
The guy getting called a pedophile.
Just forget that. Well, they should be concerned about their child's well-being. Do they want that? Right. Do they want that kid wearing all of their bad deeds on them in front of their college or their employer? I don't think so.
This is
it's okay. It's okay for me to wear it, but no, not those kids, those little angels, please. And you can only do it to them within a certain period of time when it's convenient for them. Bullshit. I'll do it on my own time when I choose.
I mean, there's an age of consent for a reason. Like there is a difference between someone who's younger and someone who's older.
I know. That's why they're wait till they're 18. That's a nice guy I am.
Are you saying there wasn't a single person who you reported on later that was 17 or younger when?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge, because I'm pretty sure there was.
Not to my knowledge.
I can't remember the name now, but back when I was looking all this stuff up, I remember one of them was 17.
That I contacted parents on?
Well, not just that, but then years later contacted schools and jobs on.
Well, I couldn't have contacted school and a job. It was one or the other, but.
What do you mean one or the other? It was like
no, someone's either in school or in college or they've graduated and gotten a job.
No, you did it after they graduated too.
From college?
That's what this was. Yeah.
Yeah. It was one or the other because it was all done at the same time.
You didn't do it to multiple people over a span of time.
That was right when it happened, and then it was done, and then it was done several years later, all at once. And by the way, several years later, there's only a couple of kids. Only it was the most virulent ones. That were still, by the way, that were still calling me on the phone 6 years later.
I mean, maybe they had reason to, maybe they didn't. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a weird community up there.
Me personally, I don't think I would have handled it that way.
Oh God, I'll get that on the air when I go back after my vacation. I know people are dying to know what you personally would have done, having not personally experienced it.
Yeah, a lot of people are dying to know that, actually.
Yeah. Yepers. What else? Anything?
Okay, let me see. We talked about Norm Macdonald. Talked about
I know, I brought it up.
We talked about that I love you. I want to pilot you from the inside and see what it's like inside your head.
No, you don't. You really don't.
Okay, you don't know. I might.
Well, I would doubt it.
I'd like to put you up on my shoulders and walk around with you on my shoulders. I'd like to buy a gigantic oversized trench coat and have you on my shoulders and us wearing the trench coat like we're one guy.
Wait a minute. Hold on. This will make sense in a second. Shit. Damn it to hell. Hold on. This is going to be, trust me, it's the payoff is, whoa, here we go.
Best friend, he's a warm-hearted person who loved me till the end of people. Let me tell you about my best friend.
You don't remember the Courtship of Eddie's Father opening song? Anyway.
I didn't hear anything.
People, let me tell you about my best friend. He's a warm boy, cuddly toy. Anyway. That's what
I'd like to pretend we were dinosaurs together.
What would you be?
Triceratops, what would you be?
I think it's cliche to say raptor, and then only guys with inferiority complexes say Tyrannosaurus Rex. You know what I'd like to be? I'd like to be that rock ape on the Herculoids, but that probably doesn't count.
Well, no, that's definitely not a dinosaur.
I'd like to be a pterodactyl.
It's a Hanna-Barbera cartoon. A pterodactyl's not a dinosaur either, actually.
Really?
Yeah, if you want to get pedantic, yeah.
Well, then I don't want to be a pterodactyl. I want to be a dinosaur. Just make me a brontosaurus. Screw it.
Okay, brontosaurus isn't real.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I don't know shit about dinosaurs. See, there's another admission of complete...
A brachiosaurus, I think, might be what you're going for. Turns out brontosauruses weren't a thing.
Really?
Yeah, they're just putting one skull on a brachiosaurus body or some shit. Okay.
Well,
I thought
it's
you were
not saying it here, though.
I feel like you're more of an ankylosaurus.
I don't know what that is, so...
They're covered in armor and they've got the spiky ball on their tail.
I don't want to be a dinosaur anymore.
Okay.
See classification. I'm looking at. I don't see anything here that says that they don't exist.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I got it backwards, but I think so. I'm gonna say it with confidence the way you do when you're wrong about stuff.
What?
Anything.
What do I say?
You just say stuff confidently even when you're wrong.
Oh yeah, well that's. I think that I believe in that. See, I think most people think they're right, and I don't begrudge them not thinking they're right. There's a lot of things I thought I was. I thought
that's all you do.
No, I begrudge them when they tell me I'm wrong, and I'm right. But see, everybody thinks they're right until they get new information that either supports what they already believe or changes their opinion.
No, the new information makes them further believe they were right before.
Well, cognitive dissonance people, yeah. So that's part of it. That does happen. But other people, like myself, there's a million things I thought I was right about.
Well, I forgot you are the man above analogy.
Not above it. I just don't I just don't like to use it unless, like, I use analogies
until you did 10 minutes later.
I don't like to use it unless I'm dealing with like somebody that's soft-headed and only speaks in analogies, and I try to communicate at their level.
You compared a kid posting on Facebook to them shooting up in a parking lot.
I did. That was pretty wild. It was
my
not as bad as
done.
Pizza Hut for what happened to me. But
calling
here's the
Pizza
thing.
Hut and telling them what's going on is the exact same thing as calling up an employer and telling them what's going on. It's the same.
No. It's not
and
the same.
It's something
it's not
you
the same at all.
did.
It's not the same at all.
It's barely even an analogy because
it's not the same at all. The employer pays me. I pay Pizza Hut. I can
it
call
was
a different pizza place. I can't just, walk into a building and go, "Hi, I'm working here now." Come on. But when I really like to use analogies, or when I'm describing something to somebody that can't be specifically factually referred to make them, like somebody will say, "Well, what color was it?" And you'll say, "It was like the color of a sunrise," or that's an analogy. It was whatever. But that's neither here nor there. But I don't think I'm above analogies. My main point is I'm not above analogy.
That's a simile.
Yeah, simile is a form of analogy.
I don't know. That's too much of you saying a word that begins with anal for me.
You're the one that wants to be inside me, man. I'm trying to keep it real for you.
Oh, yeah. I didn't say it like that. Come on, dude.
So, what else?
I want to slice you up the belly and climb inside for warmth. I don't want to go up your butthole with
chop
my
me on a plate and sop me up with a biscuit. Is that it?
No, no.
Okay, I'm just bringing up more analogies for you.
Dong in your butt.
Oh, okay. You just want to crawl in time and like a tauntaun.
Yes.
Okay.
I just want I want your big, gumpy boobs to, keep me warm in the snow.
You guys with that whole thing. That's hilarious.
Come on.
That's funny to me.
All right. Well,
what else?
Listen, I think we've made the greatest show of all time.
I think this is a terrible show.
And
unlistenable
ever. And I'm going to say that I think we've made a lot of progress here. I think we've healed a lot of old wounds. And I think we're friends. And I think you're now a recurring co-host on my show.
Yeah, I think all those things have the same amount of trueness.
Well, it's definitely true that you're a recurring co-host on my show.
Uh-huh.
Every time I'm on your show, it's also
that's true. Every time you're on this one, I'm a big star.
It's H2BH the show. Happy to be here. Thank you very much, everybody. Can I get an updated artist liner from you? Remember when you did that one?
Yeah, it was the first show where you showed up. I was being a nice guy, and he came in and said you had a show, and like I do everybody else, I promoted it, and what a fucking mistake that was.
That's actually pretty good for the artist liner right there.
Yeah, there you go. Knock yourself out, man. There's no way I can prevent anybody from just grabbing what they want, doing what they want with it.
Whoa, calm down. Yeah, but there were some factual inaccuracies in your original artist liner. You got
what was it?
You got real mad at me when I called as you and I called it the Tom Show or whatever. You're like, actually, it's not the Tom, and like,
well, it's not.
Okay, well, my show isn't what you call your artist liner.
Well, I'm sorry.
Too. You got the artist liner wrong.
What did it say? What did I say? It was wrong.
You said, hi, you're listening to Is This Live the Show, brought to you by the Podawful Network, podawful.tv or something like that. And it's
so what's wrong about that?
I don't have anything called the Podawful Network.
I was high-siding you for straightening it up for the kids. Trying to make you sound bigger than you are, man. I'm sorry.
We need a new one. Let's take it from the top. Let's get this one clean. We've got, all right, go ahead, roll speed. All right, Tom, we're going to get you to do a we want you to slate first, and then
Tom Gulley. I'm with Helen Wells.
Okay, and then
I'm with
if you could just say
CCA.
This is Tom Gulley, and you're listening to TOMAWFUL. Are you happy to be here? Say that.
That.
No, come on.
Got you. Okay, so, man, I really don't want to do this.
Okay, that's going in too. All right, so here we go. This is Tom Gulley, and you're listening to TOMAWFUL. Are you happy to be here?
I don't even like that. It's not interesting.
All right, well, all right. You can punch it up. Let's hear your rewrites. What do you got? Notes?
No, you would give me notes.
Yeah, I'm collaborative. I'll listen to notes.
I don't think you know how notes work.
I definitely know how notes work. I've been noted quite a bit. But
notes usually come from.
Okay, well, the talent usually doesn't correct the director on what they
That's what I'm saying. You would give me notes.
Okay, but I'm collaborative, and so I'm listening to you. This is something that most of your bosses won't do.
No, all my bosses do this. Trust me.
Then what are you problem with?
My bosses are just moronic, brainless. Oh God, it's not even funny.
I'm Tom
they
Gulley.
Would die.
You're listening to TOMAWFUL. Are you?
Hold on, I'll think
here?
of something. You got to give me a second here. I ran out of soda fucking half an hour ago.
What kind of soda are you sipping on?
I'm doing Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream.
Yes,
Zero.
brother. All right,
Zero.
Here we go. I'm Tom Gulley. Now grab your Dr. Peppers because you're listening to TOMAWFUL. Wait. Happy to be here. I'm Tom Gulley, and you're listening to TOMAWFUL.
I got something.
Grab your Dr. Peppers.
I got something.
Okay.
I'm Tom Gulley, and when my limbs and organs aren't being stitched together by a mad doctor, I love listening to TOMAWFUL. Are you happy to be here?
Okay, now I've got some notes on that. I really want the happy to be. No, sorry, not the happy. I really want the Dr. Pepper in there now because it turns out I was drinking.
I'll just
Dr.
do
Pepper.
another one.
You're drinking Dr. Pepper. Yeah, let's get a few. You know what? Let's run a few.
Let's get some wilds. Let's just do some wilds, okay?
Yeah, do some multiple takes too. Like give it, make it happy, make it big, make it professional.
You make fun of me all the time about my past career, and multiple takes are called wilds.
Okay.
I'm just hipping you to that because I know you're not in the broadcast or production industry. So that's why I said let's get some wilds.
Well, technically speaking, I am, but
well, if you were, you'd know what SMPTE time code is, and
I do know what that is.
You'd know that it is not the
I
minutes and seconds reading on your YouTube page.
Video editor.
You were telling me it was this minutes and seconds on the YouTube page. Or wilds, but we can do those. What's another top? Say,
yeah, throw some Dr. Pepper in there because we love Dr. Pepper on the show.
I'm a pepper. Are you a pepper? This is Tom Gulley listening to TOMAWFUL. Are you happy to be here?
Maybe we need a.
You think of anything you want. Hi, this is Tom Gulley. Wonder Bra? I don't wonder. I'm listening to TOMAWFUL. Are you happy to be here?
I don't know if I feel how I feel about you talking about your boobs on that one.
I thought you would love that. That was for you. It wasn't for me.
I don't know. That's a little.
Man, I'm playing into all the bullshit that you guys celebrate. So
I get it. No, I get it. All right. How about something about terminating my channel?
Okay. Hi, I'm Tom Gulley. And if I'd have terminated Jesse's channel, man, I'd be so happy. I'd be bragging about it. I'd be telling girls about it on dates and getting handies at drive-ins. It'd be so great, but I didn't do it. But I do listen, and I am happy to be here.
All right. I don't know how I feel about you saying it was a girl, but okay. So
you're gonna edit that part out anyway.
No, I'm not. All right, we got to get a few
evil bastard.
Either potawful.com or the Pizza Fund or potawful.pizza, and we gotta. I realize like now we're not sending them somewhere. We're giving them the station identification, but we need to call for action.
No, I know. Working at all those radio stations all those years, we just always used one-liner. That was it. We never had a whole bunch of them. Let's see here.
I'm just saying I need to call for action.
Call to action. Let's see here.
All right, do something about you being a disgusting pedant. Oh, wait, earlier when I said you're a pedant, did you think that was like a pedophile thing?
I didn't know. I said, what's that mean?
It just hit me that maybe that's what you thought.
No, I didn't know. I asked you.
All right. But yeah, like I'm Tom Gulley. I'm a virulent pedant.
No, here you go. Let's see here.
They never call anybody a virulent anything unless it's racist. You ever notice that?
Sometimes there's a virulent disease, but yeah, people, it's always racist. Best thing about the Pizza Fund and Pot Awful is you don't have to eat the crust. Tom Gulley, that's really bad. That's freaking awesome. That's awful. That's the worst.
I don't know. That sounds like you're talking about some sort of crust you produced or something. I'm not sure. We don't want to.
Pizza has a crust. People don't like to eat it. Well, some people go, "That's the best part." It's like,
what I hate is when they call it the bones of the pizza.
Yeah, I don't like that either. It's the best part. It's like, well, then that's called breadsticks, man.
All right, call to action. Here we go.
Why were they calling them to go to the site when they're listening? Wouldn't they've already gotten the thing from the site?
You could be watching on YouTube, and then I got the site where I have to send people to the website now because you had my YouTube channel taken down. So.
I did not.
Okay, fine.
God damn it. Why wouldn't I just keep doing it if I did it?
You wouldn't want me to get madder.
I don't think I would care.
You would eventually care, trust me.
No, I really wouldn't.
Trust me, I'd have that kind of time.
You told me that you didn't. Now you say you do.
I would make it. I would have that kind of time if I just kept having my YouTube channel taken down.
Well, trying to think of something somewhat clever to say about your Pizza Fund.
Oh, we could be here all day.
Okay. Remember, people who donate more to the Pizza Fund are people that God loves more than others. I'm Tom Gulley. This is Pot Awful, and I am happy to be here.
All right, a little clunky. And we got to get the either potawful.com or potawful.pizza in there. That's the call to action. You got to get the website in. Got to get the URL in.
Okay. Let's see here. Potawful.com or potawful.pizza. You have your choice. I'm Tom Gulley, and I'm happy to be here. Oh, here you go. Potawful.com or potawful.pizza. I hate the fuck out of both of them. I'm Tom Gulley, and I'm happy to be here.
All right, I accidentally stepped on that one.
Did you?
A little laughter. Yeah, a little bit.
Leave it. Leave it. People will like that.
How about something about how you kept you? I'm not allowed to order pizza anymore. But that's not what's stopping you. Potawful.pizza. Hey, I'm Tom Gulley, and I'm Pizza Hut.
But that's from. I can still order pizza. And stuff.
Use code Navarone to.
No.
What?
Oh man. Hi, I'm Tom Gulley, and I've never been to potawful.pizza, but I sure as hell have been sliced a lot, and I'm happy to be here.
All right, that was all over the place. We gotta tighten that one up, and you have been to.
You know what's really? If you had told me to do this before now, I do this for a living. I would have written a whole bunch of awesome crap.
Well,
yeah.
Listen,
let's see here.
I'm an off-the-cuff kind of guy. I don't do pre-written, I'm off the dome.
Oh, here you go. Here you go.
I'm all feeling, you're all fact.
Here you go. Here you go. Little known fact. If you go to podawful.com or podawful.pizza, you will quickly learn that Jesse P.S. has exactly the same number of Emmy Awards as Piers Morgan. Tom Gulley, I'm glad to be here.
Happy to be here. You're happy to be here. The brand is happy to be here.
Oh, so I should just say happy to be here?
How about, I'm Tom Gulley, and I'm happy to be here, but not for long. You're listening to podawful.pizza.
I'm Tom Gulley, and I'm happy to be here, but not for long. You're listening to podawful.pizza.
All right, that's pretty good. And then maybe say something like, hey, this is Tom Gulley, and if I was only going to follow one Twitter account, it would be @the_N-word.
No, you can't do that.
What?
I can't do that.
That's my Twitter account.
Well, I can't do that. Let's see here.
Do you know what the N-word is?
Dude, I'm not going down this rabbit hole.
It's knowledge.
I'm not going down this rabbit hole.
The N-word is knowledge.
I love it. You're like a 4-year-old that learns a magic trick and can't do it, but keeps showing everybody. That's not what the N-word means to most people.
That's what it means.
You can't.
I am at the N-word. I get to choose.
You can't. These are not the droids you're looking for me.
That's what it is. The true N-word is knowledge. I actually had an older mystical black man tell me that.
Here comes one.
Okay.
I'm Tom Gulley, and you're listening to podawful.pizza, where all the pizzas are topped with hatred and venom. Happy to be here, though.
That's pretty good. I like that one. What about I'm Tom Gulley, and I met a mystical old black man who told me that the N-word, the real N-word, is knowledge.
Yeah. Why don't I?
You can do it like that, right? If you say
mind is a terrible thing to waste or something. No,
if,
I'm not doing any race-based.
It's not race-based.
It starts off with the
okay, you cannot say that he's black.
Here, pretend that you work for a big giant corporation that in its signing up for, right next to the don't play unlicensed music, blah, 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 gets very deep into the issue of race. And I can't be associated
I work
with
for that corporation every time I sign back up for YouTube. I tell them I won't say these things.
No, that's not the corporation I work for.
No, I'm just
one of the two that I work for, actually. But anyway, so any others?
Yeah, let me think. All right, so how do I get you to plug my Twitter if I'm at the N-word, though? What if you say then-word?
Hi, I'm Tom Gulley. And if you like Podawful or podawful.pizza, you'll want to make sure and check out that Twitter account at horrifying shorthand term for racial epithet. And I'm happy to be here.
No, that was all over the place.
I know.
All right, can you just say N?
No, because you'll edit it into...
Yeah. Okay.
I've already said it once.
Okay, all right. Well,
remember
guys,
when I said that's not what means to most people?
All right, yep. Guys,
grab it from there and do what you want.
There you go. Okay, and then,
it's funny. It's funny too because I actually am allowed to use the actual word if it's in the reporting of a news story. Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hey, we can work with that.
No, it's not. I can't do it here. It's not the reporting of a news story.
Wait, what? You're allowed to say the N-word if it's part of a news story, right?
Yes.
All right. Let's find a news story.
But I probably shouldn't go out of my way. I mean, even on the air, you don't go out of your way to use it. It's only if it's extremely germane to the story.
Well, it's extremely germane to the story of my Twitter account. It is at the N-word.
Isn't it? What you just told me meant knowledge. So I don't want to do that. Think of something else.
I don't know why we're even listening to these Germains. We beat them twice in the World Wars.
Their opponent, the world.
Yeah. Who are you, Mars? Okay, so
what, you never heard tell of a boot?
See, I'm not looking at the chat room anymore, so now
I'm not either. I've been looked there in a million years.
That we should.
Oh wait, let me go to the bottom of the chat room and see if they've got any suggestions. Okay.
Yeah, they probably got something in there.
Topped with hatred and anchovies. The N stands for never. You're gonna repent for that. Just the Henchman was my favorite for how hard it flopped. Get Dr. Pepper sponsor on this show. Do I need a notary? Please join the Discord. Are you guys screen sniping me in Discord? It's okay.
No,
it's okay if you are. I don't give a shit.
They are. They absolutely are. But they just want you in our Discord so we can talk to you and stuff.
Oh, I don't see any good liners here.
Guys, if you have one, throw one out in the chat room. He'll check it in a second here. And it's a slight delay.
What does nausea bada Some of these people are funny. Some of them are just in need of help.
It's all one guy.
That wouldn't surprise me. That guy with about 28, just starting to get the signs of schizophrenia.
It was funny when I would call in to your show before, and then sometimes you would clock me instantly, and you'd know it was me, but sometimes you wouldn't. And then sometimes you would say, now that's a funny call, but it was me again. And then anytime it was me, you're like, you don't know how to do the funny stuff. And it was really funny how.
Well, that's.
I could never.
Sometimes you're funny. What do you want me to say?
I was funny.
And by the way, there were certain times. You're correct. There were times when you were on, and I didn't know it was you. And then later on, I might go, was that something? And I'd listen and go, that was him.
Yeah.
Sometimes I probably didn't know at all. There were a lot of times when I was like, okay, this is him, but I don't have the fucking energy to go through all this shit today.
There was a couple where you said it was me, but it wasn't me, too.
Yeah. There was one time when some New Zealand or Australia guy called in, and I knew who he was. He had called in once before. And I knew he was from the get-go, and the whole time the call was going on, I was just treating it as a normal call. And I started calling him bread stealer or something because he was trying to paint me into, you know how they ask the questions and try to paint you into a corner. It got to something, would you steal to feed your family? He's like, oh yeah, I would. And I'm like, bread? Loaf of bread? You steal loaf of bread? Bread stealer? But you can't get your own bread? And he got really mad and hung up. And then later on I heard him on another show that he was talking about how he, made me look stupid or something, but whatever.
It sounds like you did.
I don't think so.
Did they have? Is there anything in the chat?
No.
Oh, these idiots.
No half measures. That's right, BB Bay.
Well, that's something I say. So.
Well, that's something somebody way cooler than you said.
Yeah.
Well, who?
Mike from Breaking Bad.
Mike Ehrmantraut said that. Yeah, that's a fucking great story. That's a great story that he tells.
Do you know that I'm part of the Breaking Bad universe?
Really?
Yeah. Vince Gilligan grew up in my neighborhood, like not just my hometown, like the literal subdivision. Uh-huh. And his mother still like lives nearby my parents and stuff. And he went to the same high school as me. And my dad started watching not knowing any of this, started watching Breaking Bad like when it first came out, when no one was watching it. And then at some point he read the credits during the first season. It was like, Vince Gilligan, why does that name sound familiar? And then he realized, oh, that's that kid from down the street. And then contacted Vince Gilligan's mom. Was like, is your kid the guy that does the Breaking Bad? I love that show. And then so Vince Gilligan wrote my family's street into the season 4 premiere episode as like a shout. He had his mom send an email to my family saying, listen out, there's a shout out to you in the in the premiere episode. So
what was it? The street?
Well, I don't know if I want to say it now. Is where my family lives, but
so it's like an address.
It's just the street name, but yeah.
And
basically.
you've managed to work that up into your part of the Breaking Bad.
It was a literal shout out to my dad and me.
Well, that doesn't mean you're part of the break. I thought you named named a character after you or something. I mean,
well, he named Jesse after me.
Okay.
We were the same high school. If you look at the mascot for Walt Jr.'s high school, it's the same one from.
Yeah, I took driver's ed with Wayne Gretzky.
High school. It's okay. It's a lot more than you knew Doug Jones one time, actually. So
it's not more than I took driver's ed with Wayne Gretzky.
Well, I think it is.
Yeah, I've been on lots of TV shows.
Also, when Jesse goes to crush. When he goes to that the meth head's house and he ends up the guy crushes his head with
the ATM.
The scene where he's like drives up to them, he's got the address written on a little piece of paper. That address is it's the street name that Vincent's mom lived on. It's a lot of little shout outs like that in there to where
How did we get on that subject?
Because someone in the chat room said no half measures.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. God, I wish, man, they just need to make a show about Mike or a movie. I'd watch anything with Mike.
Might be late now. They did 2 whole shows where he's in them.
I know. And then the movie. Here, I got one. 5 out of 6 doctors recommend Daddy's Medicine, Dr. Pepper. I'm Tom Gulley. Are you happy to be here?
That's a crazy one.
That's like, from Lloyd Mongol.
That's a reference from so long ago on my show.
This says Hairless Royce. You guys got to let those guys be. Tom, longtime fan, could you say, did you hear they are putting a gay character in the new Lightyear movie?
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Definitely say that.
I don't care.
Can you say
we have newsflash? I don't watch kids movies to begin with,
no,
and I don't care if they put gay people in every movie on Earth. This doesn't bother me.
No, that's a reference to our friend James, who's like one of these crazy people who cares about stuff like that.
Okay.
And he come anytime we're talking about something completely unrelated, he'll just come in interrupting it with like
that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
you guys gonna Bud Light boycott?
Yes, exactly. And so that's like the famous example of that is we have a recording of him coming in going, did you guys hear they put the gay character in the new Buzz Lightyear movie?
Hey, I got to tell you, all the nonsense that was going on. One of the things that was really nice was the ability to say, at least I'm not Mersh.
Well,
I mean, no, just from the amount of content that you were doing about it. I was like, God almighty, I don't know the guy. I've watched a little bit of his show. I don't have a problem with him. But
I was borderline nice to you in comparison to Mersh.
But Jesus God, man.
We sent him a ton of Crete, or quick Crete, as you would force me to say.
Mersh uses toothpicks without points on them. It was just anything you can find.
Yeah, well, that is Mersh like so doesn't get why he's made fun of, which is usually the most important feature of someone I make fun of. But he's so self-unaware that it becomes funnier to make fun of very, very petty things.
Well,
having to deal. He one time a quote from him was like, "These guys will literally do 3-hour streams on like the size and weight of my shits." So I actually did do a 3-hour stream.
Well, that's like South Park, where somebody did a review of them and said, "This is nothing but fart jokes and some other kind of humor." And that's when the South Park guys went, who are the 2 characters? Terrence and
Phillip.
He goes, "Oh no, this is nothing but fart jokes." Like, they actually took the review and went, "Oh no, we can do that."
That's my favorite thing to do with. I like the ones that are the least meaningful are the funniest ones.
Well, the reason I get made fun of is first and foremost, you people are the way you are. Secondly, I
or the way you are.
I realize I should be very easy to make fun of. I mean, obviously physically, but then I admit it. I'm an old radio guy. I've got old man mannerisms, sayings, life experiences, and I don't back down on things. And yeah, I do say stuff like "What's it to you?" and blah blah blah. And it's just a lot of easy.
I forgot that's something we.
It's a lot of easy stuff.
We got to get one of those in an artist liner. What's it to you? I'm Tom Gulley.
Okay, here you go.
How about I'm Tom Gulley and I'm watching Pod Awful. What's it to you?
I'm Tom Gulley and I'm watching Pod Awful. What's it to you? You happy to be here? Puzzled, McClunky, you decide. I'm Tom Gulley, and I'm happy to be here.
Wait, did you read that from the chat room?
Yeah.
Oh, it's paused, not paused.
Oh, okay. Paused, McClunky, you decide. I'm Tom Gulley, and I'm happy to be here.
That scared me for a second that you just knew those phrases.
Yeah. Hairless Roy says, I love "What's it to you?" I say that so much every day at work, and people come, what'd you do this weekend? What's it to you?
Well, the main guy from Pod Awful that would make fun of you for saying that is this guy called Plank. And he started saying it so much that we started making fun of him for it became the way to make fun of Plank and not a way to make fun of you.
I've said that. I got it from my dad. It's like, why do you want to know that? What's it to you? I just spit out shit out of my head. Why is it important to you? And then maybe I'll tell you.
It really does encapsulate your whole steez.
I know. I'm a lot different in real life than I am on this.
Mm-hmm.
You would not believe it. I mean, I did so much stuff when I was young that now I don't really like. I won't go to a soccer match, but I'll watch them on TV, and then I go on all these soccer shows and talk about them. And I won't. I mean, I'm very quiet. I don't, go out with my.
See, you said though we make fun of you because you're an old guy set in your ways. You do have the old. We do make fun of you for the radio thing because we just make fun of.
No,
radio.
I think all that other stuff comes out of the fact that I'm an old radio guy. I don't think you make fun of necessarily a radio guy, although you probably do. But that's not the main part of it.
I like when a guy talks like an old guy.
I'm kind of like a shop teacher that's 5 years from retirement.
Yeah,
it's pretty much that. I got a lot of hard and fast opinions. They may not be true, all of them, but it's pretty easy just to sit there. Look at him; he just still got the toilet paper. Whatever.
I did though in the first episode I talked about you, which is the only episode I talked about you before losing the YouTube channel. I did refer to you as the new Mersh.
Well,
in my mind, you were going to be as big as Mersh. You had those kind of legs.
What's also strange to me is that you guys are really involved in a microcosm. I won't even say microcosm. Your own kind of genre or niche of all these people that know each other's shows and crack on each other and all that. I've seen it. It's a pretty ornate world, and there's Red Bar, and there's Ethan Ralph, and there's all these other people.
Wait, you know who Red Bar and Ethan Ralph are?
Yeah, because they come up when I first started looking for stuff. Your name comes up in some of their shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so then you start to cross-pollinate a little bit, and you go, well, this guy's talking about this guy's talking about that guy. And so there's a bunch, like I said, there's a whole universe of that. I'm not part of that. I know nothing about that. I
don't either, though. I don't want to be a part of their universe. I really wish I had never sort of dabbled in those worlds because I want to be in my own little
Who's
bubble.
The other guy? That name is escaping me now. that's always made fun of by those guys. He's another one of the biggies. You said you're like a nicer, and that guy's name. It wasn't Ethan Ralph, but it was somebody kind of like him. God, I can't think of it now. Anyway, but I'm not part of that. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I don't either, really.
It's vivid. They're just
well,
up
that Ethan Ralph guy's got there's like an entire cottage industry around making fun of Ethan Ralph. And in all honesty, even though I'm a semi big name in that, I don't really know that much about him at all. I've just messed with him in some large ways a couple of times, but I hate following along.
It's not Alex Stein, chat room.
Wait, do you know who Alex Stein is?
He's the guy that harassed AOC on the steps of the friggin' Capitol.
That's crazy.
Fucking genius. I don't care if you don't like her.
No, take that back.
I don't care if you don't like her. I don't care if, what, but accosting members of Congress on the steps of the Capitol is that's an ass move, It's kind of like yelling at the players at a ball game.
Well, he said that was trolling, but I think it was catcalling.
It was something unnecessary.
If he's a troll for doing that, then every construction worker ever is a troll.
Yeah.
Not exactly a genius move.
I don't know what else he does. He pops up on conservative things, and I just ignore him.
He said he was going to sue me and send bounty hunters after my parents.
Well, that may be the most intelligent thing he ever said, and it's completely not intelligent. So I don't know what that guy's malfunction. That's a part of the internet culture, is people trying to get famous for nothing.
Well, he's been trying for real, because he used to be a reality show guy. He was on a ton of reality shows.
Do you know what would be an interesting experiment? I wouldn't want to do it. I doubt you would either, but I'm pretty sure you or I could do this.
Okay.
Get up tomorrow, start a show, and make it hardcore right wing.
That would be the easiest thing of all.
It would be so easy, and you would have 100,000 followers in a week.
Listen. Okay, you are making the guy I was just telling you about, James, the Buzz Lightyear gay character guy.
Yeah.
He's probably been in the chat tonight. If there's been somebody named the Conservative Camel.
He's been in here.
Okay, so James, years ago, we said to him, James, you're always popping in here with these stupid fucking things we don't give a shit about. You're a conservative guy. Look at all these grifters like Mersh who are making money off of just saying the things people want to nod their heads to.
Yeah.
And we invented the Conservative Camel for him. That's a brand. Like, we came up with branding for him, all this stuff. We said, go on one of these stupid alt platforms, just instantly become the biggest guy. All you got to do is stream 2-3 times a week and say the shit that everyone else is saying. Just covered the shit you see on your Twitter timeline, and then that's it. It's just instant money. And he was like, yeah, okay. And then he just never did it. And he still has that name, Conservative Camel, for no reason.
But I'll tell you, is a really good idea. And I've thought this for years. And it stems from my belief that Howard Stern or Rush Limbaugh probably could have gone, like, if Howard probably could have done a political show, and Rush probably could have been a shock jock or a sports guy, because they're so good at radio. I hate Rush Limbaugh. But he's really good at radio. And same with Stern. And so I think if somebody was to just, because it would be so easy to have a call-in line and people calling in, and I haven't drank Bud Light in 2 months, and I'm starting to like this here Miller Lite. It's pretty good too. Yeah, well, good job. And I'm a proud American. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to have a 6-pack sent to your house right now. You would be giant in a week.
I agree. I think James should do it. The Conservative Camel. It's time. You heard him. You got the Tom Gulley seal of approval.
Do
James.
it.
You do. He does have the worst voice for radio, though, of all time.
But that's almost better. Have you heard Mark Stein? Have you heard the super conservative? God, what's his name? Mark Levin. Mark Levin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the guy that's like the first three. It's just, none of those guys have great voices.
James has a really slow cadence. Though.
Oh,
he's like, I don't know. It might
tell him to pretend he's that. Oh God, who's the guy who ran for president and was housing secretary? A real slow talking African American doctor.
Ben Carson.
Yeah, you tell him to just pretend he's Ben Carson.
Well, that's the thing. The part of the bit with the conservative camel is we figured like, okay, we just get you big enough. You get like if he just got 1,000 subscribers, that would be enough for like him to become friends with Mersh, and then for us to secretly have like this back channel to Mersh. Yeah. It would absolutely fall for that.
I'm telling you what, you could, man, you could just let's face it. Some of these conservative guys and gals are only doing it because they know that's where the easy. You tell me everybody at Fox News is a super. I mean, some of those people, I can see some of those chicks at Fox News going, well, I could do Good Morning America type stuff, or I could just act really right wing and be super popular.
Yeah, of course. That's what anybody online.
I mean, Colbert did it when he had his, that show after the Daily Show.
But I think he understood that was a joke.
Well, it was, but he was pretending to be, But
remember when he was funny? That was crazy.
God, he used to be so incredibly funny, and he's so incredibly not now, and it's sad because I have the box set of Strangers with Candy. Have you ever seen that?
I love that fucking show. He's so funny on it.
He is, and of course, he was one of the writers.
Friends, we're the same guy. We have all the same interests.
Yeah, that series. There's not a single episode I don't just laugh my ass off. Okay, let me ask you this:
the movie's bad though.
I haven't seen the movie. I heard it was bad, and I didn't even bother to watch it.
Yeah,
but
the movie's not good, but the show.
Has Tom ever heard of Chrissy Marr? Yes, I have. The thing about that show, I love it how they had certain characters that they knew that we wanted the principal to be a black man, so it's Principal Blackman.
Yeah.
And they couldn't think of Jerry's last name, so it just became Blank.
Yeah.
Jerry Blank. But it's a great show. And he was funny. He's not
Chuck Oblet. I like the episode where they have the they're playing those old like what do you call those? The old films like serial things about like retarded people.
Oh, like a school safety film type thing.
Yeah, the hygiene film or whatever. And it's like so clearly also Colbert playing the old timey guy. In those, it's like they don't even really try to mask it at all. That fucking episode is so funny.
There's so many little things. I mean, like the teams are called the Concrete Donkeys. There's just a million. And the dad constantly frozen in one spot.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, it's just funny.
I always thought it was funny that the gay art teacher's name is Jellyneck.
Yeah, Mr. Jellyneck. And there and there was like countless times when Jerry would be walking by one of their classrooms and they were obviously having homosexual sex in the room, and what do you need, Jerry? God damn, these guys. I think there was one time they like just started ripping each other's clothes off and stuff. I actually met those guys. They were in Second City, Chicago, and those performers came to an award show that I was attending because I was getting awards, and they did all of the entertainment that night. So I met Colbert and the guy who plays Jellyneck, Paul. Yeah. So,
I quote the intro of that show all the time. Like anytime someone says, or I need to say TV or something, I say, "Stole the TV." That's just that. It's so fun. That show rules.
What's the thing she says? I'm still making all the same mistakes. But I forget what the ending is. It's funny. The other show I have, the first 2 seasons, maybe. I don't know that I have it. I mean, it may have ran 3 seasons, is Son of the Beach.
I've never seen that.
Oh, it's a Howard Stern produced half-hour sitcom. That's a lampoon of Baywatch.
Okay.
It's good.
I've never really seen much Howard Stern anything. I have seen Private Parts. I saw the movie.
Have you ever just gone to YouTube and...
Yeah, a couple times, just like, but more for like research purposes than anything. I didn't grow up with Stern.
I didn't either. I didn't listen to Stern until right towards the end of his, well, I guess a little bit off and on, but not till the last 2-3 years of his, before he went to satellite. And listening to the show on 9/11, that 9/11 show is up. It's really good. It's really
I didn't see that. I did this whole parody one time of all of the shows that, like all the comedy shows that came back after 9/11. They're like, everybody's like, I don't know if we're even allowed to be funny anymore. That I just remember as a kid after 9/11, like Dave did it, SNL.
Oh yeah, everybody did it. The thing about the Stern Show was that they were on the air, and they couldn't leave. They were trapped in Manhattan. So like a couple staff members lived close by, and Robin and some other people went and stayed at their house overnight, and then they came back and did the show the next day. Nobody actually got to go home.
Oh shit, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, there was tons of that stuff going on. But Stern also has a lot of other funny stuff with Stuttering John's interviews and.
I only found out like a couple of years ago the reason because people always just assume I've listened to Howard Stern, I guess because of what I do and the way I look, but we didn't have it here.
Yeah, you couldn't listen to it everywhere.
No, I mean,
so you're in Virginia now.
No, I moved, but
where you live, they didn't. Where were you at?
From Virginia. I'm from Virginia, but there's like
because they had it in New York.
Right, yeah, no, I haven't lived in New York in years, but I guess I could. I lived in New York for 10 years, but I never.
But they didn't have it when you lived there because it was on satellite. He was off terrestrial. That's what I'm saying. I understand what you mean because I lived in cities that didn't have Stern, and when I did, I would listen to him. But then I'd move somewhere else that didn't have him.
Well, what I found recently was like the past few years. Was my hometown like apparently he was like he went to war with my hometown and that's why we didn't have him growing up was like the people who owned like the local chain of grocery stores, like this grocery store that I went to as a kid, were like boycotting Stern being on the air. And so he had this whole I don't know how, like maybe 2 weeks or something, where he was like, it was fuck Richmond, Virginia that whole time because they wouldn't.
Is that where you're from?
Yeah.
You know the guy that tried to cut my head off or wanted to?
Yeah.
He's from Roanoke.
Oh, well, that seems like that he would try to cut your head off if you're from Roanoke. Yeah. That's not a nice place.
I just carved Croatone on the front door of my house.
Yeah.
Keep him away. But
that would make him disappear.
Yeah. Or actually just go to one of the nearby towns. They found out that none of those people actually disappeared. They all just went different places because that place sucked.
Moved slightly.
Yeah. It's like near Auschwitz. What happened to all of the bricks for the? Oh, I think I know where they're at. And they go into the town and they see all these houses that have new brick siding on them.
But yeah, I didn't know that as a kid. Like I had no idea any of that went down. But a couple of years ago, when people, kept pestering me about Howard Stern, I was like, why didn't that? Like, wasn't he gigantic? I remember when his movie came out as a kid. I remember being at the movie theater as a kid, and they had that giant cardboard standee of him naked in the middle of the city.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing.
What is, like, I was confused. I was like, why is this naked guy? Like, what is this?
You wouldn't be doing the show you're doing, and I wouldn't be doing the show I'm doing if it wasn't for Howard Stern.
Yeah, probably. I understand that.
Oh God, the boundaries he pushed back in the early 90s are just, you listen to those old shows and you're just like, I can't believe he's saying all this shit. And so
I understand that despite my complete lack of awareness of him, it still would have influenced everything I have seen to some degree. Like, I mean, like, you know, talking about Goons before, like, I only found out years after the fact that essentially the reason I call people I talk about on my show Goons is because he has something called a whack pack. And I didn't realize that, like, the friend I had who was like, you got to call these guys something, who had a show, he was a massive Howard Stern fan. I didn't know. I mean, I guess I was like vaguely aware, but I didn't realize that, like, he's basically just doing a mini Howard Stern impression. And I loved this show, and so that's why I took his advice. He was like, "Yeah, I'm calling my guys this. You should call." So I didn't know he was just being like, "Oh, I'm just having my own whack pack." I just followed his lead, and now that guy, his name's Chris Wilding. Now he works on the Howard Stern show.
Mm-hmm.
He's like one of the main guys on there, I guess. Now,
you know, that's awful.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, but I know that's got to be a fucking dream come true for him.
It doesn't matter. He's still Howard Stern. He gets the biggest star. He gets better stars now that he's nice and whatnot than he did before.
Hey, that's like that Letterman thing I was saying before. Yeah. There's another one where it's like all of a sudden, like I never really I have seen like a few of the interviews he's done in the past. And so I don't really know, but I would assume that, like, he would be like Letterman, where he doesn't really care.
No, he didn't. He didn't immediately ask him about their last time they had sex or whatever, and just all that kind of stuff.
So like, but then you get old, and then you're like, I want to go on a yacht.
Well, I think that he has that new kind of showrunner, Marcy Turk, and she's the one that fired all the old people and wouldn't let Gottfried on or any of the old comics that used to come on, and it just cleaned up the show. And from a business standpoint, it might make a little bit of sense, but he's not the Howard that he was. And
definitely the smartest business move is to do the opposite of what was working for 30 years or whatever.
But he only works 3 days a week, and he gets much bigger people now than he used to. So I think they still do a little stuff. But he gets to do what he wants. I just say he gets to do what he wants, you know?
Yeah, but why? What makes a guy like that not just hang it up? Like, just, you had, like, Seinfeld with the Seinfeld show. Like, what makes you not just go, okay, we did it, and it's the greatest ever? And
I think you'd have to say that Jerry Seinfeld is probably a much more secure person with himself than Howard is. And Howard's been so used to just getting up and doing a show. I think it's in his blood. I think he will quit, you know, the next 5 years or so, but he gets to do what he wants.
That's crazy. I don't even know anyone that listens to the radio at all.
I don't listen to anything but news and sports talk.
Yeah.
Man, I don't listen to the news unless there's a tornado or something.
Is he still on satellite radio too?
Stern, yeah.
Man, who even has that? That's crazy.
Well, it's in tons of cars, and a lot of people have it.
Yeah, but now you can just plug your phone into your car. I mean, you don't even have to plug it in.
That show's not on. I think when you get that satellite subscription, you do get access to an online version. But truck drivers, people who commute, blah blah blah. You got to remember they put those satellite radios in tens of millions of cars, and I know people that can't live without the radio, satellite radio. But I don't think it's like, I think your point's correct on music. If you have your own music and you just want to listen to your own music, you don't need the radio. I wouldn't listen to the radio for music, for anything. I got my own music. But if I want to hear something that's immediate, right now, talk, then I'll listen to the radio.
One of the things that makes me laugh is one of the reasons I actually finally listened to a Howard Stern thing is a few years ago, someone was like, you got to hear this thing of Howard Stern talking about podcasts.
Yeah.
He hated him. He was trashing podcasts.
Ari Shaffir.
And I mean, this was years ago. And
it was Ari Shaffir that he had the little back and forth with.
I do recall that. This might have even been before that. Actually.
No, this is the thing, because that's when he went off on his podcast deal. And he gets off into, unless you're doing morning radio. and that whole thing. Yeah, I know. I've heard it.
Listening to that and being like, and like this was when podcasts still weren't that big a thing. And I was like, you're gonna be fucked. Like, are you retarded? Like, podcasts are about to blow past anything you've done ever.
I think that's like, but it's also part of Howard's style. You know, anything that's not him, he puts it down. You know, sure. and they play that clip back now, and it's just like, God, you look so stupid. You know,
like I occasionally get recommended a video, like, you know, a modern video of his on YouTube or whatever, just because, you know, the other stuff I watch, I never watch them.
Right.
I watched a couple because I saw my friend Chris in the thumbnail, but I'm always just shocked that, like, why not just go ahead and put some of this stuff on the internet? Like, that's where people are going. You're still against the internet in 2023. That's so insane to me.
I think it's just that corporate, you got to pay us for it thing, but I don't know. I go back and listen to some of the old shows and just laugh my ass off. But he's not what he was. Not what he was.
I have the problem of
Opie and Anthony are funnier, I think, on a consistent basis.
That's what everybody tells me, but then I've tried to actually listen to Opie and Anthony, and again, I barely have. But
okay, well, here's what you got to do. You either have to listen to one with Patrice O'Neill on it.
Done that. Did that one already.
Colin Quinn.
Done it.
Jay Moore.
Haven't done that.
Yeah, those are the three big guests that are hilarious. You know, Rich Voss is okay. Nick DiPaolo's okay. But those three, Patrice's stuff, God, it's brilliant.
Well, my friend Ryan, who is like friends with Anthony Cumia, I guess, he's like, you know, always been a giant Opie and Anthony fan. He's like, he hates that I'm not into it. But he's from New York, so of course he was. And then I'd literally never heard of him until basically right before Anthony was kicked off the air.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've tried, in, you know, deference to Ryan, in an attempt to connect with him, I've attempted listening to it, and I have that problem of, when I'm listening to it, I can tell that if you were there for it then, it was funny, but it is not funny to me now. Like, I've heard too many things that have been poorly inspired by it that it ruined it for me.
If somebody recommends that to you, they should send you a clip.
Well, that's what he did. Yeah. So he was like, "You're gonna love Jocktober." He knew, like, I tried listening to Patrice O'Neill stuff because everybody says that's so funny, but he knows that's not. I'm gonna talk shit about that. That's it's just not that funny. It's not that revelatory to me. But the Jocktober stuff is similar to what I do. So, you know, it's making fun of other people's shows. So he was like,
I love Jocktober.
Here's a playlist. Here's the ones you have to hear. You got to hear when they make fun of, you know, Dan and Dave, or what, I don't remember their names, but
John and Jeff.
Probably.
We're two guys that like to, yeah.
Yes, that guy. So I listened to all of it, and I really gave it my attention.
Well, but it's just not for you.
It's the same thing as if, like, you had never seen Seinfeld, but you saw every shitty Seinfeld ripoff sitcom that came out afterward. You would just watch Seinfeld and think, like, it's like that.
Well, it's also that thing. It's hyped so much that you can't possibly live up to the expectation. If they just had sent it to you and said, you might like this, you might like it a little better than.
I can't like O&A when I know that Mersh was inspired by O&A, or that Red Bar was inspired by O&A.
I like Red Bar.
Well, yeah, you like Red Bar. He doesn't like me. Of course you like him.
I didn't know that.
He's also, I only found this out recently, he's also extremely influenced, let's say, by Howard Stern.
But here's the thing about, like, I have a lot of friends that were actually on O&A. One of my real good friends was kind of a regular on that show. And then another good friend of mine.
Bobo?
No. This is No Filter Paul. But the other thing is that I have a really good friend that was a regular on Stern. And
Crackhead Bob?
No, it's Dave Lerman.
I need you to understand how deep I had to reach
for Crackhead Bob.
For Crackhead,
I turn it off when Crackhead Bob's on.
I don't even remember who that is. I just remember the name.
Oh, you can't even understand him when he talks. There's a couple of his things he does during it. It's just like
I was trying to do anyone but the
Wendy the retard.
No,
she calls into my show all the time.
The black midget. What's his name?
Beetlejuice.
Yeah, I was trying to be more, a deeper cut than Beetlejuice.
I never get.
Took all of my power.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Dan Masterson.
Who's that?
Dick Masterson.
Oh, wait, what about him? Dick Masterson?
That was the person I was trying to remember. That's part of the Mutually Assured Destruction podcast circle.
Oh, okay, yeah. He's the guy that got my Patreon taken down.
Oh, well.
So that's the guy I hold a grudge against.
BB Bay put it in the chat, so
for that.
So
he actually straight up instructed his audience to report my Patreon. No.
So why wouldn't you suspect him of having your YouTube taken down?
Because that was 6 years before.
Oh.
It's like a long, or maybe a little less than that, but it was like at least 4 years in between. He wouldn't have done it then.
Yeah. What's up with that?
I guess it's possible. I suppose it's possible.
I really hesitate to ask this question, but what's up with that Santa Clara Joker dude, man?
Santa Cruz Joker.
Whatever.
Well, I was the original Santa Cruz Joker. And then he took the title from me. I moved to Santa Cruz after New York. And he was upset about that. And he tried to claim he was the original Santa Cruz Joker. And it was just this whole thing back and forth. And he's, in probably the greatest moment of Pod Awful's history, which is really saying something. He had the most embarrassing night of his life, sort of at the hands of my dark machinations. And so he really doesn't like me. He decided it would be a good idea to live stream himself trying to fight a homeless guy, and I was in the homeless guy's corner, and he got humiliated. He got beat up. He tried to mace the homeless guy because some random, like in just one of these magical Pod Awful style turns of events, some random homeless guy, old Mexican dude selling bread, walked up, and he was like offering the bread to the Santa Cruz Joker and the homeless guy Driftwood, and they're in the middle of a fight, like they're in the middle of yelling at each other.
But so what's up with him though? I mean,
well, he got hit in the face with bread.
No, I mean in general that couldn't have happened yesterday.
No.
So, here's the thing. You have these goons.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm one of these goons, according to you. And
I'm the sort of expert on the subject, so yeah.
I put myself in the middle of this rogues gallery that you've assembled. And I go...
The Legion of Goon. Yeah.
So, I go... I'm not saying I'm not ridicule worthy. I think I am.
Certainly.
But I'm not these guys.
No,
okay?
not everyone.
I mean, I'm a little. I don't want. It's not word. The offended's not the word. It's just. Why am I in with these guys? I mean,
you're having the same problem a few of the goons have had. Manny Manson didn't like this either. A lot of the goons get upset because they think it means they're the exact same as this one.
I don't think that. I don't think that. No, I don't. I think I just shouldn't be in that group.
But there's
all the kids. All the kids in the special ed class are not identical.
How about exactly? But they're all in the special ed class.
Exactly. And I'm looking at Santa Cruz Joker.
They're still the speds.
A Santa Cruz Joker. A guy I would like to feel sympathy for because of what he's gone through.
What?
But I can't. Because did someone accuse him of rape?
He really did try to rape a girl.
Did someone apologize for saying that because he didn't have proof?
That's not bullshit. No,
nobody apologized for that.
Hang on. Let me explain.
You don't have to explain. Let me just go ahead.
I'll make it quick.
Let me. You're not.
I don't want that out there. That's you're going by his narrative, and that's not what happened.
No, I thought
that's him not understanding a joke. That's him being a law cow.
Whatever. I would like to have sympathy.
Contacted by a girl.
I would like to have.
He actually tried to roofie at a bar. She caught him trying to roofie her. She gave me plenty of proof. I have her whole name. She asked me not to name her. So because I'm handcuffed to not naming this girl.
No, you're not.
Because I've asked her since then if she would just come forward so that I'm not the one saddled with this for whatever reason.
Well, whatever, but
she won't. But I did an episode jokingly saying I'm sorry and that I don't have proof to set him up for the next thing that happened.
So that wasn't true what you said. It was a joke.
The episode where I'm saying that I had no proof is a joke.
Okay, whatever. The point being, I would like to have sympathy for this person.
Sympathy for the joke.
He's a Fruit Loop, man. And then
same
with
and pedophile.
Same with
legitimately.
Who's the guy? There's a couple of them. The guy that drinks all the time.
Mersh?
No,
Ethan
he would get on there and I can't think of what his name is. Real short-cut hair. Talked about how much he worked out all the time. He's just crazy and would start pouring beer from his extended hand down his throat out of a can and stuff. And wears sunglasses, short hair.
How's that not Mersh?
This guy's not fat. He's in good shape.
What?
Can't remember his name.
Somehow this is not hitting for me. I don't know.
Oh God, he did a whole bunch of shows about you.
He did?
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know who he is.
No.
Millhip? You mean Millhip?
I think that's him.
Hipstar?
Hipstar, that's him.
Yeah, we call him Millhip.
Well, so there's that guy. Again, Fruit Loop. They have costumes and stuff. I mean,
he's not really a goon, though.
I'm just like, I just don't see why. I mean,
he's not a goon.
I get why you're doing what you're doing, but I'm not them.
He wishes he was a goon. He would rather be a goon.
I'm not those guys.
Trust me. But you're not. Yeah, you're not.
So.
But you are the same as, our good friend. Unfortunately, he's passed now. But our good friend Jock Jam Jesus. You're the same as him.
I don't know.
We were.
And just from the name, I'm not like him.
Jock Jam. What do you mean? How is that different?
I use my real name. I don't use some stupid.
Why is that the hang up?
That's just another facet. It's not the
hang up. Your real name is silly, like Gulley.
Totally. But I'm using my real name. I don't call myself H.R. Puppin stuff.
Right. His real name was just normal, so he had to go with Jock Jam Jesus. But he was
I went with the Tom Gulley. I went with Tom Gulley for showbiz reasons.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
He was a rapper though, so he had to have a.
You know what most radio guys with weird last names do, right?
By weird, do you mean Jewish?
Just not easy to pronounce or off the beaten path, whatever.
I did that. I'm not. My real last name isn't P.S. I have an unwieldy.
Your real last hyphenated name is, but the point is, this is quite common. I bet you there's not a radio or TV station even that you've watched that somebody isn't doing this. They don't use their last name; they use their middle name. So that's why there's a lot of Tom Anthony,
right? See, we were right. Tommy, Tony.
Yeah, that's correct. I said that earlier. The Steve David, There's tons of those, and that's what that is. He didn't use Jock Jam Jesus. He could have used his middle name.
That's what Jewish guys do a lot. Like John Stewart. His last name's Leibowitz.
Well, they do that sometimes, but they also sometimes take off the Stein or the Berg on the end. So that's why it's, Bobby Gold, or
that's why Howard Stern's Howard Stern, though. He only had that one Jewishy part of a name, and then so he was left with that. He didn't have anything else to go to.
Yeah, poor guy. Poor guy. All right. What else?
Somebody told me that he used to pretend to not be Jewish, though.
I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, they said that he would say he was like half Jewish or something.
When was this?
I don't know. I don't know enough about him, but that's what
he has been extremely Jewish since he's been on the air.
Well, it's pretty tough not to be.
He has his parents on all the time. I don't think they're going to get mistook for.
I don't know. This is just what I was told.
Irish.
Red Bar used to do that. That's something else he took from Stern, actually. He used to say he wasn't Jewish. He used to claim he was Iranian.
What else? Anything else? Or
hang on. Let's finish addressing this. Like, you think you shouldn't be a goon because of what other goons are.
I already told you what I thought.
Some goons are absolutely like bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, I know. I just look. I get all that stuff. It's fine. I'm just saying. Either I'm just not in. That's just not a freak show like a lot of those people. Or you need to have a separate category.
The fact that you can't see it is what makes it so.
What do you mean?
Like a person who really didn't belong as a goon wouldn't even have a problem with it.
I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying it doesn't. It's like that Sesame Street. One of these things belongs with the other. Which of these things, I just don't think I'm in that category.
There's a lot of other goons though that are very similar to you.
You just
like Royce. How
category.
Are you different than Royce?
I didn't know Royce was a goon, but I don't watch Royce.
Well, you're both, internet pretend radio guys who.
See, you're doing it again.
Well, you know what I mean.
No, I do not.
Oh, okay.
As a matter of fact, I do not. I have an Emmy award. That's for TV, but still. I don't think I have. I know. I think I won a copywriting award from the.
You have won a Tony?
RAB. No, never been on Broadway.
I was just thinking about your middle name again.
I did win the Radio Advertising Bureau, but the point is, I'm not a pretend radio guy.
But okay.
So you've made my point for me.
When I say pretend radio, I don't mean you're sitting there with, holding an egg beater, pretending it's a microphone, sitting on the floor Indian style, going wee woo boo boo boo.
What about anything I said indicated to you that's what I thought? The only thing I said was I'm not a pretend radio guy. I'm actually on the radio.
Okay, well, Royce has actually been on the radio too.
So you're wrong about both of us?
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Well, it's still
you're wrong about both of us.
I haven't heard it either way. I haven't heard either of you on the radio. Me personally.
How many more clips do you want me to play?
Those clips again could just be you.
I can't be on the radio when I'm here with you.
You could just be showing me your reel. I don't know.
Oh no, I wouldn't show you my reel.
No, you'd show me your fake.
I can't wait till that kid gets old enough to.
Come on. My kid's 13.
What can you do in 30?
That's the wrong one.
See, that was another one. Those reels. That was you pretending you could do a commercial or something.
No, these are commercials I wrote and produced. I'm trying to find my actual radio reel. My actual radio. I do have an actual radio reel.
You're a real radio guy because you've been on Pod Awful.
Yeah. Sure. Oh, here you go.
I'm Tom Gulley, and tonight on America Tonight, we're going to talk about the hottest topics in America tonight.
I happen to know that it's a multi-million dollar program. You, sir, are being paid $191,916.66 per month. Per month by OSU. Okay, tell me that crap about they're not professionals anymore. Tell me that again.
I don't mean to make light of the hurricanes.
Anyway, I got a demo. I got a reel.
Okay, well.
Sure.
So were those...
They're so cheesy. I hate
Were those
them.
real or fake?
Those were on the air clips.
I thought, they do fake ones for reels. I wasn't sure.
I don't know anybody that does that. And by the way, most people in radio, certainly program directors, going to be able to see through that, and you're going to look stupid. So don't do that.
As far as I'm concerned, all radio is fake at this point.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm an internet guy.
How is it fake?
No one listens to it.
Well, that doesn't mean it's fake, and people do listen to it. I think you know that.
Would a ham radio guy be a radio guy?
That's a good question.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
If a radio signal, goes over a forest,
I've always just used it for people in terrestrial broadcasting, but.
What about satellite?
I guess it can go to satellite now, and a lot of shows are both.
What about underwater broadcasting?
You mean like text messages to the pilot ship?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the broadcasting we all strive.
I
strive for that kind of broadcasting because I know just a couple seconds away I'm going to be crushed into a paste.
What if I talk into my microwave? Am I a micro guy?
I don't know.
There's a lot of shit that uses radio waves.
When I built my first website, I think it was, for me, it was like 99. I wrote all these emails to famous people. Do you know who Uri Geller is?
Of course.
Okay, so I write Uri Geller, and these were all the most smart-ass emails. They're actually hilarious. I should put them back up on my site. But I asked Uri Geller, I said, I was emptying my dishwasher, and I noticed that one of the spoons was slightly bent. Did you do that? And he writes me back. He was one of the few that wrote me back. He's like, not that I can remember.
So there's a possibility.
But you should tap in to your washing machine. It may have amazing powers. And I'm like, you smart-assed me back. Good on you, Uri Geller.
Well,
I wrote, Ken Burns is?
Yeah, of course.
So I wrote him a thing that said, I was just wondering if you'd managed to save any of the footage from camp, whatever the camp was on F Troop. I would think that the video documentation of this time period would be very valuable to historians. His person that answered his email wrote me the most fucking shitty email on earth back for that. But I got a bunch of them. Anyway.
Am I a TV guy if I've been on the TV?
Did you work in television?
Uh-huh.
As what?
An on-air talent.
For what?
Lots of stuff.
Like for a TV station?
Am I a movie guy if I've been in a movie?
I don't think. I think unless that's your full-time profession. I don't know if you can say that.
What if it was for a while?
I don't know. Here's the answer. Call yourself anything you want, man.
I was an extra.
Call yourself anything you want.
What if I was on a public access show? Does that make me a TV guy?
If you think that makes you a TV guy, it does.
Okay, well then.
I don't know. I don't know what these definitions are. I just use the terms as I know them, and I probably would err on the side of being a little more inclusive.
Well, my definition of pretend radio guy is...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Think whatever
it's
you want.
Extremely broad.
Yeah,
it includes a lot of real
boundaries are
radio
non-existent.
guys.
It concerns anyone. It's like
Jack Benny, pretend radio guy.
Listen, a lot of goons are just mostly average, normal guys. More than you think. They're not all literal retarded people.
I didn't say they all were.
They're not.
There's quite a few. You have to admit, there's
okay. It is mostly
quite a few turnips that have fallen off the truck.
Sure, that's true. I would love for there to be more that are not. The reason Mersh is so widely covered, well, except for, of course, for his belly and butt crack, is because I like that it's someone I can make fun of that technically isn't just a mentally retarded person who can't really hit back, or like, technically speaking, Mersh should have all of the
yeah, no, his annoyance is real. He's aware of it.
Yeah, but he's the most self-unaware at it, though.
Well, you put me in one of I can't control your categories. I'm just saying that.
I don't think
it seems like you should have a different category for.
What should I call you then? What is it?
I don't know.
Friend?
Yeah, just stick with what you've been doing. It's not,
You'd rather be.
I don't want to think about any other shit.
You'd rather be a goon than we call you.
Worn the groove so deep. Why start another one?
I mean, technically speaking, you actually have been in the Legion of Goon. I can't take you out. Whether you like it or not, you got tapped into that. You talked to Joker. You talked.
Sick from school the day they covered the bylaws of the Legion.
You talked to Joker. You talked to Katie Lynn Donahue. She's Two-Face. You talked.
I don't even know who Katie Lynn Donahue is.
You did. I know she reached out to you.
Did she? I don't think. Seriously, I don't think so.
Yeah, I talked to you about her before. We had a whole back. Yeah.
I don't think, man. I remember a 3-namer like that.
She's like half her face is melted, and she's the one that runs the page about me being a pedophile on Facebook.
I don't know anything about that.
I think that was part of when I talked to you about it, that was part of my, like, you do see how this is similar to what was done to you, right? It's part of my.
I don't remember that. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I don't have any recollection of her. She didn't reach out to me. I can tell you that.
You guys spoke for sure.
No, she didn't.
And she's the head of the Legion of Goon.
Hardly anybody has.
The whole reason we have the term Legion of Goon is because of her.
No, I don't recall any knowledge of her. That's not saying that I had it. But she didn't reach out to me. That I know for a fact.
You did refer to it, as I often do, as my rogues gallery. So if you were, let's see, I've got a Joker, I've got a Two-Face. If you were a Batman villain, you would be.
Why would I be a villain?
Well, if you're my rogues gallery, that's villains. You would be.
Not always. Rogues gallery can just mean a collection of.
Oh, you'd be my Solomon Grundy.
Untidy. Let's see, Batman. Who do we? Are we talking? Are we talking the?
You're Solomon Grundy.
Are we talking canon Bob Kane Batman? Are we talking? Can I include the TV show?
Yeah, I think that's got a. I don't think that's got any.
I'm talking the '66 TV show.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Adam West.
So, I would probably. Okay, you know who was a villain on that show and was technically a villain in his own show, but he and Batman and Kato and Robin squared off? It's the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet.
I'll be the Green Hornet.
No, you're Solomon Grundy.
You just asked me who I would want to be.
Well, I didn't say who you want to be. I'm saying who you would be.
I would be the Green Hornet.
How are you the Green Hornet? You don't even have a Kato. I've got a Kato.
I have a Kato.
Who's your Kato?
My Kato's my director of operations from work.
No, I've got a Kato.
He's
His name's
just
Ryan
about
Katsu Rivera. He's Asian. He's Japanese, for crying out loud.
Mine's Chinese.
Okay, well.
Like Bruce Lee.
That's fair, but I think Kato was meant to be Japanese.
I'm the Green, because none of your other goons could be District Attorney Britt Reed in their daytime job.
I don't think you could be the district attorney.
So could be.
And actually, yes, one of them could. His name is Nick Rekieta. He's a literal lawyer.
Okay, let me change that.
And there you go. Nick Rekieta is an extremely successful, fairly normal guy. He's got kids, got a family.
What you said? Oh, boy.
which is better than you.
So did Hitler. I mean, come on.
Hang on. No, what? No, he didn't.
He didn't have kids. He had a family.
He didn't have a wife and a kid.
He had a wife?
No, Ava Braun wasn't his
They
wife.
got married right before they blew their brains out and took cyanide.
Okay, I'm
He
sure
had a wife.
Who married them? Him?
No, it was. God, it was
Himmler.
It was down in the bunker.
Who did
I
it?
can't
Goebbels?
remember, but man, she snuffed herself right after that, and he blew his brains out.
Listen. Well, that's what you call a shotgun wedding.
Yeah.
Hello.
It was a
here's the thing. So there's goons like that too, who are like Nick Rekieta is got to be making the craziest bank. He's a lawyer. But he's still a goon, and he's my lawyer.
Well, that's what you call him.
No, he is. He's actual lawyer. My lawyer.
No,
Nick
you call him a goon.
Yes.
So just continue doing that to anybody you want. I'm just saying it was
okay, but if
and I didn't.
you were
and you notice I didn't say mad.
I
didn't say mad. I didn't say upset. I had a problem with it. It's just a.
Why do you have a problem being Solomon?
It just seems a little weird.
Why would you have a problem being Solomon Grundy?
You know, you're gonna probably not like this, but the reason I don't like Solomon Grundy is not his Solomon Grundy story, but the story of him leading up to when he became Solomon Grundy.
Born on a Monday?
Actually, that's the part that bothers me the least.
That's the only lead up.
Left out in the swamp and all that.
Yeah, but he's an undead guy. He's Batman's Frankenstein.
I don't want to be undead.
I was going to say Clayface. I think Solomon Grundy's better.
Clayface.
Yeah, you don't know Clayface?
I know Clayface. I'm just saying I don't see that.
Well, Solomon Grundy's right. He's undead. He's Frankenstein-like.
Be King Tut.
Solomon Grundy. Huh?
Be King Tut. I'd be the egghead.
Egghead? Are you kidding? No, you got to be the most Frankenstein-like one. That's your thing.
But I
Come on, the fact that I was even able
I already
to pull
got that. That's in my back pocket.
The fact that I was even able to pull an undead Batman.
I'm trying to expand this thing. You know, I don't need to. You know, come on.
The
Beatles didn't just make one hit record. Okay,
Batman might have actually fought Frankenstein at one point, so it might just be Frankenstein.
Well, at some point when Universal was desperate for cash, Frankenstein fought everybody, including Abbott and Costello.
Yeah.
So
Frankenstein was also in Power Rangers. So.
Everywhere. God, you see some Japanese movies sometimes. You're fighting Godzilla.
I think Solomon Grundy's pretty good.
Do whatever you want. What am I even arguing about this? You're going to do what you want anyway. So.
Well, I think it's cool.
Why don't I be Two-Face and one side's Britt Reed, the other side's Solomon Grundy? There's three villains in one character.
Two-Face because Katie Lynn Donahue is Two-Face. Literally half of her face is melting off.
Okay. Well, that's the best I can do.
Taken. And obviously Mersh is the Penguin.
Just do what you want. You're going to do that anyway. So just
Mersh is the Penguin.
Now, you did know that
Rufio's the Riddler.
You did know that the Green Hornet is a direct descendant of the Lone Ranger.
Everybody knows that.
Okay, just asking.
Is Kato a direct descendant of Tonto?
He's so stupid.
What? I don't know.
That's just funny. Yes.
Okay.
Jay Silverheels got around, man. If Kwai Shang Kane can come over here and kung fu it up, why can't Kato?
Is that David Carradine's character?
Yeah, Kwai Shang Kane, Shaolin monk.
You remember how he died?
In the movie or in life?
In real life.
TV show in life? Yes, I do remember.
I doubt it's the same.
Everybody remembers that.
Yeah, he was jacking off and hanging himself in the closet. And was dressed like a lady.
No.
Yeah.
He was hanging himself and jacking off. Get it straight.
Oh, okay. I don't think
you don't. It's come on. Don't you have to start with hanging yourself? I don't know how it works.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. I don't know how you kill yourself from that.
Do you kind of think secretly that that's how Robin Williams died, and they just don't want to say?
No. I think exactly what happened.
He had that movie where his kid did that. Remember that movie?
Yeah. Was it The World According to Garp or something like that?
No, World's Greatest Dad. Spoilers.
That's it. World's Greatest Dad. I just no, I don't think that.
And then he covered that. The point of that movie is he covers up that his kid did it. I kind of think that's what.
I'm just saying, I got a lot of hobbies, but I don't die from them, and certainly, God, David, that's a come on. You
ever meet Robin Williams?
You got to screw up so bad to die from. No, I never met Robin Williams.
Oh, I did.
All right.
You know what happened when I met him?
No.
He pretended to jack off on me. Hello?
There's no response to that.
That's true, though. That's what happened.
Okay.
Right. He walked up to me and pretended to, like he was jizzing on me. Like it was a fountain of cum.
Yeah.
Coming from his human penis onto my head and face.
That's an unfortunate celebrity. That's an unfortunate brush with greatness. I wish you had a better story to tell about me and Robin Williams.
I don't know that everybody's got that story. I think it's pretty good.
No, I don't think probably
I hope
does.
It doesn't.
Friggin' hairy arm.
Wait, was I Me Too'd?
What's that?
Did I get Me Too'd? You never heard tell of Me Too?
Oh, sorry. You mean the hashtag?
Hashtag Me Too.
I don't know if you got Me Too'd. I don't know. Just don't know. All right. Have we covered it all?
No.
Oh.
There's a lot of other stuff that we haven't talked about.
Like what?
You ever hear of that submarine?
I did an hour on the submarine before you called. You probably were listening to part of it.
That's crazy that you restarted your show just to talk about that submarine.
I love talking about people that do dumb shit and get killed.
That's so funny to me that that's what made you come back on air. I
always do those guy falls 1,800 feet off a mountain taking a selfie type stories. So this one was God. So what happens if you come back up from that? It's not even like Everest. I mean, I think Everest is stupid, but at least you can say, I climbed, conquered Everest.
I got no thing. You went down the water and saw the Titanic.
You mean that thing that there's hundreds of hours of footage of from cameras, the exact same distance you are?
Yeah. I've actually been higher up than Everest.
Yeah, me too. I've flown in a plane.
Right, yeah. So, whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, you guys aren't so hot.
Yeah.
And by the way, when I got on the plane, I didn't have to watch dead people that didn't make it onto the plane along my path. That's the most unnerving thing to me.
Yeah, it was easy going.
You get 500 yards from the top, and you start seeing all the corpses of the people that A, couldn't make it to the top, and B, nobody had the strength to help down. You just walk by the dying guy, sorry, a little out of breath.
It's funny that they're always like, oh, you can't bring him down. It's just, it's too much. You gotta.
Yeah.
It's like
you gotta save yourself.
Somebody could probably go over there and bring some of them corpses down.
It's like I'm a little winded. Sorry.
Let's get a helicopter or something.
And they name them. That one's called Green Boots and blah blah. It's like morbid as hell, man.
How do they not know their real name?
They do, but they just like using the nicknames, I guess. One of them's called Jump Jimmy or whatever that guy's name is.
They're now just landmarks on the mountain.
Yep. Oh yeah. And every now and then it's like the sun hits the mountain at a certain angle. It hasn't in a few years, and it gets warm and it unearths the bastard from 1919 that fell that they never found. Yeah, it's great up there. But that submarine, Jesus God. Let's take a carbon fiber tube. Let's epoxy the ends on it. Oh, that sounds like it'll work. Let's get some model glue out.
Well, it worked before.
It did.
They went down successfully 4 times before that, right?
I think this was their third.
Everybody's ignoring the part where they did it. That's pretty impressive that it ever worked.
That's because those things have what they call an operational lifespan, and that thing shouldn't have gone down more than once. So,
still pretty good though. I couldn't do that. I couldn't build one that went down even one time. I bet
I couldn't, and I think largely because
actually, you know what? I bet I could.
It's stupid as shit. That's why I can't.
I think I could do it, but I wouldn't go in it. I'd send some others.
I wouldn't.
I'd send some retard fucking billionaire.
I'd start by sending someone's pet that I don't like, and then go from there.
Why would you hate a pet that much?
Because that's just in keeping with our country's.
Evil, man,
that's in keeping with our country's deep commitment to sending animals into space and other places, so that humans don't get
Leica style.
Humans don't get killed the first time out.
You're doing a ham. You're going ham on that submarine.
What's that?
That's the chimp they sent to space.
Oh, ham. Yeah, they sent a dog. They made the Russians sent a dog.
Russia. That's Leica.
Yeah. So, but
yeah, no, I know about space animals.
Well, yeah, that's what I was talking about. So, they should have sent Coco up there.
The gorilla?
Coco could talk.
Coco met Robin Williams.
Coco can talk to people.
Me and Coco have that in common. We both met Robin Williams, and he.
Strangely enough, the gorilla pantomimed masturbating to Robin Williams. That's where he learned it.
Yeah, that's where he learned it from. But no, he did.
And he passed it along to you.
He showed Coco how to do an impression of a hot dog.
What celebrity will you pass it on to?
Tom Gulley.
No. I'm not a celebrity. You guys
right now, Tom. I'm doing it.
You guys have said as much. You guys have already said I'm not a celebrity.
Let me think. Who's the most famous person I've cummed on?
Kevin Spacey.
Unfortunately, I was the bottom in that situation.
That's too bad.
Nobody tops the space.
Isn't it amazing he's still not in jail and still not making movies?
No, none of them are. How is Steven Spielberg a free man?
What about
he raped Heather O'Rourke in the ass till she bled to death.
That
on the set of Jeopardy.
What's that? Somewhat around the same time as Norm Macdonald, or probably a month or two or whatever after it, Tom Sizemore died. And people are like, wow, we didn't see that coming. I'm like, could you not see that coming?
I didn't even realize he had died then. I just assumed he'd been dead the whole time.
No, that's kind of the same thing I thought. And people were, expressing disbelief. And I'm like, man, that guy makes Charlie Sheen look like a monk.
But did you know that about Steven Spielberg, that he butt-fucked that girl from Poltergeist?
All I know is you're saying that, and I don't believe that.
You never heard of that?
No.
They say he did it on the set of Jeopardy.
Which makes it even more unbelievable.
Oh no! That the set of Jeopardy is on the production lot where they did Poltergeist. It's on the Paramount lot.
But it's just so rando.
No, you know who
Pat
accuses
Sajak.
him?
Huh?
Has a Wheel of Fortune. You know who accuses him of that though is Crispin Glover.
But Spacey is weird to me because he's one of these guys that's never been charged. And like even Mel Gibson, they let Mel Gibson start making money. I mean, making movies again, even after all his nonsense.
Who let him? You mean the Jews? That's a sort of an anti-Semitic
people in Hollywood. I think if you recall what he said, wouldn't have been the Jews.
You remember what Brando said, right?
I do.
He said that Jews control Hollywood.
Yes,
and then,
a lot of people have said that, though.
In order to prove they don't, they stopped him from making movies.
Well, did they?
And then what he did was he apologized to him, and then the rabbis let him make a movie again.
Oh, okay. Well,
they welcomed him back. That's true. There's video.
That's okay.
That's crazy.
Just saying.
But no, Crispin Glover is the one who accuses Steven Spielberg.
I'm kind of done with the Steven Spielberg story, really.
Do you know who Crispin Glover is?
Yeah, I know who he is. Come on, Letterman. Come on, man.
Oh, right. Yeah. So, what was that movie he was promoting when no one knew it?
When he came on Letterman and just freaked out and started throwing karate kicks and stuff. I don't remember. It wasn't the first Charlie's Angels, wasn't it?
No. That was a decade before. It was what's the name of that character? Fuck, I can't remember now. But anyway, yeah, I saw Crispin Glover in real life. I saw him do a performance, and then I watched his movie What Is It? But he also has this essay, I guess. I don't know what you would call it. It's this odd thing he wrote. It's also called What Is It? It's hard to call it an essay because every line ends in a question mark. But a couple of the lines are about Spielberg and his proclivities. And, he would know because he certainly knows the man.
River's Edge.
But what was the character's name? He was like in character. He was like I can't remember now. Anyway, so he's the one who says that Spielberg is.
He's got a real interesting story about what happened to him with Back to the Future and his thing with Zemeckis.
Yeah.
And when you think about it, it's like more people should know about it because they really fucked him over.
Yeah. Well, he won that lawsuit.
Yeah, he did. He won it big time. And nobody said a boo about that. I mean, it was just like, and now with all the AI stuff, it's a good
That's
thing.
why I believe him, though, because it's not like he won the lawsuit, so it's not like he really still have a bone to pick.
No.
So why say that stuff about Spielberg?
Well, I don't know, but that story has absolutely no.
What do you mean? And what if that's true, though?
Well, what if?
It's a pretty big deal for a guy like that well known to accuse.
You could what if anything? I'm not going to find out the real answer. Neither are you.
What is it?
Don't know. Don't care.
It's pretty. You got to see the movie though, Tom. Please watch Crispin Glover's What Is It?
See if I can get that into the rotation.
I'm sure it's on YouTube or something. It is. You're gonna love it. It's right up your alley.
Yeah. Okay, if you say so.
Please watch it. It's so good.
Oh.
It's not. It's like a little short film.
What's the punchline here?
There's not a punchline. It's a real thing. I encourage anyone to go see it. I saw it with him live. He did a one-man show thing, and then he showed the movie. It was excellent. He had he makes these little books where he takes old books about how to kill rats and stuff, and then like reorders the.
Is it the quote adventures of a young man whose principal interests are snails, salt, a pipe, and how to get home, and he's tormented by a hubristic, racist inner psyche?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can't wait to not watch that movie.
Oh, come on, watch it. What's gonna hurt? It's like, what is it, 20 minutes long or something?
Dude, I went to film school. I don't watch.
But this is like, imagine if something good was produced at a film school. That's what this is. It's what every guy in film school is trying to make.
You didn't like Dark Star?
What's Dark? I don't know what that is.
You didn't like THX 1138?
Well, that's George Lucas is a genius. That's obviously different.
Student film.
True. Well, no,
the
original version's a student film. The theatrical version's not. Started as a student film.
Well,
the original.
It's good.
The original one is barely more.
You said they don't produce good things. It's good.
No, the student film version's barely more than just an exercise in editing. Like it's him copying those.
Good enough to get the big one made.
They were doing anything back then. Those guys.
15 minutes.
Those cocaine cowboys.
So there's two. I could start name. There's been a lot of, but I will admit that 99% of stuff that comes out of film schools is
Pure crap.
What is Dark Star? I don't know what that is.
It's a seminal science fiction film.
By who?
1974. Let's see. It was directed and produced by, what's the guy's name? Oh yeah, John Carpenter.
Dark. I don't. That's weird. I've never heard of that. I feel like
it was co-written with Dan O'Bannon. Dan O'Bannon is a major.
Who wrote Alien? I know.
So.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, that's the. Yeah, that was sort of the precursor. Okay. Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah.
So there's others, but you're right. 99% are just awful.
And it's no wonder those came out around the same time. That was where we were.
That was at a time.
That was the last time that film schools could produce anything that wasn't a film school film.
It was also the last time when you could get a bunch of college kids with a 16mm camera and have a film that would get distributed into theaters. If you have a film that has mediocre production quality now, they would never distribute it.
Yeah, I mean, they put Debbie Does Dallas in the theater.
Even an awful movie that's made today has super good lighting and exposure and all that.
There were pornos in the regular movie theaters back then, though. So
fully aware of that. Yeah, but they would. They'd do that back then. They won't do it now. What?
Which one's your favorite?
What is my favorite?
Porno.
I don't have a favorite porno.
Oh, come on. There's got to be something. What are you cranking it to?
If you've done the research you say you have, then I used to write for Larry Flint.
Yeah, I do know that.
And you probably know I used to review some entertainment.
Okay, what's your favorite?
Once you get inundated like that, you don't have a favorite anymore.
You gonna tell me you're never cranking it to a video?
It's not what that's not what you asked me.
I'm asking you.
You said, "Do you have a favorite? What's your favorite?"
All right, what's your favorite type of porno? What's your category?
I think I have a category.
You into busty Latinas? You into foot stuff? You into barely legal? Are you into squirt? Are you into Asian? Are you into blacked? Are you into gaping? Are you into guy, girl?
Sorry, I'm just waiting for you to exhaust your knowledge of this topic so that everybody knows where your head's at.
I can do this for a while.
And so you don't have to. I don't really watch that.
Are you into...
To be honest, I don't watch it.
You crank it to your imagination.
I have real girls in my life. So I don't need to watch that stuff.
Don't try to that I get pussy shit with me. No, you don't. Come on. I'm your friend. Come on.
You can believe anything you want.
Okay.
I'm not going to try to convince you of anything.
Even if you were getting pussy fairly regularly, you're still cranking it. Come on.
Yeah, right.
You tell me.
How old am I again?
You get nudes.
How many years have I been on the planet again?
You get bitches sending you nudes.
I'm not 20 years old anymore. Might have had a different answer for you back then, but now.
You ever get a tit pic from Lynette?
No.
Okay.
Please.
Come on. What are you jacking off to? That
matter of fact, I got to call her.
What do you jack off to? That Julie Newmar photo?
No.
Come on. Something inside of you. What do you got? A Farrah Fawcett poster? What's going on?
No, but I remember when everybody did. No, I just don't do it anymore. I got things to do. I got a regular
lady ever
thing. Pardon me?
Who's the hottest lady ever?
Man, that's a good question. It's just there's too many. It's like, what's the best movie ever?
Yeah, but come on, there's somebody. There's at least a name that popped up in.
No, there's a lot of names.
All right, name one.
Raquel Welch just died. She was good looking.
You like her dead?
No, she was good looking.
Oh, okay. What, right before she died?
No, probably not. I don't think they took photos of that.
Okay. All right. Fair enough, Raquel. Well,
I'm sure she would have.
Are there any more modern ladies that maybe tweak your nipple?
I like that Haley Atwell.
Okay. Yeah, I know who that is.
Agent Carter.
Are you into that Marvel stuff?
I do like the Marvel stuff. Yeah, that's not why I like her, but I was a big Marvel fan as a kid, and it was just nice when they got the CGI, because then all the superheroes looked like they really should, rather than the 80s versions I got with guy in a leotard climbing the side of a building. Looks like crappy Spider-Man.
Were you ever in the Mary Marvel? What was it called?
No, I was in FOOM.
Marching Society?
No, I was in FOOM. FOOM. FOOM.
Did you ever write into the bullpen?
No, I didn't. I dreamed of writing.
Enough said.
Oh God, I just so wanted to be in the bullpen, but no. FOOM is Friends of Old Marvel. I was in that.
I've got FOMO for FOOM.
Okay.
Fear of missing out.
Yes, I know what FOMO is.
Okay, I don't think you sounded lost. I don't know.
I know what that is.
Who's the hottest black lady?
Halle Berry.
Oof, you picked a half black. I don't know. That's half measure. That's a half measure.
I wasn't aware of that, but it doesn't really matter.
Half measure. Sorry.
Beyonce, pretty good looking.
She wears white lady hair. I'm gonna allow it, but there's definitely a flag.
I don't know if you can confine any woman's hair to one look. I'm sure she wears a lot of different hairstyles.
I mean, she literally wears the hair of a white, literally.
Well, a lot of people get those weaves that are made with other people's real hair, whether they're Indian or Chinese or wherever they're from.
She never has natural hair, so it's a criticism of her from the black.
You're right. She's hideous. Like, how could you be with her?
I'm just saying that.
You're just bringing up something that
I think black women
I could not care less
criticize
about.
her for sort of leaning into white beauty standards. That's all.
So?
Well, when I ask you who's the hottest black lady, I do find it interesting that you choose a half black lady or a lady who leans into white beauty standards. I'm saying,
Well, I didn't know either one of those things, and you didn't ask me to judge them on the basis of their race or lack of race. You said who's the hottest, and I told you who the hottest was.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, listen, you're not wrong. It's your opinion, but
I know.
Me personally, if I got asked,
it just gets a little tiring. It just gets a little tiring. Everything you ask me a question, and I tell you the answer. And then you have to go on a long diatribe about.
That's what you do. This is a show.
No, I don't do that.
I'm just saying, if I got asked who's the hottest black lady, I would probably, I would maybe choose like sort of an Afro natural African.
Who?
Huh? Who? What?
Name a person.
Name any person.
Stop it.
What are you?
You said if you were going to choose one, and you started to describe them. I don't want you to describe one. I want you to pick one, like I did.
Pick what?
Who you think the hottest black woman is?
Oh, I think black women are ugly and gross. I don't know.
That doesn't mean you can't pick one that's the hottest.
Oh,
even if she's butt ugly, there's a hottest one. Even if she's hideous, there's just one that's hotter than the rest.
You're right. I would have to pick
Monique,
Erykah Badu.
Oh.
No, I don't even know what she looks like. I'd have to pick Oprah because I'm attracted to power.
Okay.
No, who's that? I would have to pick Lupita Nyong'o.
Yeah.
She's in Marvel. You know who that is.
I do.
She was in the Black Panther.
Right.
Did you see the Black Panther 2?
I haven't seen that yet.
That's a weird one, man. Because they make blacks and Mexicans fight, and it's a very
Erykah Badu has been with a lot of dudes, man. And she's got that disease where she can't date somebody that's not famous. I don't understand that. Once you become famous, you should want to date somebody that's not famous.
I think that's most of them. Well, I feel like
it is. It's weird. She's been with Andre 3000, Common, the DOC, Jay Electronica. Huh?
Damn. She got a train runner.
Yeah.
She must be I might have been right when I said her then. All those guys are tapping that.
Yeah.
All right, I might have picked correctly then.
Yeah, she's been around. But
you're saying she's for the streets?
No, I'm just saying she's dated lots of famous rappers. Matt Damon married some just everyday gal, not famous at all. I don't remember where.
He's just a regular guy from Boston. I'm from Boston.
Well, I'm just saying he didn't feel the need, like Jennifer Lopez. It's like, did you not ever date? I'm not talking about, I mean, some billionaire real estate guy that nobody knows who he is or whatever. I mean, there's no people on earth worth dating.
In fairness, she married Matt Damon's friend, so
she did. That's what I'm saying. It's
there
differentiating there.
Same thing, basically. I feel like though, if you're a famous person, then the people you end up knowing are famous.
Sometimes, but most of the people aren't. When you're on a film set, most of the people there aren't famous.
Well, yeah, but you don't want to date the hell.
No, a lot of the ones that have started dating a normal person have started dating like a assistant director or key grip or Drew Barrymore did that.
Yeah, okay, but then
I just think if you married somebody famous, it's like, where are you going to be the next 3 months and blah, blah, blah. And
but usually if you're one of those people, you're not even like allowed to talk to the talent,
Not anymore. It depends on the talent, but now the sets are all, everybody's a person. And
no, that's not true. Because
there's some of them, but
I was in the TV and the movies not that long ago.
Yeah.
And nobody. It's two different worlds. Nobody's talking to unless you're like that person's handler or maybe the makeup girl or whatever.
I was in a movie and there's a lot of famous people in it, and they were just talking to everybody.
I mean, sometimes they're nice and they'll do that, but that's
the whole set, the whole cast, everybody. It was a Dub Taylor, Mariel Hemingway, Claude Akins, John Cougar Mellencamp.
All the stars are here.
Yeah, well, but I've been on plenty. I used to write for Film Threat.
But that's if they can choose. I was on.
But there are some that are like Howard Stern. Nobody gets to see me or talk to me, and I live that way. But I think the sets.
Imagine what it'd be like if it was like they just were open to everybody like that. That would.
Well, those guys go off by themselves when they aren't shooting and stuff. They have privacy, but.
Yeah, they've got a trailer, but
it's not like it was back in the 90s where you super couldn't talk to anybody.
I was on the set and Ray Romano was on there.
Uh-huh.
He was real nice and talked to everybody, but that was like that was his choice. It was understood.
Yeah.
You
no,
can't bother
definitely. It's
he
always
can bother you.
It's always their choice. And like, I was on a movie with Dennis Hopper and Gene Hackman. And some other people, and what's her name? Barbara Hershey, and Sheb Wooley, and pardon me.
No,
it's the movie's Hoosiers, and Hopper and Hackman. It's like they were at a picnic. They talked to anybody. They were sitting around having a ball.
Did you end up dating them?
I worked on 8 Men Out. You can talk to any of those guys. And it wasn't because of them, because years later I hung out with John Cusack at the Colts game and ran around with him for that evening. And he was nice as could be. And I told him, I worked with him. He goes, would like to talk to you then. And he goes, why didn't you? I said, man, they wouldn't let us. He was like, man, I don't know why they do that. But they did it.
Yeah, when they're like, yeah, those guys are mean for not... They're lying when they say shit like that. Like, oh, yeah, it's the director who won't let you guys... Like, I want to hang out with you. They're like... That's like when a girl's like, I would absolutely go on a date with you, but I have a boyfriend.
Well, but this was the only set I'd been on where everybody had the lockdown talk. It wasn't just... Because there's always a few that'll say, screw that. And one that way.
You know that Dave Bautista guy?
Yeah.
He's in the Marvel.
Yeah.
He's nice. He talked to people. He was like basically the only real star in this one movie. And he was friendly to everybody. But it was a real small production. So.
You know Tony Perkins from Psycho?
Yeah.
I did a commercial with him once. I've never met a more miserable person in my life.
He probably said the same thing, though. After.
He was miserable, and he wanted everybody else to be miserable. And within a half an hour, everybody on the set wanted to murder him. He was such an asshole.
Oh. So Janet Leigh kind of had it coming then, because...
Damn right she did. So did Mom. But the thing that I don't know, man. I thought I was going to have a problem with Shatner. It was he was doing some production in town for that emergency 911 show or something like that, and so the post was happening. He was doing voiceover, and they made him available to the press. So I went over there, and I was last in line, and there were. Like, I watched 3 other people interview him, and they were not doing great interviews, and he was just going off on them. That's the dumbest question I've ever heard. Haven't you looked into my background? All that stuff. And I'm like, shit, I'm going to have to out of control William Shatner to interview. So I go and I sit next to him, and this photographer comes up. And she goes, would you like a picture with Mr. Shatner? And I went, ma'am, I'm going to have something infinitely more valuable than a photo. I'm going to have a conversation with this man. Oh, my God. Played right into his gigantic ego. Had him eating out of my hand.
I would have broken the ice with, a joke like, "Hey,
swimming lessons for the wife."
You ever get any ribbing because your last name starts with Shat?
I'm sure he has. What's the thing? Sabotage. I don't say sabotage. I say sabotage.
Kids ever call you the Shat Man?
Yeah. Good old Bill Shatner. So I don't have a picture with him, but I got an interview.
Can you believe it's been almost 5 hours of you talking to me? We're 5 minutes away.
Has it been that long?
A little less than 5 minutes away.
I'm on vacation.
4 minutes. We're 4 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen.
I can stay up as late as I want.
5 whole hours of Tom and Jesse.
I don't have to ask my parents or anything. And this is by far the most profane I've ever been on one of my shows.
We're like a cat and mouse, Tom and Jesse.
Yeah, I know. Cup and saucer.
Come on. That makes me the guy that's winning all the time, by the way.
If you want to have that, go right ahead.
I'm the little stinker.
I feel like I'm talking to...
You're the angry...
I feel like I'm talking to a guy in junior high and lunch that thinks Babylon 5 is real.
I don't know what Babylon 5 is.
Syndicated TV show. Yeah. You know what it Babylon 5
No,
is.
I don't.
Sure you do.
What is it?
It's one more than Babylon 4.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's the Tom I was looking for.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell my kid that one.
Yeah, you will. I don't know. He might want to lead with some of your stuff, but go ahead. Go ahead. You can have that one.
Did you ever work on Babylon 6?
Thank God there was no Babylon 6.
Is that a Jamaican show?
Thank the Lord. No, it is not. No,
Babylon 5!
It's Zion 5. No, there's not.
Wow. Did you ever think in your whole life that you would talk to me for 5 hours straight?
Hadn't really thought about it.
You're going to have dreams about me then.
I talked to a lot of people about a lot of things for a long time.
When you lay your little head down on your pillow, I'm going to be inside your thoughts.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Trust me, it is going to happen. A lot of people report back to me on this.
Yeah, my inner psyche reports back to you.
There's something about me that you're going to... But you will dream about me wearing a Cat in the Hat style hat, though.
What, made out of my skin?
What the fuck, Tom?
That's
no.
I don't think I'm going to have a Cat in the Hat dream about you unless there's something really, really concentration camp attached to it.
Excuse me?
That's evil, sinister. Let me ask you this question.
What the fuck?
Have you ever worn Nazi memorabilia on your show? Have you ever displayed Nazi memorabilia on your show? And have you ever done the salute on your show?
No. My grandparents died at Auschwitz.
Really?
Yes. They were guards.
They were guards. Yeah, I was about to say the dogs got loose.
But consumption got them. But yeah, of course I've done all those things about the Nazi stuff.
Sorry,
I'm a Nazi.
You dropped out on me there for a second. What did you say?
I said, of course I did all those Nazi things you asked me. Yeah.
What did you do those for?
Well, a lot of people were like, Jesse, you're so predictable, and you've never done anything shocking.
You went Nazi. Okay.
And so I threw up the salute. I threw up the salute, and they were like, I did not see that coming.
Freaking Ed Gein would be your next move.
I don't own any Nazi memorabilia. I don't think. Not that I'm aware of.
Right. The lampshade is not Nazi memorabilia. It's just home goods, homewares.
What is the deal with the smokestacks?
What about them?
Well, they didn't cast the shadows in the aerial photos, and then also, they just built the one at Auschwitz wasn't there before. They built that after the war.
Are you really seriously? Do you really believe that?
No, that they admit that the people who run the historical site there admit they say, and it's also not attached to the building. Is odd. The chimney. But they say that they fully admit that it's completely rebuilt after the war because obviously it was destroyed in the war.
It says here's operational 1940 to 1945.
Operational, yeah, but if you
but
look
not
up,
operating.
No. The camp was operational, but it was a concentration. It wasn't a death camp. It was a concentration camp. You don't kill a concentration camp. That doesn't make any sense.
It had gas chambers.
Well, that they say that, but then, and I believe 6 million died. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Actually, I believe 12 million died. But the
first gassings of Polish and Soviet prisoners took place in Block 11 of Auschwitz, and that was around August of 1941. You know, the Germans kept really good records.
That's turned up.
Have you ever seen a really great documentary called Mr. Death?
No, I did watch the Nuremberg trials, though.
But you need to watch Mr. Death because it's about a guy. It's about a guy.
I mean,
who was an engineer. Who was an engineer, and he started to get a lot of business by doing the engineering electronics for the electric chair in a whole bunch of different states, and he even redesigned a gallows.
Well, listen,
then though he made this big mistake and went over to a bunch of the concentration camps and tried to prove that it never happened. It didn't go well for him.
Hang on a second. So I believe that 12 million souls perish.
You just don't believe that 1.1 million people died at
Auschwitz. I find the smokestack thing confusing. I really find the wooden doors on the gas chamber part confusing, because of all the things that they say they rebuilt as a recreation to show people the horrors that people went through. They say that the doors are original, that it's not like a recreation. Those are the original doors from the gas chamber. Why would you use a wooden door on a gas chamber? That part's always confused me. And then also the numbers, like, you just couldn't cremate that many people.
You don't believe that many people could be killed in that period of time, and the space allotted.
Numbers wise, it is almost.
And the space allotted, and if you do the math.
And a few months ago, I received several cryptic comments on one of my Holocaust videos that just said wooden doors. That got my anti-Semitism senses tingling, and when I checked it, my suspicion was confirmed. Wooden doors is a reference to a Holocaust denial argument claiming that the doors to what we are told are gas chambers were made of wood, which can't be airtight, meaning that they couldn't be gas chambers. The kernel of truth in this pile of crap is that some of the gas chambers at smaller death camps connected to Auschwitz temporarily had wooden doors due to their hasty construction. And while the wooden doors were in place, the Nazis pumped carbon monoxide into the chambers rather than Zyklon B. By the time the Nazis retreated on the Eastern Front, these wooden doors had either been replaced or the camp had been demolished.
You can't hear it?
No.
No, the historian just refuted the shit out of it. So,
refuted the shit out of what?
Wooden doors at Auschwitz.
They're there. I've seen them in person.
Yes, and he acknowledges that and says that the additional ovens that were built were so hastily constructed that they had to use wooden doors on them.
That's for the
gas chambers.
Ovens. That's not an oven's not a gas chamber. Those are two different things. And also
they said the gas chamber. I'm just telling you what they said. I'm kind of doing what you do. Hey, that's what it said. That's what I read. That's what I heard.
Okay, fine. They built a wooden door on the gas chamber, but it doesn't strike you odd?
No, nothing strikes me odd about the Germans in World War II.
I mean,
those guys did. They
could make a metal door.
That's so that
also okay. Now
platonic again, the Germans have got a thing, man. It's just. Well,
I'm in no way a revisionist, but I did.
But you just don't think that many people died there. Okay, go ahead.
Well, no, I remembered this at the. Have you ever been there?
Yeah.
You've been to Auschwitz?
Yeah.
So you also saw, because
I was at Birkenau and I was at Sobibor.
So I went to Auschwitz, and they have, they show it to you, the Prussian blue on the wall.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, Prussian blue is obviously the byproduct of using, you know this, right?
Of using what?
Zyklon B.
Mm-hmm.
So Zyklon B is supposedly...
That's not all they used. But
it's supposedly the chemical they used in these gas chambers.
There's another chemical they also used.
But Zyklon B
left the Prussian blue. Okay.
Is a delousing agent. You couldn't gas humans with it. Certainly not by those.
Oh no! What would a cyanide-based pesticide do to humans? Nothing, I'm sure. Cyanide being important for strong bones and teeth. Zyklon B is a cyanide-based thing.
But
the reason it's called Prussian blue is because of the hydrogen cyanide in it, which is prussic acid.
Maybe that's why they called it a concentration camp, because it's the concentration of cyanide. Like, it's a certain amount would kill you. It's the amount.
It doesn't take very much.
So, like, the German officers there would be deloused with Zyklon B. The problem of lice and vermin was extremely bad there. Obviously, they're housing so many people, but everybody, like, so there's evidence
hydrogen cyanide, which I don't know how they were deloused, but hydrogen cyanide is a poisonous gas that will make you unable to breathe almost instantaneously.
Not with a wooden door, though, obviously.
Wooden doors can be well sealed. Also, if they vent that stuff out, which they did, I mean, they had giant vents in those photos. They're huge vents.
You can't breathe. Are you going to try to break down the wooden door?
Might.
But then again, you are so unable to breathe so fast. You ain't gonna be able to do shit for very long.
There's no way they had the amounts that would be able to do that quickly. And also, there's always that talk of the they had
got all the records.
They had the fake showers where it would come through, but that's not true. That does not exist. That never existed. Even though you always hear about that, and there's all those reports. And then there's
I don't believe that. I don't believe. I'm agreeing with you.
Right.
That story. When the very first time I heard that story, I was probably 8 or 9 years old, and I went, "Who would have been alive to tell the story?"
Exactly. Okay, so that's yes, exactly. So again, I'm not a revisionist. There's just the parts that never made sense to me, and it started when I was a kid. And the one that I don't know if you ever had to read this. When I was a kid, I had to read Elie Wiesel's Night. You ever read that?
Yes.
Okay, so
I've met him.
Okay, so there were things, and then we also, of course, had to read the Diary of Anne Frank, which there's
the redacted Diary of Anne Frank.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's
a whole bunch of stuff with old Otto Frank.
That is obvious.
Old Otto Frank did a whole lot of fast moving with that. Also,
the entire diary was written in a ballpoint pen that didn't exist.
Well, and let's also remember, even if I'm whatever with that, but it's the diary of a teenage girl. How accurate do people expect it to be?
Of course. Now, I think 100% the Frank family hid in that attic.
Same here.
From Nazis. I definitely think that Anne and her mother and her siblings died of tuberculosis at that concentration camp, as most of the Jews who passed away.
There's just a whole bunch of the details of that whole thing.
The most common form of death at that time for any captive was tuberculosis, or starvation.
The thing about that whole Anne Frank story, there's a lot of stuff about it that in subsequent years, not only did he admit, I took some pages out. There were some things I really didn't.
A lot of liberties were taken.
There was a lot of stuff that was fast and loose with the truth. The basic story is as you stated it, and that is true. But there's a whole bunch of little things that were kind of almost jury rigged for making the story more popular, or more worth a movie.
I'm not a what did you call it? A conspiracy theorist or about it. I'm not a revisionist. I'm this way with just everything. Just when someone tells me something, whatever, once one thing is a lie, then what else is a lie? You have to start looking at it that way, because why would you need, if it's this, and it is, if it's this horrible event though, why would you need to pump the truth, a little bit? Why would you need to sort of make it a better story? And the one that gets me, I wish I could remember the name of the book now. Oh man, the name of the book is escaping me. I had to read this in school. It's a collection of the horror stories from survivors. Which, by the way, that was another thing I didn't get as a kid. Is how are there so many survivors? You would think 6 million plus, maybe not exactly 6 million, not one more, not one less, but if 6 million of them died
all over Europe, though. I mean, it wasn't just
so many survivors.
It wasn't just one, but it wasn't just one place. I mean, their population was equal.
I'm talking specifically the ones with tattoos, the ones who have horror stories of the the factory style.
Eisenhower made him take movies of all these survivors and stuff.
A lot of the people with tattoos were found out later to be fraudulent, but that's a fact. But
that's just people.
There's this one book, and there's all these accounts of all the different things that happened, and some of them are just absolutely hard.
All the medical experiments and all that stuff.
All that stuff. But there's one thing where this has always got me as a kid, where this is where I really started thinking, wait a second, some of this stuff. I mean, I know they've made a million movies about it, obviously, because there's so many Jewish producers and Hollywood and stuff, and so they want to tell that story. But come on, it can't be, the real version can't be like this. And the thing that got me was there's one, I wish I could remember the name of the book, but you can look this up pretty easily.
I get right on that.
There's one account.
I don't know enough about World War II. I better get on that.
Well, I'm just saying, just for anyone out there.
The Germans were evil. They'd be like, let's see how long a man can live with his testicle on the outside of his body.
I'm just saying, anyone who might be incredulous about what I'm about to say, you can easily look this up and see I'm not just making this up because I can't remember the name of the book. But there's this one account where the person's like, I don't remember which concentration camp they claim this was at, but they're like, the one that they were at, there was basically a Donkey Kong Country mine cart roller coaster where they would load the Jews into this mine cart and they would push it down a hill, and then at the bottom of the hill it would tip over and they would fly into a furnace and die that way.
God almighty, come on, man.
I swear to God. And that's what they're saying. And I read that, I'm like, what happens to the cart? Like, so they're just burning up every mine cart that flings them down. Like, what? How does that work? How do they bring the cart back?
Well, it just didn't. They would have used the carts to make a metal door, but
exactly, yeah, exactly. So that never made any sense. And then you start reading a few more of these with that sort of thought in your head, and you're like, okay, were you 3 years old in this? Like, and a lot of them were. Like, that's the other thing is a lot of them were like little kids. So like, your recollection of this can't be right. It just can't be. And then, and when you realize like so many people, again, these weren't death camps, these are concentration camps, and because of the war, they didn't have supplies to feed all these people or properly.
Well, not the whole war.
Huh?
The Germans were doing pretty well for quite a while.
Not during the part of the war where the supposed genocide was taking place.
They were doing fine until D-Day.
The thing that no, are you kidding? No,
because they kept on for a whole nother year after.
They kept on. They kept on while members of their own ranks were saying, like, by 41, members of their own ranks were trying to jump ship and saying, like, we should not be. This is crazy.
They did it sooner than that.
Well, of course, but I'm saying even top, what's his name? I can't remember the guy's name, but top, right hand to Hitler guy who I think it was 41. He by himself flew a plane into.
Are you talking about Hess?
Yes.
Was that 41?
Yeah, I think so. Rudolf Hess flies into Britain on his own to tell them what's going on.
He thought they were going to make him a deal. Yeah, they made him a great deal. How do you like Spandau Prison, motherfucker? You're going to die there.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was also crazy that they did that. But they literally kept one prison open for one prisoner.
Yeah.
Also, how do you like it? It was pretty cushy.
It was pretty cushy, except for you're never getting out.
Yeah, but
Werner von Braun, who built the buzz bombs and shit, he's over working for NASA.
Right, exactly. It doesn't make any sense. Like, who?
The rockets come up. Don't care where they come down. That's not by the
some of it is all for clearly show. But the thing is, the point I'm making is when Hess flies over there, fucking miraculously lands over there, and all he's got for it is a broken leg. Incredible. His plan was not to make it. I want to get out. We're going to lose.
He wanted to negotiate a peaceable settlement.
Yeah, and he wanted Britain and Germany to leave each other alone. Hitler did not want that. But in doing so, he alerts Britain to the genocide of the Jews. But he tells them what's going on. They ask him. He does admit to the concentration camps and stuff. But meanwhile, supposedly, we didn't know about that until the war was over. So how is that? That always got me. Is like, how is it that supposedly this guy told them about all of the war crimes of Germany when he lands in 41, but we don't find out about concentration camps until the end of 45?
A lot of people didn't believe it. I believe Eisenhower didn't know about it, but probably the governments themselves did. And whether they could prove it or not, or they thought, gosh, we don't want this information getting out there. I don't know why, but whatever.
And there's no recording of or anything of Hitler saying like we got to kill all these guys. Like none of that exists. And so to me, it always seemed like, again, we had a concentration camp. Americans had a concentration camp for Japanese.
Well, those were called internment camps.
Right, that's the nice name for concentration camp. When your enemies have the same thing, you come up with a different name for your version of it. But
ours were probably nicer, although they were shitty.
Well, ask the Japanese. But
I have George Takei. I asked him. He told me.
He didn't. He's not a fan.
No, he's not.
I've heard what he said about
the thing he says that I think is, he's like, well, my only thought was, I'm a Japanese person, but I'm an American, and it's like when your mom and dad are fighting, do you pick a side or do you just want them to stop fighting? So.
Yeah. Well, I've also heard him directly say like they were concentration.
Oh God, yeah. He doesn't spare the horses on that. He's very upfront about that.
It seems to me that Hitler's plan wasn't to exterminate Jews. And again, he never said that. It wasn't to exterminate Jews. That was a byproduct of losing the war. It was a
byproduct of Mein Kampf.
It was to get them out of Germany. I think he was.
Well, then why wouldn't he let them leave?
I believe. Well, obviously they don't just want to leave. He is forcing them.
Tons of them wanted to leave. A bunch of them left while they still could, but at a certain point, you couldn't leave.
Well, you couldn't leave because you were being rounded up and forced out. Most of them did not want to leave their homes.
Obviously that, but a lot of them sold all their shit or.
Look at the way people react when like a hurricane is coming for their home. They're like, "No, I'm staying, bitch.
No, just get me another 6-pack. We'll just ride this one out." But
so I'm pretty sure that most of them were doing that.
I don't know about most because they were seeing all this stuff happen, and it was pretty obvious that they were persona non grata. And a lot of the big scientists and film writers, directors, a couple of actors, they got out early. And came over here, and but then at a certain point, you want to get out. Hope you can make it to Spain, Switzerland, or somewhere.
But Hitler did make a deal with. I guess at the time it would have been British. What was it called? British Palestine. It was
Parliament.
No, the
Prime Minister.
No, Britain at the time owned Palestine, which would have been I'll call Israel. It's British Mandate Palestine, I think it's called. He made a deal to send them there, which is where they wanted to go. Obviously, they think that's their holy land. So that was
that's an out of the frying pan into the fire thing. But I get it. Sure, they want to go there.
But he was trying to send them there. That was the point of the concentration. Get them out of these areas. Like we need them out because they're all their usury and all the shit that they hated or whatever. And then get them out of here. We'll put them in the concentration camp. And then, once we've made our way basically to Israel, or Palestine or whatever, then where we can get them out of here safely while we're not being attacked. That's what we're going to do. And then unfortunately, obviously, that's not what happened. We kept bombing them and killing them, and so they couldn't do that. And then they didn't have the supplies, and that we kept bombing their trains, obviously. So the supplies weren't running to the
Germans were okay till at least the end of 42. And by the end of 43, it was apparent to most, if not all, Germans that the war was lost. But it kept going on for, I don't know, a year and a half after that. But
once the Soviet Union was against,
that's the point. Like in 41, toward the end, they didn't take Moscow. And that was huge. And so, anyway.
That was the death knell. But
it's
what are you going
to
do with that?
Yeah, what are you going to do about the Germans?
But anyway,
Valkyrie didn't happen until
died. Obviously, people died. I think you agree with that.
Valkyrie didn't even happen until midway through 44. I mean, it didn't really start to. I mean, on the ground, everything was effed up, but it didn't seep into Hitler until God.
Well, we were friends with him until what, 41?
Hitler?
With Germany?
No.
40? I mean, it was.
I think 40.
When did the Hindenburg happen?
Hindenburg happened at 1938.
30. Okay, I thought it was 39. So like
maybe it's 39. No, 37. So 37.
40, U.S. had no qualms with Germany. We were friends with them.
Well,
they were allowed to fly in our airspace.
Charles Lindbergh was friends with them.
No, we were. There was no American hatred for Germans until we entered.
Well, not Germans. I'm talking about Hitler.
Yeah, we didn't give a shit about
Hitler.
him.
We liked up to a certain point, but at that point, when he declared war on Britain, we're done with him, and that was way before 40.
We didn't care until the Pacific. We entered the Pacific Theater. There was no real. America did not want to enter the war at all.
Well, they didn't want to enter the war, but
we did not want to be a part of it. We were coaxed into it by the false flag operation.
I know, but all that's true. We didn't want to be in the war, but Roosevelt recognized Hitler as insane right off. I mean, it wasn't even close, and didn't want anything to do with him.
Did he, or is that a rewriting of the way it went?
No, there's plenty of that on record. Let me see here.
I mean, was Hitler? I don't think Hitler was crazy. He had to have had something.
Pretty syphilitic.
You got to have something right if you get that far, you know?
Yeah. It was 39 when we said screw you to Hitler.
Like maybe
if not a year sooner.
I don't agree with the man's methods, but the message.
I hear that all the time. Hey, the trains run on time.
Well, I don't even mean just that. Like, you know, that would be a method, actually. But
the man was a genocidal maniac.
I don't think he was. He wanted to get into their holy land.
He was. He wanted them gone.
No, he never said that, ever. There's no document. There's no recording.
I didn't say there was. I'm just saying if you read Mein Kampf and you see all the propaganda that came out of Hitler's regime.
Mein Kampf says that he's a genocidal maniac.
His language about the Jews.
What does he say?
Come on, man. I don't.
Yeah,
you're dying to get me to say the N-word today, aren't you?
Oh,
you're just dying to.
I'm not.
If you haven't read Mein Kampf, I suggest that you go read it and review all of his remarks about the Jews.
I've read The Struggle. Okay, I know all about it.
Well, then you know.
I've read the whole thing, but number one, that's basically written by a different guy than the Hitler everyone thinks of it. You know, shrinkly, crankly Hitler. Like that's years and years before. But you know, you can change as a man. But number two, there's no language in that thing. Stop talking about, you know, let's kill them all.
Let's see here. Hitler's first written comment on the Jewish question. He refers to them as a race tuberculosis of the peoples and defined the initial goal of the German government to be discriminatory legislation against the Jews. The ultimate goal must definitely be the removal of the Jews altogether, Hitler wrote.
Removal.
Right. I said he wanted them. I said he wanted them gone.
Yes, he wants to remove them and send them to their holy land. And also,
you told me no, and that's what I'm proving. He wanted them gone.
Saying they're a racial tuberculosis ended up kind of being prophetic because a lot of them did die of tuberculosis.
Yes, through no fault of Hitler's.
Not really.
No, he didn't invent tuberculosis.
Well, he's not the. You think he didn't want his supplies showing up? I mean.
Oh yeah, because they treated all those people.
That was kind of a big deal. Well, it also affected the Germans at the camps.
Yeah, those poor Germans.
Also, like, this is another thing about the camps that nobody talks about is some of them had swimming pools, theaters.
Yeah, they had they put on plays and they had a chorus and a vegetable garden.
They had a lot of nice stuff for a bunch of people who they want to murder.
Right.
I mean,
today will once more be a prophet if the international Jewish financiers in and outside Europe should succeed in plunging nations one more into world war. And the result will not be the Bolshevism of this earth and this victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe.
In Europe, right? In Europe, that doesn't say genocide.
It said Germany.
Genocide is wiping them out anywhere.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's not. Oh Jesus.
Annihilating their president.
You're telling me he never said. You don't know. He's. Come on. There's. I'm looking at an entire.
In Europe.
I'm looking at an entire page here of quotes that all talk about killing the Jews.
How familiar are you with German language?
Ich spreche Deutsch. Hoffentlich du wirst eine ausgezeichnete Urlaub gehaben Sie.
Okay, but obviously you just memorized that.
Okay, but ich mochte eine große Bier. There. Right. You like that?
Yeah. And obviously we're talking, I mean, Hitler was speaking pre-Reformation German, but
was not speaking High German?
High German. The point I'm making is you have to understand that to a German tongue, like, you know,
come on.
Hang on, especially
nuances.
Especially with the way German used to work, saying something like "in Europe" after number one, annihilation sounds bad to us. It's not. That's
but
like
to a German.
Well, they literally.
It sounds like lemonade.
I mean, essentially, that's like the word for making something disappear, and to have the sort of operator added onto it of
completely misconstrued all of this.
Well, you speaking of German,
they've misconstrued it 67 times.
You speak enough German to understand that the way German works is essentially the way they make words is essentially taking a bunch of words and sticking them together, right? Like you know that much. I
know the worst thing about it. The worst thing about German is that the verb is the very last word in the sentence.
Right.
So you got to wait till the very end of what somebody's saying to find out if it was yesterday, right now, or tomorrow.
Okay. Yes. Exactly. That's going to come into play.
But that's a verb.
But also, most of the words in German are like basically portmanteaus. It's like, they.
I wouldn't say like most.
It's like
a lot of them, but I wouldn't say
a lot of them. It's kind of the way Coco the gorilla talked. Where it's just taking the words you already have and making them connecting two together to make.
I'd buy all that if there was just a couple of quotes, but dude, come on.
No, what I'm saying is adding to Europe, or in Europe. I mean, sorry, in Europe rather.
Don't you mean auf Europa?
In keeping in mind that the structure of that sentence places that in a different spot in the original German, and adding that to the word annihilation, those are those are completely inseparable things. You can take the annihilation part out of context all you want in English, and yes, that does sound bad, obviously, but that is inextricable when you're speaking the original German.
You're right. There's no way to translate it. He was saying nice things.
No, I mean, you've translated it properly, but you can't remove the "in Europe" part and just go, see, he said annihilate. He said annihilate in Europe. In German, that's the same thing as saying getting them out of...
He said the goal of the government is the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe.
In Europe, yes.
And your place to, nitpick is the location.
Also, I don't think
is the location.
Listen, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know the text by heart.
Did they have control of most of Europe?
Obviously, I don't know the text by heart. I'm not a neo-Nazi, but my guess would be that the original text isn't specifically Jewish.
The sole German objective in the region will be to liquidate all Jews who live in Arab country under the patronage of Great Britain. I mean, I could go on and on and on. You'll just say, yeah, but you got to remember the German word for whatever. I think he's a genocidal maniac.
Did he say Jewish race in the original German, or did he just say Jews? That's a big difference too. To add race makes
I don't have the original German in front of me.
Because this is the kind of weasel wording they use to make
Hitler look bad.
No, to make it sound worse than it is. It's bad, but it doesn't have to.
How can it be worse than it is?
Well, it's the difference between people died in a concentration camp or there's a Donkey Kong Country minecart.
Deductive logic tells you that a guy that wrote and spoke countless numbers of times about doing away with the Jews, and 6 million of them are killed. I don't know. I'm not going to draw a dotted line. I'm going to draw a solid line.
I believe that exactly 6 million Jews died, not one more, not one less. However, there is one little sticking point for me on that, and it is the part where Kabbalistic Jews, this number 6 million is incredibly important to their mythos, and they needed 6 million to die in order to fulfill a prophecy from their religious texts. And if you look through history pre-World War II, there's multiple times.
Trying to find my batshit crazy card. Keep going.
There's multiple times where it's reported in the news. You can look this up. New York Times. Okay, these aren't just like one-off little things. Huge articles where it's reported that in the Soviet Union or Russia that 6 million Jews died. 6 million Jews died in this event. 6 million Jews died in this, and it's like that number just keeps cropping up.
There's all sorts of bad reporting. Come on,
but you don't find that at all suspicious that even leading up until for let's see.
I find it more suspicious that a guy talked about annihilating the Jews and doing away with the Jews for I don't know how many years, and then all sorts of Jews are killed.
For around 80
camps.
years, Jewish newspapers keep reporting 6 million Jews died.
That's
and
the
then,
number.
But now it's 6 million every time.
Would you be happier if they made it 7?
And they say like 11 to 12 million actually died in the, in the death machine of Germany altogether, when you add in like the homosexuals and the other no good nicks or whatever they didn't like, the retards.
What's an acceptable number for you that you're comfortable?
No, I'm just saying, like, where we hear about the Jewish, the 6 million, but another 6 million apparently died, and there's like, where are all those?
I'm not hearing all the things that you're hearing. I hear the same story over and over again.
You've never heard the 11 to 12 million total deaths?
Nope.
You really look that up. Look, what is the total number of deaths of the Holocaust?
I'm quite certain the internet at this stage of the game, I could type in,
Tom,
give me your heavenly gizzard in the hell, and it would bring something up.
I'm quite certain you can find a source that you would find reputable enough to go with, though. Look up the.
I'm not trying to do that.
I might be wrong. I might be wrong. I would like to be corrected. I'm fairly positive.
Not
I remember
everything.
Every single year in school that 12 million died in the Holocaust.
Not every time you think one thing, I think another thing. Is that an opportunity for me to devote time and energy proving you wrong that I don't want to, and I don't care what you think. That's your opinion. You're totally entitled to that opinion.
I'm just saying it every single year in school in Holocaust class, when we had to learn this, it was 11 to 12 million was the number they said. But they specifically would say 6 million was Jews, and then the rest was
Note
just,
to self,
whatever.
Don't ever send kids or go to the school Jesse did.
You don't think kids should learn about the Holocaust?
I just don't think they should go to your school because you've got all this information I've never heard before, and now you expect me to,
You don't want them to go to a school where they
act like it's pervasive throughout the American education system.
How
many of us here have been a licensed educator?
I'm only talking about my
I have a license to teach, okay, pal?
I'm talking about my experience. But
I've got a license.
If you guys also had Holocaust class, let us know in chat. I don't know.
We did.
I also had to learn
Taught it myself.
about the civil. I had to learn about slavery and the Civil War every year too. But I think that might just be a Richmond, Virginia thing.
Oh, I'm sure it's a Richmond, Virginia thing.
Yeah, it's the capital.
It was the capital. Yeah.
We had to go to the places that happened. I mean,
did you go to Jefferson Davis Elementary School?
I lived very close to Jefferson Davis Highway.
Jefferson Davis. It was at Stonewall Jackson Middle School.
All that shit's torn down or changed names now.
I bet.
I'm lucky I didn't have to see any of that.
I'm an American, you see. So any nation that attacks my country, they're a bunch of losers. And so the Confederates, to me, are just, I don't differentiate from the Japanese or the Germans. They tried to,
right, I know,
an armed overthrow of my government. Screw them.
I agree. Why do we have all this British shit named after things from dumbass Britain? They lost.
Burned the White House. Jesus.
Yeah, fuck all the British stuff. Fuck all the Indians. Fuck all that Indian shit we've got named after Indians. You guys lost. Way to go, Indian
I'm
nation.
a big soccer guy, and it's just so
Sorry,
great.
Indians.
It's so great when I'm talking
fuck
soccer.
Fuck off, Indians, you dumbasses. You lost.
Okay, with these guys, well, they were here first, but the guys that...
But they lost.
They lost, and I try to explain that to people all the time. It's like, if you lose, then shit happens to you. So,
right, I agree with you.
But the thing is...
And the slaves lost.
That... You just...
I don't understand why we name stuff after, like, Emancipation Trail.
I love telling my British friends. They always, about soccer. And first of all, they've never beaten us in a World Cup match, so screw them. Second of all, it's like, guys, every time you say you're better than us, we beat the living shit out of you. War of 1812. 1776. War of 1812, the Battle of New Orleans, we killed like 2,000 of you, and we lost 8.
Exactly.
That's Thank
you. Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. Aren't you from Indiana?
Yep.
Yeah, that name's got to go. That's retarded. Sorry. You lost, stupid.
I grew up in Indiana, and I do not recommend that.
And also all that fucking Mexican shit in Texas. You live in Texas. All that stupid Mexican shit.
Like what? Like what?
Sorry, the Alamo, remember? You're supposed to.
What's the Mexican stuff down here?
All the shit named after Mexican shit. All the even the name Texas.
It's
like
Spanish. It's Spanish.
Right, but it was named after when Mexico owned it.
A lot of places in the United States were named
when
France or Spain.
If you lose, we shouldn't have to keep your shit around.
We didn't have to. A lot of towns changed their names. Not all of them.
I'm saying they should all.
They didn't want to, and we're Texas, so fuck you.
War, get rid of all the
screw you. We're from Texas.
Get rid of all the Confederate Civil War shit. Get rid of all the dumbass Mexican shit. All the fucking French shit in Louisiana. All the British shit all over America.
And all the Latin words.
Certainly all the Indian shit, all of the there's Germans. I mean, for Christ's sake, there's entire towns and stuff with German shit, German architecture in it. Get rid of it. You lose. Good day.
Okay.
There are sunglasses, a mobile phone. I guess I'll be
on it, brother.
Sorry, I love that.
Screw you. We're more like you're from Tejas.
No, there's actually a portion of the state called Tejas. They use a J.
Well, the whole state is called that if you're Spanish.
No, you use a J for Tejas.
X is also ha.
But you don't say Tejas for Texas.
Mexicans do. They say Mexico. Don't. They say Tejas.
No, they don't. Yes, surrounded by Mexicans. The ones down here don't.
I'm not talking about American Mexicans. I mean Mexican Mexicans. They speak Spanish.
Yeah, there's no Mexican Mexicans here.
Well, obviously, again, another thing. Like, we should get rid of them. They lost.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Like, what's with all these Indian reservations too? Like, your tribal lands. Oh, they have their own tribal police and all. I hate that shit.
Well,
it's like
we shouldn't have signed all the treaties we signed with them.
I just don't.
We signed an ass load of treaties with the Indian nations, and that reservation crap. That was just that was their way of putting the Indians where they wanted them, without breaking that agreement.
I hate the name Florida. Spain don't own that shit. I hate the name Colorado. That's like enough Spanish. The color red. Okay, all right. Are we gonna name the state the color red?
You're a lot younger than me. I hope, this is my deepest hope for you, is that at some point in your life, you will learn to prioritize your things that bother you.
I'm agreeing with you, Tom.
No, you're not.
You said that we should get rid of the stuff from the losers.
I didn't say that.
You did say that about
that is not what I said.
Yes, you.
I said I didn't say we should take all the stuff from the losers. I said I consider those countries just like any other that have attacked us, and you're a bunch of losers. That's what I said. Right. That's what I said.
And, but I thought you were saying that in agreement to getting rid of all the statues and the names.
I don't want people to get rid of history. Now, if people in a certain community decide they don't like a certain statue, that's their community, and they get to make that decision.
Well,
but I always thought it's like people are complaining. They're taking
down everyone in the community.
They're taking all. Well, it's one more than the people who don't. That's all you need when you vote.
It wasn't though. It wasn't. They literally just started defacing statues until they just had to get rid of them.
Well,
it was just It was a vocal minority, as they often are.
Right. Well, here's the thing. Why didn't some hard-ass right-winger go out and buy 100 acres of land and build a park and put all them statues on it? And then nobody could ever, because why?
And because they would go and commit crimes there and deface the shit there. And then that guy who would be in every right to defend his property.
Don't these people have security cameras and stuff?
Would probably get railroaded.
Don't they lock the park up at night? And
it's not a park. In Richmond, there was
that's what I'm saying is build a park that is private property.
They can do that, but then what? They keep getting their
big fences around it. You put cameras all over it and lock it up at night.
It's a park.
Get a security guard if you want.
Okay, but again, instantly someone would come and deface it, and then
how are they going to deface it with a security guard and everybody there?
They do it right in front. They did that. That actually happened.
Yeah, on government property.
Right.
The government, they got a whole bunch of things.
Would the guy be allowed to protect his property with force?
On private property?
Yeah.
On private property, that stupid security guard actually has a lot of power. On public property, they don't have any.
So, Virginia is not a stand your ground state, and it's a little bit murkier. And Virginia has really oddly open gun laws, but is still not a stand your ground.
Dude,
exactly.
It's a split in half state.
You're going to have to, if you do anything to defend property in Virginia, it's not split in half. It's a very, very tiny bit of blue that is loud. But
numerically,
no, even then. But it's really not. I mean, how many times has Virginia voted Republican? It's really not. They're finally getting sinking their teeth into it because of Nova, because of all the Washingtonians.
That's what I'm really referring to. Is all that?
Yeah, the DC people have started spreading out and have been trying.
They're all over Arlington, man. That might as well be DC.
Not just Arlington, Fairfax, and all. But listen, the point I'm making is, if you were in this hypothetical situation where you own this land and you wanted to defend it from vandalism, you would not be having a fun time in court doing that.
Neither would the people who
did it. It wouldn't be worth it. It wouldn't be worth it.
Dude, you had 2 Democratic governors before the last one. The one you got now.
I know.
In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I don't have anything.
4 of the last 6 governors of your state are Republican.
Not my state.
Well, the state are Republican. 4 of the last 6.
Yeah.
That sounds. I mean, sorry, Democratic. They're 4 of the last 6 are Democrats.
Yeah, I know.
The 2 before the last one. So that's kind of,
a lot of that's a Bush era reaction.
Well, whatever. It's politics, but that's what I say. It's just kind of a split
every
state.
Presidential race in Virginia is close. It could go either way.
Yeah, that's what I mean by it's a split in half state.
Well,
jeez. By the way, both of your senators are Democrats in Virginia.
I know. Yeah, they got a straight.
That's what I'm saying. It's not hardcore Republican necessarily, but it's like every other place. The big cities have Democratic.
No, it's Nova is the Manhattan of Virginia. It's completely skews it, and in a way, and by the way, like a lot of those people aren't really Virginians; they're DC people. And they don't live in Virginia. They don't have any sort of thing in Virginia, but they vote in Virginia.
There's a lot of states like that, but
of course,
but it's everywhere is the same.
You border the capital of
here in Texas, it's every large city solid blue, everywhere else solid red. It's that way in almost every state.
Yeah, that wasn't always the case in Virginia.
It wasn't always the case anywhere.
Virginia is odd because of its history as the capital of the Confederacy. There's way more red to purple than you would think, even in the big city areas. And obviously there's a large black population.
Most of the states are very close down the middle. There's a few that aren't. Utah is one of them, but most of them are. That's why these elections are so close.
Black population in Virginia, and that though that is where the blue is really concentrated. But they're still a minority, so I think a lot of Nova people vote, and a lot of regular people don't. I don't think there's a lot of actually bothering to vote in the rest of Virginia, which is really what throws it off.
Yeah.
Except for of course old people, which is always the case. But the more also old people live in the rural areas and are less likely to vote because of that. So, and there's plenty of extremely rural, like crazy, you wouldn't believe it, rural, and more people living there than you'd think too.
Okay.
But
enough Virginia politics. Jesus.
Well, the point is there was an entire road, I guess there still is, in Richmond called
Jefferson Davis Highway.
No, Monument Avenue.
Oh, okay.
And that's where all those statues were, and only 2 of them were actually Confederate statues, but they had to take them all down. One of them was a monument to science, and they had to take it down.
I don't understand why people have a problem with a statue. I don't have a problem. I don't know why people have a problem with having a statue taken down. It's like I don't see any Hitler statues in Germany. I don't see any
the statues.
It's just if you don't like the statue, don't look at it.
Probably most people didn't really care about the 2 like the Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson statues, but the monument to science could probably have stayed.
It's weird too because like even Union people respect Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson. Like those are probably the only 2 Confederate soldiers that people have any affection for at all.
Well, I mean, I'll say this: I don't give a shit about any of this, but the Robert E. Lee, Robert E. Lee did not have slaves, and Ulysses Grant had slaves after the war ended.
And Robert E. Lee was a gentleman. And Ulysses Grant was a thug, man.
It's true. Robert E. Lee was he didn't want there to be slaves, and
he didn't want there to be a war.
Right? Yeah. That's why there is reverence for him, despite his.
Well, and he was compassionate in victory. He never did what Sherman did. And
this is the thing that a lot of the people who are mad about this stuff don't understand, and certainly the outsiders to Virginia don't understand, is nobody in fucking Virginia wanted a brother war. That shit sucked when you're on the Mason-Dixon line, when you're there next to DC, you don't want this. When people talk about the brother war and you're literally brothers fight, that's who was doing it. It was Virginians. And of course,
Kansas, Missouri,
Tennessee. But that shit wasn't cool for anyone. So there is a certain amount of, and there are people who like had family that they remembered this shit, that it meant something to them.
Well, Robert E. Lee also was like a tactical genius. And they knew that when he was at West Point. Like, he was the first or second in his class. And everybody knew. It's like, this guy is a freaking, we gave him 8 guys and he took a whole division. God, I mean, he was really, really tactically a genius. And the Union, it took the Union forever to pick the right generals. And then I think Lincoln just wanted the war over, and he told Sherman, he's just, come on, just start here, go to the ocean, burn everything you see.
Well, in Virginia, they also took down the Columbus statue in Richmond, and so that's a funny one. And then, which I don't think Columbus lost. And then they also took down a George Washington statue, which I don't think he lost.
Hey, you know what? You'll enjoy this. It's something I did I was out jogging with my girlfriend when I lived in Atlanta, and we were in Chastain Park, and they have those little historical monuments that are, in black with the gold lettering, and it was like the Battle of something Creek on the day of blah blah blah. General Beauregard, dumb butt, turned back the Yankee horde. Blah 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 blah. And there's a family there, and the dad's reading it and showing the kids and getting all history-like. And he finishes his talk, and I say super loud so I know they can hear it. But we're from the North. I mean, we burnt this whole city to the ground, right? I mean, did they put that on the plaque? Because we burnt this place to the ground. All of Atlanta burnt to the ground. Is it on the plaque? I thought you would enjoy that. It seems like maybe something you would do.
Well, I don't understand why you would celebrate burning it to the ground when it was mostly black people living there. It was mostly slaves.
It was a southern city.
Yeah,
major port and hub for their army. You don't think Atlanta was a military target for the North?
Of course, but that's the nature of southern cities, is that a huge portion of the population would be the black people that you supposedly would want to be.
And we were happy to burn the city down so they could flee to the north and fight for us.
Most of them probably burned, but
I don't think even most of the white people burned. I think everybody fled the city, and it just burned
I was
without
there
people
in Charlottesville for the Blood and Soil.
What do you think about those guys that do the reenactments?
I mean, I would never do that, but they seem to. Most of them don't seem to do it out of any love for one side or the other. It truly is like this sort of military autism thing that they've got, and they really like it.
Yeah,
so I got no problem with it.
This is the Springfield, Missouri.
They like being either side. They don't mind.
Yeah, they can switch sides. It does not a big deal.
I think a lot of them also usually the guys that like to be Confederates in that like it because that means they get to die. They get to do the dramatic death.
Dramatic death.
It seems like a lot of them like that. I mean, I've definitely been to people's houses where they were they had daughters of the Confederacy on the walls, or
a couple antebellum handguns under a piece of glass.
I probably got family members like that too, but the that's so few and far between, and it's not really a thing.
I was at an airport.
People wanting to fly rebel flags and stuff. It's not about
the loser flag, the battle flag of Northern Virginia.
Well, it's not though. It's not that, because
it was only the battle flag of the Army of North Virginia.
That
the one
flag
that most
did
people
not
think.
exist back then.
It existed, but it wasn't
not a full size
used. It was for a regiment, or it was a small part of the Northern Virginia Army, and they had the bloodstained flag. They had also 3 different flags before that one.
It is cooler looking than the American flag. It's a big.
I don't think so.
The color scheme of it is cool.
The giant loser attached to it. Yeah,
it was. I don't know. It was cool on the General Lee, the car.
Yeah,
it was. Dukes of Hazzard. It was cool. It was a cool
really
thing.
cool.
When I was a kid, nobody like wore that or flew it or had it on their whatever as a statement. It was never that, and a lot of people had it. And when I was a kid, I thought it was stupid. In my head, I would always be like, "So you're the loser." I thought that shit too, that loser shit. But that was me being a little shit.
I found out accidentally that the Indiana divisions were just a bunch of badasses. I didn't know that. I was watching Rifleman, and it mentions that Lucas McCain is part of the Indiana 119th Regiment or something like that. And so I said, that probably doesn't even exist. And I looked up whatever they said in the show, and I'm like, oh my God, these are some bad mofos. Sent them everywhere. But
nobody I knew was actually that.
I also did the thing in the Springfield, Missouri airport. I was on this plane, and there was a bunch of reenactment guys on it, and they were in garb. They were dressed. So we get out, and we're waiting for our bags, and I went over to one of the union guys, and I looked around and went, hey, man, don't tell anybody else, but you guys win. Walked away from him. Real funny. Real funny. I don't know why they won't let me ruin their good time, but...
Well, he was probably wondering if you had a kid.
Because of the dad joke?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
I had to dumb it down for these reenactors.
I was there
sitting around eating hardtack and
Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. You remember that?
The what in Charlottesville? The big guy the girl got hit by a car thing?
Yeah, well, she had a heart attack and died, but they said she got hit by a car. Yeah.
Somebody got hit by a car. I've seen the video.
Oh, a bunch of people got hit, but not the one who died.
Okay.
The big fat girl.
Okay. Once again.
No, it's on video. You can see.
I'm just saying once again, I'm going to just reiterate. A bunch of people got hit by a car. Sorry, I missed on the girl.
Yeah, they got hit after they attacked his car.
The tiki torches and all that. Yeah.
I was there.
I didn't see a bunch of people accosted either. I saw no video of that.
They don't want to show you that because that looks bad for them. But what happened
I'm saying I actually did see it.
The James Field character drove down the wrong street by accident where he didn't know that they were that's where the people had turned. They actually turned down the wrong street too. That's not where the march was supposed to be.
Yeah, I don't give a flying fuck.
It's kind of a dead end.
Yeah, I really don't care. We just need to stop. We need to really stop talking about this right now because it's boring the shit out of people, including me.
Well, they came up and started attacking him.
Yeah, I'm sure. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. He was such a victim.
He turned himself in.
There was nothing but choir boys out there. Nobody did anything wrong.
No,
I got it.
He turned himself in.
No, it's the one guy we mentioned, and he was on his way to
and also the
reading of some scripture. Was going to a Bible class, and his accelerator accidentally hit the cruise control, and it
didn't accidentally hit anything. He was scared for his life. They were attacking him.
Sure. Yeah,
it's on camera.
His Twinkie on his hand, and it was.
He
awful.
Turned himself in. He didn't want it to happen.
No, he just
crying.
Just an absolute straight shit citizen.
Heather Heyer's mom went on the news and said she died of a heart attack.
Well, then I guess she did.
She was 900 pounds smoking a cigarette, and she didn't even get hit by the car.
And this guy's name is, hold on a second.
James Field.
Field or Fields?
I thought it was Field.
I think it's Fields. Guy was from Ohio. Went out to get a pack of smokes. Just accidentally went to Charlottesville, Virginia.
No, he went there for the rally.
Right.
It was the Unite the Right rally. It was
sure.
For everyone in the right.
God, I certainly hope he was not sentenced to life in prison for his crimes.
He shouldn't have been. He didn't do a crime.
He pleaded guilty to 29 violations of the Master Shepard and James Byrd Jr. hate crimes.
Yes, he was forced to do that. They fucked the shit out of him. He was railroaded in court
he's
too.
A lifer.
Just like
somebody thought he was doing something wrong.
Just like my uncle. The same thing happened to my uncle too.
Mm-hmm. He accidentally drove to Charlottesville.
No. But he got railroaded in court over some giant news story thing that everybody cared about.
Right.
I don't want to say who.
Well, that happens. You got to watch your ass.
Yeah.
My dad used to say when we went to school, he's like, look, if you get in trouble and you didn't do anything wrong at school, like you're just standing next to the other kids, you're still getting disciplined here because you weren't stupid enough to stay out of the way of that crap. So there's a little of that. You got sucked into the thing because you were.
It's hard to see it this way because of what we know now of what happened with that event. But you have to remember that the way that event was advertised was literally just this is a march for right wingers, and it was supposed to be to save that statue from being torn down, and then instead all of these other Fed infiltrated op groups showed up, and I guess it was a unite.
What did you expect? I mean, right wingers show up at liberal events all the time.
I was on the street. I was on the street when it happened, when the car thing happened, and I'll tell you, I didn't expect that. And
no, I'm sure the people that got hit didn't expect it either.
I can tell you for a fact, James didn't expect it.
Nope. I'm sure James didn't expect 29 counts and the life in prison, but that's what he got.
Neither should have my Uncle Derek.
Well, don't start none, won't be none. I mean, sometimes there's video footage that just looks so bad, you're going to get in trouble.
I only even care about this part because, one, I saw it with my own eyes, but two, because in both of these scenarios, both with James Field and my uncle, in both cases, the thing that made people so mad, the person dying, in both cases, they
had nothing to do with that.
The person who is getting railroaded in court did not kill them.
Well, people might be getting mad about it, but I don't think that's what James Fields got.
How does my uncle get?
I don't know anything about your uncle.
Well,
but I know James Fields.
You've definitely heard.
Did not get sentenced for killing her.
Well, no, but that's why he got railroaded in court. Why? What did he get sentenced for then? He didn't commit
violations of the Matthew Shepard. You know what that is, right?
I know who Matthew Shepard is.
Right.
Yeah, he's a gay guy.
It looks to me an awful lot
like a gay guy that got killed by his gay meth dealer, and now they've made a bunch of lies.
I don't think he was gay.
Matthew
Wasn't he a
Shepard?
transsexual?
No, Matthew Shepard was gay.
Just gay? I thought he was dressing up like a chick once in a while too.
No, Matthew Shepard was. So the story with Matthew Shepard was that these two rednecks.
I know the story. Took him out, chained him up to the fence. The whole thing.
But that's not what happened. That he knew them. They were his meth dealers.
It's widely known that
they were also sucking him off. They were all gay together.
Yeah.
But the story isn't that two redneck homophobes just killed him for being gay.
You know who James Byrd Jr. is, don't you?
James Byrd Jr.
Byrd spelled B-Y-R-D. It's a hate. He was convicted of hate crimes.
I don't know who that is.
James Byrd Jr. is the African-American gentleman who was dragged to his death here in Texas behind a pickup truck.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that wasn't based on his race either. That's the thing, is every time you read anything extra about any of this stuff, even one iota more than the headline, it's never actually based on, the thing they want to make you up in arms about.
Well, this is the information I'm getting is from the Office of Public Affairs from the U.S. Department of Justice. So it's just it's relatively dry as far as commentary. It's just a statement of the facts, which you'd expect.
Well, the information I'm getting is coming from the Home Office in Sheboygan.
That's not as good as the U.S. Department of Justice.
Well, listen, my Uncle Derek didn't kill the guy. The guy died of a drug overdose, but they still railroaded him because they wanted to make an example of him.
I had a friend. Do you remember the Navy scandal called Tailhook?
No.
Well, you can look it up. It was just a bunch of people getting sexually rowdy and, being jerks to women and blah, blah, blah. I had a friend that was a JAG officer in the Navy, and he stepped out on his wife And guess what? Sodomy is still listed in the military code of whatever. And they nailed him for it because of tail hook. Nailed him. And he went to Leavenworth, and he was an officer. So, yeah, man, you get made an example of. That's part of the world we live in. Been that way since, look at the Rosenbergs, for Christ's sakes. It's been that way forever.
My uncle was an officer, too. That's exactly what happened to him.
Well, that's awful.
How does the guy die from having fentanyl in his system and you go to jail forever for it? That
Well, I don't know what your uncle did, I don't know what his deal was, but you could go to jail for that if you shot him up with it, or if it was they've put some people in jail. They've actually put people in jail for having the fentanyl in their car, and then the cop comes to see what they got, and he touches the bag or even the inside of the bag, and it's like it gets on his skin, and he just passes out.
Yeah,
right there along the side of the road and dies.
That's not what happened with Uncle Derek. He supposedly killed him with his knee somehow, even though it's on camera.
Well, and here's another thing. There's a lot of really not that great police departments in the United States. And I don't mean like everyday stuff, but I mean investigation, and some police departments don't deal with murders very often. And I even watch like 48 Hours or Dateline or some stuff sometimes, and I go, these guys seem like pretty stupid, because the announcer will be like, unfortunately, no fingerprints were taken and no photos were taken. It's like, what the hell were you guys even at the crime scene for?
Yeah, well, cops are shit at their jobs, obviously.
No, not all of them.
Most of them. Almost all.
There's quite a few.
So
there's a lot of really good ones, too.
Almost none. Essentially,
if you were in Wayne County, Utah, and my brother even knew who you were, he would help you however you needed it.
Well, that's not what I was told by.
Man, I've seen some. Because I used to. Did your little informant tell you that I was also on duty for the sheriff's office? Didn't probably tell you that, but you know what shocked me the most about doing that was that we had a federal fugitive one time, and we chased the shit out of this guy, and my brother finally got him. Tried to tase him, but he had a big, thick leather jacket on, so he couldn't. And they start scuffling. And let's just say my brother beat the crap out of him pretty quick. And after fighting each other and rolling around and beating the shit out of each other, he cuffs him, takes him back over to the truck and goes, "You okay? You need some water?" He actually holds the water bottle up for him. And then, "You need a smoke? You need something? Just relax, okay? Just, get comfortable." And it's like, I would find that really hard to do. It's like you see some of these chases on like LA TV, and then they get the guy, and then they all drag him out and start beating on him. They are so amped up that it's like if the guy swings on them, they just go crazy. And I'm like, watching.
Of course, yeah, that's how they love that. I mean,
it's adrenaline.
That's because just like with your brother, they get a break from having donuts for a minute. Finally, like that's what they're doing all day. Most of the time is nothing, and then
it's not nothing, but it is boring. I mean, you're just driving around and checking on things, and and doing traffic, which most cops do not like to do traffic.
People for petty shit to make money.
Most cops don't like to do traffic. It's a big pain in the ass. It's
but the ones who do. Boy, they like doing it.
Just give them a warning. Okay, man, get your family with you. Just keep it under the speed limit. Plus, out there, you can easily miss a speed limit sign. I've had a lot. But I see I know what you're talking about. When the guys come in and go, "We thought right off the bat there was funny about the way he was acting because he wasn't crying, he wouldn't." It's like, man, people react differently to that stuff. You can't go by that. Some people just get real boom, and they withdraw after a murder.
It's that cops are officers of the law, but they don't have to know anything about the law, any laws at all, and they're constantly violating everyone's rights.
Well, they're supposed to enforce the law.
It's really funny that they're allowed to lie. I don't know. It's just it's a funny way of having a legal version of a gang.
Well, I don't know. Maybe if you got rid of them, I think it'd be worse. And I think some people have found that out.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I think that community up in Minnesota that said, we don't need police. And then
there's got to be
instantly there's a giant homeless camp in there.
There's got to be an in-between between no cops and, a bunch of people who are just with absolutely no repercussion allowed to violate your
first of
civil human rights constantly.
First of all, I don't think anyone would say that anyone in any job couldn't benefit from more training. But, the thing about the qualified immunity is that is going away. I mean, there's countless YouTube videos. There's channels dedicated to it where people audit police officers or whatever. Yeah. And there's tons of stories of cops that got nailed in a lawsuit because they did this or did that. It's not as often. It's not as but the thing that gets me, the thing that gets me, and I've talked to my brother about this a lot. It's like, why don't the good cops weed the bad ones out of these departments?
Because there's no such thing.
And it's if you're in the LAPD and it's 3/4 bad, do you want to be one of the 1/4? Probably not. But my brother's also one of these guys. It's like, how can you shoot somebody that doesn't have a gun? That I can't even. I won't even draw my weapon unless I see a gun. He's like, that's the job. He's like, that's the job. The guys that didn't go in down at Uvalde, he's like, I don't know what they're thinking. That's your job. He was shooting at us. Well, yeah, that's your job, buddy.
A lot of these guys have guns for fingers during a traffic stop, but the second a bunch of kids are getting shot, they don't even know what a gun is.
Yeah. I don't like it. I got pulled over. Well, it was probably 2008, so that would have been, well, you can do the math. I was on this road. I just bought a brand new, well, it was brand new to me, truck. The previous owner had an outstanding thing on the license plate or something. I had all the paperwork with me, whatever. So the cops pull me over. I pulled into a parking lot, and the one cop was a younger one. He was really cool. But his partner was standing at the rear of my truck with his hand on his weapon, hadn't drawn it yet, and I've done a bit of this work, and I'm like, dude, you should not even have your hand. That's not cool. You should not be doing that. There's absolutely no reason to do that on a traffic stop. Absolutely none.
Every interaction I've had with a cop has been, and not because I'm like trying to, I always want it to be good, but goddamn, has it been the worst ever. Like I've never met a good cop, including ones in my own family.
Well, I can tell you a lot of people have had that experience, and I've had bad experiences with police.
I might as well be black with the experiences I've had.
But I've also had a ton of good experiences with police, so I just sort of take it with a grain of salt. It's like any other job. Only you got to be perfect all the time.
I've had my rights violated and been falsely arrested so many times by these fucking chimps and their gang culture.
It's easy to have your rights violated. I mean, there's a lot of
real easy. Especially
there's a lot of people that don't know their rights, and so
that's the problem.
And unless you tell a police officer no, he can ask you to do something that violates your rights. Unless you tell him no.
I got to tell you though,
a lot of people just go along with it. Is what I'm saying.
I don't go along with it, and that does, especially when I was in New York, that doesn't help. There's no such thing as you don't see too many of those auditors and going up against the NYPD, and there's a reason.
They got them.
They don't. They're.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is a thing that police say. You can beat the rap, but you can't beat the ride. And it's like, oh yeah, you may go to court and get out of this, but your ass is still going to jail tonight, and you still are going to have to go in front of a judge tomorrow morning, and you still are going to have to get a lawyer, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, all that's bullshit.
That's the thing.
the fact that they can just invent a crime to.
I don't. It takes a lot for me to tell a police officer, "Hey, wait a minute, buddy. I know my rights." So it takes a ton for me because my brain immediately goes into, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm just going to do what this guy says and be out of here in 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's not how it works, though.
No, that's how it's worked for me my whole life.
When I got falsely arrested because of YouTube, or YouTube just told police that I'm a terrorist.
Yeah,
and they just decided to believe that.
Yeah.
They just broke into my home and then hauled me off to jail without even telling me what was happening, and then expected me to answer questions. And of course, my response to anything they said was lawyer, which they were mad about. I spent 27 hours in jail.
Did you sue them? Did you get money?
I fucking should have, because they're not allowed to hold you for more than 24. And as I kept screaming that at them at the 24-hour mark, that didn't help. I never saw a judge. They never took me to court. I was just held for 27 hours. Mm-hmm. And then some guy came up to me and said, "Okay, you're free to go." And I said, am I coming back? Like, what do you mean? Is there still? And they was like, "Don't ask questions, just go."
Things that bug me are like have you ever gone through like what they call a safety stop, where they're stopping all the cars and they're not really checking? This isn't like a DUI stop. It's different than that. They're not going to breathalyze you. They're not going to check you for alcohol. They just want to see all your papers. I don't like stuff like that, because that's like, hey, dude, that's not cool.
Yeah, they're committing a crime.
So I get stopped by a guy. And he did have a good excuse for the safety stop. He said, "We just had an armed assault in this apartment complex. This road is the only road to get in or out. So we're stopping people to see who they are because we want to catch this guy." So he told me that after, but the very first thing he did is, "Safety stop today. We need to see license, registration, proof of insurance." And I went, "Okay. Where are you going today?" "Going to work." "Where do you work?" "Sports Fan 990. "Oh, really?" "Yeah." I said, "Yeah. And guess what my first hour's topic is going to be, unless this wraps up here real fast." "Here's your paper, sir. See you later."
Yeah.
Didn't look at my license plate, didn't do anything. Just handed them right back to me. I don't want any part of that. I think I even did an Officer Ortega.
I think the only reason that I never had to see a judge or go to court and they just oddly released me from that YouTube one was because this has always been my assumption after the fact. So YouTube said that a video I did was terroristic threats.
Right, you mentioned that.
Which they didn't tell me until I was already being, in the interrogation room. And and so I realized at a certain point, like, they deleted that video from YouTube.
So they don't have any evidence and you don't have any proof.
They destroyed evidence. Yeah. So I think the cops were just like, okay, you guys are retarded. Like, he's not responding to anything and obviously never will.
Well,
they also never let me actually call a lawyer. I never got my phone call. I just kept saying lawyer and they never gave me.
They don't have to give you a phone call, man.
They have to let you get a lawyer.
They can contact the lawyer for you.
Yeah, they
have the lawyer contact you, but you don't necessarily get a phone call. But most times you do. They just do it. But they're not required to all the time that I know of. But the I don't know
well, New York's different too because they got a thing called a desk appearance ticket.
Yeah,
they could have just given
or bench warrant.
They know that the likelihood of me taking off is 0 and the likelihood that I actually did anything is 0, but they have to still do their job.
Right.
I had gotten one of those before with another fucking false claim against me, And so there's no reason they couldn't do that, but instead they held me for over 24 hours, which they're not allowed to do, with no phone call, with no access to a lawyer or access to anything. And then also they had no evidence against me at all. So they had nothing, which is probably bad. That's probably not the way they're supposed to do that. And I never was arraigned, which is also...
all I can tell you is I was out in Providence, Rhode Island, out with some buddies. We start driving home. I'm the only one in the car that is sober, and I'm not driving. The guy that's driving is 3 sheets to the wind. I'm surprised he can even start the car. Providence cop pulls us over. Now, Providence in this area that we're in is very ghetto, Portuguese, high crime rate. He pulls us over. We get out. We already have our licenses out when he gets there. Let me see your... Oh, I see you have them out. All right. Where are you guys from? From Indiana? Indiana? Who's watching the corn patch while you're out here? He goes back to his car, checks his stuff, and he looks right at the driver and goes, I know you are shit-faced, okay? I want you to drive straight home. And he hands us our license back, and he says something I've never forgotten. He goes, your good attitudes got you out of this one. Kind of the way I do it with the police, because, man, they're holding all the cards. I can win. I can win. But do I want to go through all that? And the answer is no.
That doesn't work if you, look
if
like
you just get somebody breaking into your house and arresting you. I understand that doesn't work.
Well,
But
even situations that weren't like that. Like if you look like me, that doesn't work. I look like I smoke weed, or I look like I'm up to.
Hasn't your appearance brought you enough negative assessments by other people that you've gotten used to it by now?
I am used to it, which is why I know that won't work for me. I had again, like it's funny to like I laugh when black people like you don't understand. They stop and frisk us and shit. I had that happen. To
Oh
me,
no, that's definitely true. And hey, by the way, why don't I get arrested then? What do I look like?
A
What's the cop thinking when he comes up to my thing there? It's like, hey, we found a little girl with flowers around her, drowned in a pond nearby. Where have you been lately, buddy?
But that's true. That's true. You should be.
I mean, I did have a cop one time. He had a trainee with him, and the trainee goes, "Aren't we going to search the car for drugs?" And the cop looked at me and he goes, "Nah, he's not the type."
See, they think the opposite with me, and I've never done a drug in my life.
That was kind of where I was headed there. Is that I probably look a little more mainstream. I don't know.
Right, exactly.
But but you won't. And to take this for what it's worth, you guys have a lot of fun with this. I used to have like a Billy Idol bleach blonde hair, and then it had colors in it and stuff when I was in college. And had lightning bolts shaved into the side and all sorts of stuff, man.
Bring that look back.
Pins through the cheek. All that. So I was a major punk rocker, dude. Major punk rocker.
It's like, oh my God, you with lightning bolts. That's incredible.
Yeah. Wonder how that happened.
You're like the bride of Frankenstein back then.
The lightning bolts, yeah. I liked my lightning bolts.
Crazy.
That was, man. I was digging that lightning. But yeah, I used to not look quite so acceptable.
I just want to point out somebody in your chat a while ago. I'm just now looking back at the chat, and someone said Virginia ain't really the South. That's insane. It was the capital of the South. To say Virginia is not the South is so retarded.
I think you're right. I'm not a big fan of the South, but
Virginia is not even the northernmost southern state.
No, it's
Maryland.
Yeah,
Maryland.
It's the capital of the friggin' Confederacy, man.
Yeah, Maryland was the border of the Mason-Dixon, so Virginia's below that. I hate when people say it. That's so stupid. Like everybody I knew growing up was like a fucking redneck Southern retard, and I gotta hear you didn't have to really live in the South. Yes, I did.
people down here, they say we live in the Midwest, and I'm like, this is the Southwest. I'm from the Midwest. Yeah. How can you call this the Midwest?
I don't like when they say Texas is the South.
It's not. It's the Southwest.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why it's South by Southwest.
Exactly. I've always said that.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we've been talking.
Getting to be time here. So I still have to go through and read all these dumb comments.
We're basically boyfriend girlfriend now. I'm boyfriend. 6.5 hours. I don't think I've talked to my wife this long.
I don't blame you. It's more.
You liked talking to her until she said the N-word.
I don't think I really would categorize that as liking to talk to her.
You were really enjoying your conversation. You were kind of like,
I don't think so.
You thought she was cute.
I've never seen her.
You were wrong, but you thought so.
I've never seen her. I don't know what she looks like.
She's a gorgeous angel.
I'm glad you guys are happy.
She's a hot tamale.
I don't think so. She's from England.
Well, yeah,
she's a hot shepherd's pie.
Well, she's from Australia, sort of, too.
Oh, well, that's just the criminals from England.
Yeah, exactly. But she doesn't have that English girl face, that big round pan face all those English girls have.
That little pouty, pointed up nose.
I never have married her if she looked like your standard Brit bong woman.
Right.
Well, she does have a pointy nose, actually.
But whatever.
But, yeah, she's a beautiful, wonderful girl, and you thought she was, like, enchanting.
If you say so.
You did. You were really digging the conversation.
I so don't think so.
Then she yelled the N-word at you because I told her.
I don't recall that, but whatever.
We've got it recorded.
But good.
But either way, we're boyfriend girlfriend now, you and me. So my wife's going to be jealous.
Doubtful.
Oh yeah, no, trust me, she will. She doesn't like when I flirt with other girls.
Well, I guess she can't have. She married you. What's she expect?
Wait, what is that supposed to mean?
Are you marrying you? She probably should have known in advance she wasn't going to have her way all the time.
Oh yeah, for sure. But she's the good kind of girl where she knows that that's the way it's supposed to be. That she should never have her way.
I'm glad that you guys have found a way to work together in your
relationship. Why would a girl want her way? They're usually wrong and stupid.
I'm not a girl, so I can't answer that question.
You're my girl, though.
If that makes you happy.
I guess you'd say, what can make me feel this way? My Tom, my Tom, my Tom, talking about my Tom, my Tom.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. It's
6.5 hours. Can you believe that? Who else have you spoken to this long in a row, straight like this?
Well, I used to do like a 24-hour marathon fundraiser with another guy every year.
Okay, you don't have to tell me about your entire sexual history, but I'm not asking for your body count here, but my point is...
You might as well have just said in bed after reading a fortune cookie. But I would do a 24-hour marathon radio broadcast with another
also
guy.
Cox.
No, there was none of that involved. It was at Whataburger. They sponsored it every year for the benefit for the homeless. So there's that guy. I did an 8-hour show on New Year's Eve a couple years ago. I think that's on my site still.
Was it with another guy?
No. It was with 8 different guests, each for an hour.
Okay, so not the same.
Not the same, yeah.
But, with me, this is pretty crazy.
It's wacky, nutty,
We're
off the wall.
You're
Kooky.
the
Absolutely kooky.
You're the mini me to my Dr. Evil.
I don't think so, man.
What do you mean?
That doesn't make sense. I'm older than you. I would be Austin Powers' father.
No.
Or I'd be Austin Powers, and you'd be Dr. Evil.
No,
because they're
you're
brothers.
A sidekick.
They're brothers.
You're like a little version of me.
No. But if that's what you want to go tell your people, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Here's some exciting news. I never had used earbuds until about 2 weeks ago. And I didn't think I'd like them. They always felt like they'd lay eggs in my ear or something. It's weird. And I got some like killer, awesome ones that I love. And I'm digging it.
What'd you get?
I got some, it's a company called Status. And the ones I got were the In-Between Pro.
You should have gotten the AirPods. They're the best.
I don't even like the way they look. It's like, did you put Legos in your ear or something?
No, you barely see them now. They don't even hang out your ear that far.
Mine are better. And I'm a big Apple. I'm a huge Apple. Everything I have is Apple, and I still won't use those things. They suck so bad.
Oh, whoa. So you're a fellow straight guy like me.
I don't know what that means. The way you're saying it.
People who like PC are LGBT community, and people who like Mac are straight.
People that like PC are just idiots. I mean, let's use a 50-year-old computer language.
Tell them, Tom.
Souped up by processors and a piece of software that's acting like it's your system, but it really isn't.
Thank you.
And so here's the difference between Mac and PC. PC wants you to learn all of its nonsense and little idiosyncrasies to maximize the computer. Apple, the computer doesn't want you to have to do any of that so you can maximize yourself.
Right.
And so, one of the places I work, I have to use a PC.
Hell yeah.
And the people that have to be around me while I'm using it can not enjoy it because I just go, man, Windows sucks. It sucks.
Yeah.
And the guy will come over and it's like, oh, no, it's better than Mac for this reason. And I go, blow me, because if I click an application in Mac, all the documents from that application come up. If I click that application down in the bottom row of a PC, it shows me little thumbnails of all my documents. I have to individually bring them up.
Thank you. Yes. Tom, you are a mini me. I swear to God. We're the same guy.
Yeah.
We really
Yes,
are.
if I started to be obtuse with the truth and a lot of other things, then we'd be identical. But
what? Okay, well, number one, you have been obtuse with the truth.
No.
2 times you have.
No, you're the one that's always, but...
Oh, you're just pedantic.
Pedantic means I'm very precise.
No, it means you're a pedant.
I don't think that's what it means.
Yes, it is. What do you mean you don't think that's... Of course that's what that means.
I don't think so.
How could it not mean that? Pedantic. Pedant.
Pedantic is an insulting word used to describe someone who annoys others by correcting small errors, caring too much about minor details, or emphasizing their own expertise, especially in some narrow or boring subject matter. That's what pedantic means.
Right, yes, that's also what pedant means.
If you say so. I don't know what the definition of that word is, but I can tell you this. That's not the most flattering definition of a word on earth. But I would have to say, I'm talking. But I would have to say that it's accurate.
Okay, yeah, exactly. And pedant is the root word of pedantic. That's the.
If you say so.
Someone who is pedantic is being a pedant.
If you say so. I don't know what else you want me to say. But reading the definition, but the definition of pedantic, I probably can't argue too much with that.
Nope, you can't. I mean, you will because you're a pedant, but
no, I just said it. I'm not arguing with that. It seems accurate.
You'll find a way.
I said it seems accurate.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. That's whether it's a flaw or strength, I don't know, but it's certainly the truth. So I can't really run away from that.
But it's why we love you, Tom. Big Tom, we call you.
Yeah, do you? Do you now? I have a lot of nicknames, but that's I guess some people have called me that over the years, but
okay,
it's not one of the authorized official nicknames.
Once again, I'm found in a court of law to be not a liar.
What do you mean? Who claimed you were lying about that?
Well, you said that's not something you were called, and then you said it is.
I never said I wasn't called pedantic.
No, Big Tom.
Oh. Well, I had to ruminate on it a little bit.
Oh, God, we could be here all day with you ruminating.
I'm done ruminating. I only did it for a little bit. Whoops.
You're a ruminant.
Maybe.
Do you know what that is?
No.
No, you should look that up.
That's why I said maybe. Could be. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not God.
How do you know?
God would know if he was God. He's
Maybe
supposed to be omniscient. I would think that would fall on his plate somewhere. Okay, so what else? I don't think there's much. We got to end this so I can read all these damn comments people made. They can go giddy with happiness that I read their remark.
Can you look up ruminant real quick? Oh, they're calling you Big Tom in the chat.
I'm sure they are now that you said it.
Big Tom, they call you.
They call you a lot of things, but that I don't recall.
Old Stretch.
Old Stretch. Oh, God.
We call you lots of stuff.
Shit.
Little Stinker.
Are you reading these from the chat?
No.
Oh. I'll go to the bottom here and see if you are.
Called you before. I'm just thinking of all the stuff we've referred to.
Big Tommy. Of course, Big Tom. Best ever.
Jumpy Gump. That one's the craziest one. That's
what one is the craziest?
Jumpy Gump Tooth.
That's not what it is.
I'm sorry.
You guys might have made that up, but that's not what it is. In fact, I think I saw you guys using some stuff like that, and I'm like, that's not the actual.
Is it Gumpy Jump Tooth? I might have it backwards.
You might.
I get that one wrong.
Tell you the truth, I know it's not what you first said, but I don't remember what it is, and I don't.
Okay, but it's Gumpy Jump Tooth.
It might be. It wasn't the first thing you said.
It's so crazy that's your channel name.
Why?
Well, what does it mean?
Nothing.
Yeah,
what's Atomic Palooka mean? Nothing. That's my Twitter handle.
That means more than Gump. I know. That means
well, it does. It may indeed, but it means nothing.
I don't know. It's just very odd sounding.
Sorry.
I mean, it is.
Who was the guy that had the three names in your room and you thought I was wonderful? It was stupid, just stupid as my name.
You know what's so crazy about it, though, is despite the fact that it seems utterly meaningless, it is somehow also wildly accurate.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
well, I don't have any self-image that I'm aware of and can't have fun with the name of it because I'm aware of that. Can't do that.
Gumpy.
Yep. That's a callback from a character we used to do on the morning show
called Forrest Gump.
We had a character that was like an old prospector or stuff that would come in on the show and be a goof.
They call you Big
and his
Tom?
name was, and I named him because I did the character. His name was Gumpy. So there you go.
We call you Tommy Tony.
Yeah.
Caller Tom.
Bone
Hollywood
Daddy
Tom. Hollywood Tom, they call you.
They call me Gaviota.
What's the Hollywood of radio? Is that just New York City?
There, L.A. It might be L.A. just due to all the car travel, but I don't know. One of those two.
New York Tom, we call you.
I wouldn't live in New York for all the money in the world.
That's a smart
crap
move.
Hole. It's a crap hole.
Yes,
I worked there for a while, and I just...
See? We're the same guy. I agree. Yeah. And yeah, from what I remember, you worked at the top of the World Trade Center. What was that like?
When I was busboy, it sucked, but I got promoted to waiter.
You got
we used to cook food on the floor up there.
You were there the day the towers fell.
No, I wasn't.
You were manning the plane.
No, I wasn't.
That's what I was told.
You've got to, man. You say anything and go, well, that's what I was told.
What am I supposed to tell you? I don't.
Okay, well, who told you that?
Somebody told me.
Somebody told me. Okay.
You know, this was 2 years ago.
Random person walking down the street mumbling that over and over again. Okay.
This was like 2 years ago, so I can't remember. But someone said, you were at Ground Zero on the day of the attack.
Yeah, 20 years after it happened, somebody brought that up to you randomly, non sequitur, right in the middle of the conversation.
They said you were Honda piloting the plane.
No, I wasn't doing any of that. I was. God. I almost actually said what I was doing, which would have been bad.
Please say what you were actually doing, please.
No.
You're telling me you weren't the pilot of the terror attack plane?
I love how you start that out with the always incredulous. So you're telling me
yeah, Steve,
that if I go down to Costco, I can get 10 cases of Coke for $1. You're telling me?
Somebody in the chat reminded me, because I talked about this on the show before.
Who is Steve Ranazzi?
Steve Ranazzi said that.
Who is he?
He was there that day.
Is that the comic that got in trouble for claiming a bunch of stuff and then got in trouble for it?
Well, he is a comic, yeah. But
is that the guy who claimed and then had to come out and go, I wasn't really there?
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
he said he saw you in the cockpit.
Then I should do you the great service of telling you what my broadcasting professor said, and that's consider the source.
He said that while he was in the tower, he saw you in the cockpit.
Yeah, did he?
I mean, yeah. And he single-handedly stopped the plane.
Wow. Good Lord. That's awful.
Did you hear about the thing about...
So the guy who lied about working in the South Tower of the World Trade Center during the attacks and described his experience escaping death and then had to say that never happened, told you something about me.
Yes.
Said he was employed at Merrill Lynch on the 54th floor. He never worked for Merrill Lynch. And they didn't even have offices there.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad you vetted him so carefully after he brought you this great revelation. That's the kind of crack journalism we're used to from
literally crack journalism.
That's the kind of riveting, verified information that you'll get from whatever.
God. You were at Jan 6, though.
I don't even know what Jam 6 is.
Jan 6, January 6.
No, I was not there.
And
by the way, all those people ought to be thrown in a slam for 10 years.
Are you kidding me? For what? Walking through a public building?
No, I think it was the threats of death, the breaking into the attacks upon police officers, dragging them into the crowd and beating the crap out of them.
The same officers that dragged them into the building?
Yeah. Definitely.
The officers
definitely. We'll pull your ass in here and you will go to jail Those are also people that engaged in an armed uprising against my government.
Me personally,
and attempted to prevent a government process to certify the new president.
I saw you.
Not my country. You don't get to do the crap to my country. All of them ought to be in jail for 10 years minimum.
I saw you in some of the footage. You were there.
No, was teaching.
That's why you're trying
documented on camera and everywhere else at the Wayne Middle School. As a matter of fact, do you know that to log in the Wayne School District, it uses my fingerprint? It's the only way that I can get paid.
Yeah, but
my fingerprints are.
I've got your
right there, and I'm good.
I did,
and you can go with the Steve Ranazizi story.
Steve was there at Jan 6 too. He saw you.
Sure, I'm sure he was on the moon landing, and he was
you were
Santa
there
Claus.
With Steve Ranazizi, Jay Johnson, and Baked Alaska. You're in the footage, and
Jay Johnson.
You said
who's Jay Johnson?
He's he's a comedic actor. You ever see Mr. Show? You ever see Sarah Silverman program? You ever watch the Bob's Burgers?
Are you talking about Jay Johnson, the ventriloquist comic?
No.
I'm good friends with a musician was somewhat popular named Jay Johnson.
Here's the thing. I don't know if you know this, Tom. I live in Australia now, and there was this huge story here in my area, my neck of the woods, where there's this public library, right?
Are you talking about Jay Johnston?
That's what I said.
It sounded like Sid Johnson to me, but whatever. I don't know who that guy is.
Okay. Well, you were there with him. Anyway, no. I don't know if you know the story. This happened in my neck of the woods in Australia. They opened up, or they were opening up a new public library, and they
not one of those private libraries.
They had one of the I don't know. They always say public library, so I assume there must be some private ones.
Maybe. Who's
yeah, like the one
guy on Downton Abbey. The dude on Downton Abbey is the only one.
So they had these. Well, that's funny. It's funny you say that because they had these they were getting ready to open it. The place wasn't open yet, but they were getting ready to open it, and they put up all these velvet ropes outside, and they had. A lot of city officials were coming and stuff, so they had cops there, and it was this huge scandal because the people showed up for the the ribbon cutting ceremony or what, I don't know, some sort of little event was going on there or something, who cares, and the cops, for whatever reason, opened up the velvet ropes and just let people go in. And now, I'm part of a group of people where we're campaigning to try to get everybody who walked in there, not the cops, but everybody who went in, arrested. Because I don't know if
you're
there's
right. A law what I'm doing with those kids is terrible.
What do you mean?
Asshole.
What? No, I don't know if there's a law in the books. I just think that anybody
you don't even know if there's a law on the books. I just like to get them in trouble.
I just think anybody that went in there should be arrested for should be in jail for 10 years.
For what?
For walking into the public building that the cops let
Police
them
let them in?
Velvet ropes.
Police let them in?
Police let them in.
Yeah, there's one thing. Were the doors locked?
No.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Okay, so anyway, back to Jan 6. What do you think about those guys?
I think they all ought to be thrown in jail for 10 years. And some of them have been.
Who's on first, by the way?
What's on second? I don't know who's on third. What?
Oh, man.
You mean the players' names?
Tom, I swear to God, you and I.
Who picks up their check? Who does?
On the road, please.
Every penny of it.
Would you come to Australia and we could do a 7?
Already been.
Yeah, but will you come and then we do an act together? A 7.
Already been. Yeah, well, yeah. You pay for everything. You pay for my ticket over and back, and I'm great.
I'll do that.
Sure you will. By the way, I'm going to go to Perth and hang out with a chick I know, and I'm not doing anything else.
Well, I happen to live in Perth, so that's not a problem.
Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I live just outside of her.
First class. I'm going to need to go first class there and first class back.
Okay, I'm not doing first class. You wouldn't go first class anyway. Come on.
Do you know how many points I have saved up from?
I ought to have them put you in steerage.
Please. Do they still have steerage? That sounds so. I always tell people it's like if you get a crappy seat and a car ride over, why am I back here in steerage?
Anyway, the people at the I want you to see this library because the people at the library, so they go in and then it's chaos in the because they're like the librarians.
You can't think this is important.
Nobody should have let these people in. The librarians are all up in arms about it. Then one of the cops turns around. These are the guys that let them in. One of the cops turns around and shoots one of these freaks that walked in
with a gun.
Yeah, killed
Not
him.
like rubber bullets or taser.
It was a chick. It was a chick. People had come from all over town to this opening.
Wow, that's unfair. That
shot her in the head. Yeah,
shouldn't have happened. Hey, by the way, did somebody get shot in the head on January 6th?
Yes.
Were they breaking through a window?
No.
A glass. They weren't breaking through a glass opening.
Window was already broken.
So they were trying to enter through the broken window.
Yes. I mean, trying to enter is
pew pew pew.
It was a mob of people pushing.
Pew pew pew.
Trying to enter is dubious because there's only but so much room to even stand at that point. But
you're not gonna miss from 5 feet away, man.
I think she was a terrorist. I think Ashley Babbitt. I think she deserved to die.
I'd rather seen her get 10 years in jail, but that's just me.
No. I think every single person there should have been shot between the eyes.
Hey, you know what? I don't think that. But what if the cops had started opening up on that crowd? Now I know there's people in the crowd that had ARs and some things around there, but
they should have. It would have been an all-out war.
The cops didn't have the necessary tools to open up on that crowd, nor numbers.
No, well, why would they? They were the ones letting them in through the velvet ropes.
Are you talking about the library? I'm back talking
about...
No,
I'm talking about Jan 6 now.
They didn't let them in through the velvet ropes.
They literally did. They're on camera doing.
All right. Come on in here.
Tom, I'm not joking. You can see the footage.
I've seen the guys walking through the velvet ropes, but that's because all the police. All the police retreated to the actual chamber to try to protect the papers and everything else. And then the guys got in there, and there was nobody.
No, the guys in the chamber are a completely separate force of cops. They're not even dressed the same.
I'm aware of that.
They're the Senate chamber cops. Like, literally their job is to be in that area anyway.
I know.
Everybody who let them in was like in riot gear and shit, and they're just like, here, come on in. And then you see the people, they're just walking through. Like, one guy picks up a podium, whatever, he's got a big smile on his face. Oh boy, scared.
That guy's in the slam now.
I know a guy who was in Jan 6. He did he got 2 months
awesome
for it. He's picked up Nancy Pelosi's phone or whatever. But yeah, he's got.
I love how all of them were badasses, and then they got in court and started
none of them were
crying and I don't have enough good sandwiches to eat.
None of them were badasses. Most of them were fucking grandpas who accidentally got pushed in there by.
I didn't say they were badasses. I said they were acting like badasses.
You've seen, like, you know what it's like to be in like a concert or like a giant crowd. Like, you can't control which way you're going when the crowd starts moving.
Yeah, but once you get inside, you can turn your ass around and walk out.
No, you can't. Not when there's a sea of people flooding in.
No, you can get out.
But again, it is
people got out. Building. People left. Lots of people were in there and left. How'd they get out of the building?
Some of them literally had to break through windows to get out. Yeah. You can see them
play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
They didn't play a stupid game. It's a public building. You're allowed to walk through right now. Mm-mm. You could go there right now. On maybe not.
Not everywhere.
But
not in a chamber. Not in doors that are locked with armed police pointing weapons at the window.
Shouldn't that be a public area?
Unless there's a violent mob, yes.
The place where our
I don't think it was a public area
when supposed to be representing us, and you're not allowed in.
Not if you're a violent mob trying to interrupt
trying to interrupt a legal proceeding to certify a president. When you do that, yes, it is not public anymore.
Well,
sorry.
I mean, how do you certify a president?
And then people get shot, and then people go to jail. That's what happens. Your choices are go to jail, or go to jail.
Listen, I don't vote, but I can certainly see how some people would have some questions about Joe Biden being the most voted for president of all time. There's definitely, obviously that just on its face is the most retarded lie that's ever been told.
Why?
Why is it crazy that Joe Biden got 81 million votes?
Yeah.
Is that your question?
Yes.
Because it would require the dead voting for him to do it.
There's way more than 81 million registered voters.
That many people don't.
And then you add the number
that
for
many
Trump.
People have never voted in
The truth is,
how many of them are illegal?
I don't know. I'm sure there's a number. Not all. I mean,
Yeah,
there's always a handful.
Well, depending on what that number is, then that ain't a real election. I mean, I would
not if they're invalidated. Not if the votes are invalidated. That happens all the time.
A certain percentage, I would allow for. I would go. That's like, hey, there's a margin of error. I would get that. That's fine. But if let's say 10% of the people who voted for Joe Biden were illegal immigrants, then is that
10%? 8.1 million people illegally voted. Are you insane? Have you been to a polling place on voting day ever once in your life?
Yes.
Where? You haven't done it. Too long of a delay. You should be able to tell me what district you were in.
I don't understand the question where. What do you mean where?
Well, voting takes place at a polling place unless you mail it in.
Okay, and the last time I voted, it was at my elementary school.
I didn't say have you voted.
What?
I said have you ever observed what goes on in a polling place on election day?
Of course, I went into the polling place when I voted.
It's not the same thing. Have you been back there when they're counting the votes?
Oh, no, you're not allowed to see that no more because they want to hide what they're doing.
You are if you're with the press.
I don't know. All of a sudden, they start closing the curtains and they're not allowing cameras. And then when you review the cameras later, they're weirdly stamping some things twice. And I don't know. A lot of weird hinky stuff. A lot of hinky stuff going on.
Hinky? You like that?
Hinky.
It's hinky. I like that word. Unlike Tommy Lee Jones in The Fugitive. Don't use that word no more. I don't like that word. Hinky. Where'd that come from? I don't like that word. Okay, so the thing of it is that like the 2016 election, if Hillary has had as many people come out and vote for her as Obama did, you see, she got 8 million votes less than he did because she sucks, and so
Joe Biden though, great.
No, what happened with Joe Biden is Trump gets in office, right?
Yep.
Those 8 million people plus a lot more, as the population grows. I kept telling my Trump friends, "Hey, man, he's not really doing anything that's like other than the environmental stuff he did right away." I'm like, "Hey, man, he's not really doing anything crazy. He's just pissing people off, you know." Yeah. It's like what he's actually doing, not that bad. It's pretty much presidential stuff. It's another Democratic president could do it. Nobody would say anything, But
do you believe that there's never been any rigging with any election ever?
Hold on. He's getting on Twitter, and I kept telling him, "Hey, if you piss people off, they'll come out and vote against you." And that's what happened.
Off of Twitter.
That's what happened. I know.
Before the
I understand, but that didn't prevent him from doing press, from getting in front of cameras and going on television. There's a million other ways that he was pissing people off.
But they kicked him off of Twitter, and it's been revealed that the FBI was like actually influencing the election on Twitter. These are, election interference is a proven thing.
Do you really want to talk about?
And it's from the other side.
Do you really want to talk about election interference and Donald Trump in the same sentence with the
with what? With what? The hoax about Russia?
Well, no, there's no hoax about the
there was no
Capital Analytica on.
There was no
Facebook?
Russian interference. It was a hoax.
Let's see. Here.
That didn't happen.
What was the name of that? What was the name of that company that gathered all
Hillary
that data?
Clinton paid for the dossier.
God, you guys are so full of shit. I just can't listen to all this crap.
That's true. I'm not.
It's here's the thing about conspiracies. Here's the thing about conspiracies and conspiracy theories. Hold on. Here's the thing about here's the thing about conspiracies and conspiracy theories.
Tell me about the Russiagate people. Yes. What about their conspiracy?
Well, so they have the genius and the apparatus to do this giant thing that you're talking about, but they can't cover it up. The real conspiracies we'll never know about. The BS ones, they're the ones that are, 100 people after JFK was shot that were witnesses got killed within 10 years. Well, look at all the people they talk to, compare it to the national statistics for mortality, and you'll see it's about 100 people.
Wait, you didn't hear the thing about the CIA and JFK? Like the news that came out?
No, it's a guy under the street shooting out of the drain. What are you, crazy? Everybody knows that.
Okay. No, that's not.
No, there's a balloon in the sky that was above the motorcade, and it dropped the bullets on him.
H.W. Bush.
Jesus Christ.
Well,
let's see here.
He was 20 miles away.
Let's see here.
Anyway,
I live in Dallas. I've talked to the actual police.
I agree with you about conspiracy theories. I think the conspiracy theory that Russia somehow interfered with the election to get Donald Trump barely elected through only the Electoral College is on its face obviously retarded.
Trump only got banned like a year before he left
I'm not
office.
talking about conspiracy theory, though, like Russiagate. What I'm talking about is like the obvious bullshit of the mail-in voting, the closed back rooms of the polling places, the known fact that many places were caught red-handed running votes through twice.
Oh God, it's such crap. It's been
There's
debunked
video.
a million times, and people just keep repeating it, like it's stupid. Oh yeah, right. There's video of it. I've seen those videos. It's so totally easily explained. And you have to go to a polling place. There are people from one party and people from the other party at every polling place in the United States. So you're telling me that there's a big thing where they're going to let illegal votes through, and the other side is just going to go, yeah, go ahead and put those illegal votes through.
What tells you that someone's part of another party? They have a tattoo or something that can't be
No, the
removed?
election committee is made up in every precinct in the United States I know of equal members from the Democratic and the Republican Party.
How do they know that?
Those people declare Republican or Democrat.
Yeah, so they could just be a liar.
Could be.
Okay.
But that's the process.
In the same way,
the election commission gets named by voted in elected officials. That's the way a process works.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Why don't we just have no mail-in voting and voter ID?
Because immediately by no mail-in voting, a ton of people don't get to vote.
Good. That's good.
That's not good. That's not,
not
what the country was founded upon, nor what the voting law says. The voting law says that you must make every effort to include more people, not less.
I'm pretty sure the founders didn't intend people overseas to be voting.
Oh, you mean like members of our military stationed overseas?
Yes, exactly like that.
That's American soil.
How would they do that?
Those military bases are American soil.
How many people voted for John Adams?
I don't know. I could look it up.
I wonder what that is, and I wonder how many of them were overseas doing it.
Probably none. I don't think we made provisions for that yet. I don't know that we had any military bases overseas.
I don't think founding fathers issue then.
No, but I think once we started having bases overseas, they're American soil. If you're born on them, you're just as American as you or I. I'm assuming you're born in America and naturalized citizen. If not, I am.
I'm just gotta be present.
That's the way it works, man. That's
military. I mean, how do you not vote for your commander in chief? It's almost cheating. I don't think the military should be allowed to vote. Actually, now you've got convinced me. Now,
well, that's your opinion. I think the military is probably the first people that should vote.
No, because it doesn't make any sense because they got to, they got to vote.
In fact, they are the first people because they have to mail their ballots in early.
They should. Well, okay, all right. They're allowed to do mail-in ballots, but how about no one else?
Well, there's entire states that wouldn't be allowed to vote then, because there's entire states that have only. Well, you can vote in person, but nobody votes in person. Everybody votes through the mail.
We have electronic voting itself is already a huge problem, but we've got it, so there's no reason that we shouldn't be worried about Hawaii or Alaska, and also no one is anyway. They don't. The vote never actually counts toward anything, but the there's no reason.
You really enjoyed that, didn't you? You were like laughing at yourself a little bit in that one.
Laughing, I'm not.
Yeah. You got a little chuckle in your voice toward the end of that one.
For Alaska and Hawaii,
they're states in the union. What the hell's wrong with you? They get to vote just like everybody else.
Yeah, okay, they get to, but who's waiting? No one's ever waited.
People in Alaska and Hawaii.
No one's ever been like, okay, let's see what Hawaii says, and then we'll call it.
They don't call it until the numbers say to call it. And Hawaii is the westernmost state in the United States, so it's the last time zone.
Right, exactly, but they call it.
So they get screwed just because of their location? That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, you do get screwed because of your location. Yeah.
No, that's. You can do that. I'm not doing that. That's not the way the law is. So
I mean, it wouldn't be. I'm not even saying that. They have electronic voting like anyone else. They could easily just.
The whole state of Utah does mail-in.
What is
and have for a long time and had no problems, and certainly none of the Republicans complained.
I'm not a Republican.
I didn't say you were. I'm saying that state is so heavily Republican that the Republicans that bitched about mail-in voting didn't say a word about Utah.
Okay, I'm sure if they could choose, they would say no.
I don't think so. I think they like Mitch McConnell. I think they like Mike Lee. Not Mitch McConnell, Mitt Romney. Some people don't. But some people are pissed at him.
What about voter ID? Why is that bad?
I don't think it is bad.
Okay, but the Democrat guys are always so against it.
The Democrat guys are against forcing people to pay for government-issued IDs.
Okay,
they don't want anybody. That's a poll tax. It's against the law. You can't. Okay, you can't force someone to pay.
Okay. Just make it free.
Well, that's what they should do.
Okay.
But if they did that, they might be able to get around it. But
you don't have to have a voter ID. So the voter ID thing is just that you have a form of identification.
Yes, I think you do need to have a form of identification if you want to
have
vote.
a driver's license.
I don't think it needs to be. Well, I think it could be all the documents that you get a license with.
Something that says you are from America.
Right. When you go in to get your license or to get your passport, you have to bring in all those secondary documents, Social Security card, birth certificate, whatever. Bring those in.
Yeah.
But you have to identify yourself.
Actually, an illegal can have a driver's license. So,
yes. Definitely. They can have a lot of things.
Of course, if they had, Jesus, though, if you had to have your birth certificate to vote, imagine, then you'd have to have it to become president, and that would have obviously been no Barack Obama. But hello,
that's so stupid.
What's stupid? He was born in Kenya.
I know that you're making a joke. So
no, I'm not.
Ha 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 ha.
What Barry? So what was his real last name? So something with an S. So he was born in Azerbaijan or something.
He was born in Honolulu.
Now what about
Michelle? Born in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Now what about Michelle Obama? Is that bitch a dude?
I don't know. I doubt it. I don't think so.
She was born with a cock. Her name was Michael.
Right, I'm sure you have proof of that. Is it Steve Ranzizi too?
The cock? I've seen it flapping in her dress when she was on Ellen. You should look that up. That's funny.
His mother was American, father Kenyan, born in America. Sorry.
Well, that's what they say now, obviously. But when he was being asked to produce a birth certificate, it sure did take a long time. Yeah, Barry Sorrento? I don't think that's right. Something like that.
I don't either.
It's Barry's. His real last name is something with an S.
Really?
Yeah,
Finding
Barry.
absolutely no evidence of that, and I don't know that I'd believe it, even if I found it on.
True.
I found it on IHateDemocrats.com.
It's true. There's like a little document from when he was a kid. What the fuck is it?
I'm not finding any born as anywhere.
Big Mike.
Do you know that Gerald Ford is not Gerald Ford's real name?
I didn't know that. What's his real name? Oh, well, that's...
I'll find it. He was like... he was born Leslie Lynch King Jr.
Yeah.
And he was the only son of a couple kids, and then when his mother remarried, they renamed him for some reason.
Barry Sotoro, that's it, yeah.
They renamed him to Gerald Ford because she married a guy named Gerald Rudolph Ford.
That's bizarre.
So his name wasn't that. By the way, everybody made fun of Gerald Ford for like being a klutz and falling down off of planes and stuff and everything. Gerald Ford was probably the best athlete of any president ever. He was like a 2-time All-American in football at Michigan. He got an offer for a pro football contract. He was the most valuable player on their national championship team. He's a badass.
John McCain wasn't actually born in America.
No, he was born on a military base.
He was born in Panama.
Yeah. He was born on a military base. His daddy was a big Navy guy. His daddy.
He shouldn't have been allowed to run.
Who, John McCain?
And then what's with all these guys who have...
hey, motherfucker.
Also,
let's hang your ass up with your wrists tied together behind your back for a couple of days.
I've done that before.
And and then for the rest of your life, you can't lift your hands over your shoulders. I think John McCain gets to vote, dude.
Actually broke
when they come in and go, hey, we'll quit torturing you and we'll let you go. All you have to do is sign this paper. Okay, as long as all the other guys that were here before me get to go.
Yeah, how about this? How about I break out of my shackles and free all the guys single? Because that's what I did.
I know. You're very much a John Rambo sort.
I prefer winners.
Yeah. You prefer guys that get 5 deferments and can't even tell you which foot their bone spurs were in.
Who's that?
Donald Trump.
I didn't vote for Trump.
I didn't say you did.
Why would I prefer him then?
I said maybe you'd prefer.
No.
That's what I said.
No, I don't prefer any of them. I think they're all dumb. And I know that voting doesn't mean anything. It's pointless.
Yeah, but you got to admit, the last few elections, it's like, I don't want to vote for either one of these people. It's like playing poker and getting a bad hand and just going, I'll just play these and throwing your cards on the table. It's just, here's the thing. Anybody that you'd really want for president wouldn't do it. They'd be like, I don't want to go through all that crap and BS for a $400,000 a year job. I'm making $1 billion. Why would I do that? Pardon me?
The president doesn't do anything. He's just a puppet.
He doesn't really. That's what I tell people. He doesn't have that much.
I mean, look at Biden.
Congress has way more power.
Biden's literally a corpse they're reanimating. Like, it's not like a real job. They wouldn't let him have it if it was a real position. What's with all these guys, though? Here's what I don't get.
I thought he plagiarized his ass out of politics back in the 80s, and he comes back.
Recently he got a little heat on him, or people are making fun of him because he, in a speech he gave like just the other day, he ended a quote by saying "end quote," and they're saying that he was like, "Oh, that's his senile ass reading the teleprompter. He doesn't even know what he's reading in front of him." I think that it literally has to say "end quote" after quoting someone so that they don't think that he's plagiarizing.
Well, that might be true.
But what's with all these guys that get to run for president or office or whatever, but they've got dual citizenship? What the fuck is that about?
Like who?
There's so many people in Congress and the Senate. So many politicians.
But not president. Not president.
But they do run for president. Bernie Sanders.
I don't know, man.
I mean, he never had a chance. Obviously, they colluded against him. But a lot of these guys have dual citizenship to Israel. It's crazy. It's like, who's running the joint?
NPR's Diane Remax, Bernie Sanders about Israeli citizenship. Well, no, I do not have dual citizenship with Israel. I'm an American. I don't know where that question came from. I'm an American citizen.
Of course he has dual citizenship.
I know, you have a secret dark web thing that's got proof.
Okay, secret dark web thing.
I've got him right here, not just in audio, but print, but in audio, saying, no, I do not. I'm an American citizen, period.
Is he not Jewish? I might be wrong.
Jewish is a religion, not a nationality.
Jewish is correct. It's a religion and an ethnicity, but I know he's not. Yes.
You sure that ethnicity is called Jewish?
Okay, Ashkenazi.
So,
Mizrahi.
Anyway, his dad came to U.S. From Poland at the age of 17. He was born here. I'm obviously an American citizen, and I do not have any dual citizenship. Hey, by the way, but between you and Bernie, I know who I think has more integrity in terms of the truth.
Every single Jew has Israeli birthright.
They do.
Citizen.
They do. Yeah. They have the right, but that doesn't mean that they have to go get the citizenship. You have to apply for that. They don't have to do it.
They don't have to apply.
No, they don't.
Yes,
do you really think that Jewish hospitals or any hospitals are going to... Are you Jewish?
You know how
Great. Let me go send this infant who can't make the decision himself a citizenship paper to Israel.
Do you know what birthright is? Like when it comes to Israel?
When it comes to what?
Specifically when it comes to Israel, do you know what birthright is? Like, do you know what... When they go on their like birthright trip and stuff, do you know what
that's a 10-day trip over there, I think. They do it from ages 16 to 23 or something. I don't know. But
actually, they raised it to like 26, I believe. But but do you know what you have to do to go there
in order to qualify to get to the thing?
Yeah. Let's say I, as a non-Jew, wanted to try to scam my way into doing that. Do you know what I would have to do that?
My understanding was that it was either had to have a parent that was of Jewish descent, someone that converted to Judaism that's a parent, or
but how do they
somebody that doesn't practice another religion? And then there's the qualification, to my understanding, was they have to graduate from high school, and they can't have lived in Israel over the last 3 or 4 years or something. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with it. I know a couple people that have gone on, and I don't know much.
You're just Googling it. But the point is, you just said it's not an ethnicity. It is, but you just said it's not an ethnicity. So how would they check? Do you know how they check?
Of Jewish descent?
Do you know what?
There's a bunch of ways they could do it. I mean, I just got away from the Mormons that have the most ornate hereditary records in history because they take all their dead relatives and baptize them.
Listen, so of course in the Jewish faith they say that your mother has to be Jewish in order for you to be Jewish, right?
Right.
But and they do abide by that. Now, the way the birthright thing works is there's like 3 companies, I think, that basically do that give you the free trip.
Uh-huh. And it's like that Italian guy that does those trips. What's it called? Perillo Tours.
So right before I aged out of being able to do it, I actually looked into this to see if I could just get a free trip to Israel by lying.
Yeah.
And it turns out the answer is yes. Here's what they do to check. You have to pretty please promise them that you have a Jewish relative.
So
that's it.
So what's the problem with all that?
Okay, so the point is, that's all you need to go there. I mean, you have to have a passport, but you don't need anything else to go there. Now, do you understand that Birthright's not just a 10-day trip. The point of Birthright
is to keep you in the corporation for as long as possible.
They want you to stay.
Dude, I grew up Catholic. I'm very familiar with the predatory corporate tactics of the Jewish and Catholic religion.
So I've lied and said I'm Jewish and got the free trip, which is possible.
Okay, so if I'm running that organization, why do I care?
Okay.
Because it's like I've got another potential follower because they're going to be over here immersed in my stuff, so I may have a potential follower.
Because they're the arm of Israel that does this. Yeah. So once I'm there, I can just stay. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I've lied and they believed me and they think I'm a Jew now, right?
Yeah.
So what would Bernie Sanders need in order to not be Israeli?
Well, one of the things he could use for that is not being Israeli because he didn't apply for the citizenship and not being dual citizen. Well, that's okay.
The point of this tale,
that's all I'm concerned with. His religion.
The point of this tale is there is no application required for a Jew to be Israeli.
No,
there's no. It's blood and soil for them. You're
telling me you go on this little trip and you're automatically a citizen of Israel?
Yeah.
You don't have to fill out a single piece of paper. You don't have to request it. You don't have to do anything.
Possibly do to prove you are Jewish?
Well, you can do the things that are necessary to show that you have a descendant on your parents that is of the Jewish faith or someone that's converted. Hell, get a notarized document from somebody that's converted.
Are they going to?
And the rabbi. Boom! And the rabbi.
Are they going to check your blood to see?
And the moil. I don't know.
Most Americans
can if you want.
Jewish or not, so that's out of the question. They've already. And by the way, why do you think that is?
I didn't hear that. You cut out for a second. Most Americans what?
Most Americans are circumcised whether they're Jewish or not.
I know.
So that part's out of the question. But also, side note, why do you think that is that most Americans are circumcised?
I already know
Jewish
why it is. And no
other country.
I already know why that is.
I wonder what
and the second thing is, I think the dumbest way you could check if somebody was Jewish is to check if they're circumcised.
Okay,
that's really stupid. That's like the dumbest thing in the world.
How could they possibly check? There's no way to check someone's religion.
Yeah, there is.
What?
Well, churches have rolls and records of people that were members of that church, photographs, all sorts of stuff.
All right,
what if you're a rabbi? What if your grandfather was a rabbi, for Christ's sake?
Right. Okay, but what if he wasn't and you need to prove you are Jewish?
But what if he was? If things were different, they wouldn't be the same.
Don't move the goalpost. The point
I didn't move the goalpost. It's been here the whole time. You have another goalpost.
The point here is
two different goalposts.
Let's say you're Jewish and you have nothing proving that. You think they're stopping you?
All you got to do is tell them you're going to convert.
No. Well,
I'm saying that's pretty easy. Tell them you're going to convert and they let you on in. And I don't have a problem with them doing that.
Oh, Christ. The point of all of this is that they require nothing of you. As long as you say you are Jewish, you are a citizen of Israel. Period. That's it. It's.
Well, that doesn't mean you have. You can't impose a citizenship on someone, particularly when they already have one.
Yeah, right. You can't force them to live there, but you have every right.
You have the right. I agree with that, but that doesn't mean it's automatic.
It is automatic. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, you've got to do a thing. You've got to fill out a paper. You've got to renounce your previous nationality. Male and citizens from compulsory military service for.
You think you have to renounce your nationality to be Israeli?
This is what it says here. Natural. Oh no, sorry. I am so sorry. That's for non-Jews.
Right.
Sorry.
You know why? Because it's jus sanguinis. It's by blood.
You actually do have to say, hey, I want a citizenship. They recognize your right for it, and you receive it automatically, but you got to ask it.
They consider every Jew an Israeli.
I'm sure they do, but they're not the fucking international community. They don't get to just say, everybody's a Jew. You're all Israelis now.
It's all a moot point because not Bernie Sanders, but almost every single other Jewish lawmaker, politician does have Israeli citizenship.
Actually, the dual citizenship is only allowed in Israel by the thing you're talking about, which is when people go back there. Whoops. Otherwise, you can't have dual.
If you went on birthright and you did that.
That's called the return. Then you get to. So
I know.
But Bernie ain't no dual citizen. That's where I'm.
Okay. Well, they all
out.
Jus sanguinis. They are whether they want to be or not. Maybe Bernie specifically says he's not. I guess I believe him. But
if there's anybody in the government I'm going to believe about anything, it's going to be Bernie Sanders.
Many of them are.
But I'm going to believe Bernie. Bernie's got a pretty heavy track record on tape of saying the same shit for 30 years.
Yeah, I know.
Only natural-born citizens can be president. Naturalized citizens cannot be. Native-born citizens only.
In America, yeah.
On American soil, yeah.
Right, yeah, I know.
Yuppers.
Yeah, there's only...
So they can't be president.
There's only 3 requirements to be president, and that's one of them.
It's a
do you know what
it's a you're saying it's a requirement?
There's only 3 stipulations to attempting to become...
You got to be over 35.
Do you know what the third one is?
Yeah, I think you have to live here for a while.
Yeah, that's the one.
It's a weird number. It's not like a number that you'd think would be like 10. It's like 12 or 16 or 14 years or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
So, yeah.
Those are the ones.
Yeah. That's it. But they can't be president, so.
I think you also can't hold dual citizenship. I think you have to.
It doesn't say that.
I know, but I think that's like the one about living here a certain amount of time or whatever it says, whatever the number is. I think that's one of those lesser talked about ones where it's
so like if you're a congressman or a senator, congressmen have to have they have to have been a U.S. citizen for 7 years prior to their running for office as a congressman, and then senators have to be a citizen for 9. The U.S. does allow a citizen to have the dual citizenship, and indeed, it says here, some prominent Congress members are or have been dual citizens.
Oh, for Congress, yeah, I meant for presidency.
No, you can't do it for president. All right. Let me see here. There's a thing here. I'm going to check this out because I think for some reason it seems correct, the thing you're saying. But I guess if you're native born, you wouldn't be a dual citizen at that juncture. I guess maybe unless you had a parent or something. But
what do you mean?
Well, if you are born to like as a ship at sea, and one parent's French, the other's American, you can probably pick. But
if, as far as being president, if one of your parents is American, you're American, you get to be president.
Yep.
That's it. as far as if you,
but you can, I think you could do dual with France, or they could just say no, you want to be a French citizen.
If your parents are not American, but you were born on American soil, you are American, and so you can be president.
That's true, but
it doesn't matter.
We
are a jus sole country. I say we. I'm just meaning because I am from
your opinion.
No, I mean that's what it is for America.
All right, man. Unless there's something real great here, it's time to go.
Where are you going?
I'm going to read some of these stupid comments, although I don't know why.
I can stay on with you while you do that.
I'd prefer not to.
What? Why?
Because it'll take 5 times longer.
I'll just be here, you know.
No.
Oh, come on.
No.
Most of the people are people I brought here.
I don't give a shit. Tell them to leave.
Where's this?
Doesn't make any difference to me. I want to read this stuff and be done.
Why are you being mean to me all of a sudden?
I'm not being mean to you. I'm just saying it'll take 5 times longer, and I just don't have time for the constant insertion of what you do or what you think about it. I'm done with that. We're done for 8 hours.
What the?
Let's go. I said, if you got something great, let's go. But otherwise, time for me to read these things and go bye-bye.
Nowhere be a complete dog to me?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm saying, do you have anything else? If not, I'm reading this stuff and hanging up on you and going to bed.
I'm a font of awesome shit, actually. I've got a lot of stuff.
Really?
Yeah. Somebody says the
one.
Tom Jeffy show would revolutionize radio.
Make it wrong.
And Tom will print money.
They were wrong.
We'll never leave you, T. Gull, says Jen and Rob Beardley.
Okay, I'm going to go read the things, and I'm hanging up. Thanks for calling. And
wait,
have a good life. What?
1 second. Wacky Mikey says...
No, he does. Just, I look. Charlie Brown let you pull the football away for 8 hours. Okay? And we're done now. Now you can't leave. Oh, I'm going to read through these. I'm going to skip over a lot of them. Please acknowledge Wanda. How does Tom know about Rufio Phoenix? I don't know. It's a weird guy. Tuesday Lane. Goons have tiers. There's a tier list. There's a tier of goons. I wonder what tier I'm on. Genuine Killing Facts. Say he was. There's a lot of videos. Association. Baked Alaska. Warski. Don't even know what that means. Wonder what Tom would think of Mr. Burgers. I got to start skipping over a lot of these. Don't sully the Gulley name. Gulley, Ram, Sam. Hollywood Tom. Tom loves wrestling with his uncle. This guy loves to wrestle with his uncle. God. Why am I reading these? A lot of these are bad. Then we feel the water in the Goon Lagoon is just fine, says Wacky Mikey. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Is this the guy responsible for the Bud Light commercial? Did video kill the radio star? Yes. What about the guy telegraphing in Morse code? Does that make you a radio guy? God, this is way too far. You know what? I just decided I'm not reading through these quotes. This is turning into an episode of Bill Maher's Club Random. So, ask Tom if he's into Ginger or Marianne. Ginger. Samantha Stevens or Jeannie. Samantha Stevens. Was Taylor and a construction worker? I didn't. One in the chat, if Tom is signing up for Pizza Fun Night too, he's already got a subscription. Is someone playing basketball behind Tom? What's the noise in the background? I didn't know there was a noise in the background. Both Jesse and Tom went to Auschwitz, went to Poland. Why? Was it just to see Auschwitz? Well, over this convo is gone. God, I don't know what's freaking me out more. Jesse's comments about history that I never wanted to know about, or Tom Gulley's impressions. Jesse said some outrageous stuff, but Tom's impressions, yikes. That's funny. Let's see here. Gulley and Jesse better make more TOMAWFUL episodes, please. TOMAWFUL is the best episode. Okay, and people call me Big Tom and stuff and things like that. Junior Culinary, blah, blah, blah. All right. The Tom and Jesse show with Revolutionaries. Right? Got a quick question for those few people remaining in chat room. I got to play an outro song. You've got your choice of Angel in the Shadows or Catch-22 Blues. It's up to you. First one to put it in the chat room gets to pick. Angel in the Shadows or Catch-22 Blues. I leave it to you, good people. If nobody picks, I'm going to pick. And I'll wait 30 seconds because there's a delay. And I'm run out of soda again. I can't do this. Okay, I'm playing Angel in the Shadows because I like it. And I always play Catch-22 Blues. All right. Too late, baby. Sorry. Oh, Angel in the Blues. Cartoon of a cat and a mouse, the smart aleck cat Tom and the uncatchable mouse Jesse. Okay. I'd like to thank that guy for showing up. I'm not really thanking him. I just, he was a guest, and wow, man, there's a cat fighting a monkey in a bathtub in that guy's brain box. And with that, it's the Hitman Blues Band Angel in the Shadows. I don't know when there'll be another show. I don't know if there'll be another show. But, hey, thanks for showing up. Hope you guys have a good morning. And here we go.
Many nights waiting for sleep to overtake me, carried my load down that long winding road, the one that I swore wouldn't break me. Time is going faster, days slipping by. She's here, still I don't know why. She's the angel in the shadows, hero on the run, keeps me holding on. All the hope is gone. Got caught up in the riptide, I was lost out at sea. She's the angel in the shadows. Go through the days, the smile on my face. Oh, I keep my friends amused. Late at night, memories crowd on in. People using and misused. Yes, I've been forsaken. Yes, I've been alone, looking for the light to guide me home. She's the angel in the shadows, hero on the run, keeps me holding on. All the hope is gone. Got caught up in the riptide, I was lost out at sea. Shadows for me. If confusion follows me, debt and worry keep me company. Nobody knows the pain inside of me. Knows hero on the run. It's been holding on. All the hope is gone. Got caught up in the riptide. I was lost out at sea. She's the angel in shadows for me. She's the angel in the shadows for me. She's the angel in the shadows for me.